Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, fellow YouTubers. Welcome to another edition of Very Sky Rita's video blog. Hold on a second. There we go. Good morning, everyone. Let's see, that can's nearly empty. This can had a pinch in it last night, yes. So, I want to share with you some good news and some interesting news, some prepping news, etc. Pee-wee is in an evacuation area apparently for fires. I won't tell you where she lives, but email came in this morning saying that they're under an evacuation watch and something to do with a few things. I did send some stuff out. So last night, I gotta tell you, I had a easier way of making Salisbury steaks. I'm having leftovers today. Yeah. So it's coffee time with Rita. All right, so got some news announcements and a few announcements to share with you. So let me tell you what's going on. First of all, I told Sister Pee-wee this morning. The last night's topic, usually everyone's throwing out there with Pee-wee under fire watch and a bit so busy. I love Pee-wee dearly. She's a sister. Her heart goes out anytime something happens, to Pee-wee. Or her family, or this fire thing. I've been watching it off and on too. Pee-wee doesn't know that because I've been kind of concerned. I don't want to see Pee-wee homeless because if something happens and fire destroys her house. I think we should all try to pull together, to help our fellow sister out. I mean, it's hard, So, but let's get down to today's topics. So I sent several links to several people last night for the topic. I didn't send one to my cousin Dinky because Dinky thinks I'm the bloody freeloading mooch. I'm the bloody freeloading mooch. And then she says, "Oh, I'm so busy, I don't have time to talk." Really? So, a couple news articles for you all. So we can get through this as fast as possible. Chloe's out this morning. Reminds me, yeah, you got food. I don't feed you this morning. I always monitor him because he's always like, "I'm hungry." So, for all of you noobs tuning in, that's a rabbit. This is my first cup of coffee, but let's just get down to this, shall we? So, there's a lot of liars out there on YouTube right now milking the cash cow pretty damn hard for a living. Now, as our brother or sister Macabre said the other day, Macabre is awesome, by the way. Macabre said, and yes, just so you guys know, as a woman, some accuse me of being male, but as a woman, no bra this morning, and my jammies I've had for 20 plus years. As you can see, I got this falling apart. See. I won't get rid of it. This is how I like things. Okay, so we get down to brass tacks. Excuse me if I'm blowing my nose. So basically, a couple good ideas in prepping today. We're going to talk about prepping. We're going to talk about other issues. I didn't get through my winter course last night on my game. Where you ask, I call it a course. It's really season winter and a farm game. Winter, you can't grow anything pretty much. So it's like either you have a greenhouse or you don't. I like the greenhouse, so I'm always growing something. So, last night I stumbled across some videos. I cross-checked them last night. That's why it took a while before. Fell asleep a little earlier. I think I was actually a little groggier. So I think I got maybe 8 hours of sleep for once instead of like the average 4 to 6. I think it was the best said by Brother Jesus last night. Sometimes being a minister, we can hang out with people, and usually it's got Papa, aka God and Jesus, and so last night, being a minister of God, I think Brother Jesus put me to sleep, put me to bed. Literally, I was playing my game, and it's like, you can always come back to this tomorrow. And I'm always trying to rush through a season. And this time around, I was just like, so I put the movie in, and I don't even know how far I got on Titanic before I fell asleep. I use movies that help me sleep, and then this morning I woke up to my scanner. I left it on last night because, the thing is I one of the things people say to me is, Rita, what do you do with your thing? I truly enjoy my scanner. I've heard so many things, that you know I got a question for moderator Pee Wee, so I'm gonna email her a question. I'm gonna email moderator Pee Wee and moderator Higgins. Higgins should be up by now. Said he was getting hungry last night, So you know how it is. So so mm. So basically, I gotta answer my emails while I'm talking to you guys. So today's topic is gonna be an interesting one. I got email. My cousin Dinky emailed me. I don't know why she won't use Discord. Anyways, it doesn't matter. So, it's I still throw out there. I'm the bloody mooch. See, even Zoe says that's not true. I mean, look, I'm providing you guys with a lot, anyways. But Pee Wee likes my info. And sometimes me and Pee Wee can go round and round certain things. But you know what? Pee Wee said it herself. She likes an open mindedness. So let me just get the last email sent, and we will talk to you guys about, um, you know, all right. So, couple updates for you that's really interesting. Okay. So this morning or last night, I was minding my own business. We found Moppy's eye swollen again. So back to the vet on Monday we go to get some more eye drops. We have some on hand. So apparently Chloe didn't use them all. So that was a good thing. She was all panicked. So I was like looking at a couple places, found them. She cleaned the bathroom and she put them in my toiletry bag. And I'm like, what this? Oh, that's what I need, But the thing is, so the thing is Moppy's gonna have to wear the cone, so we're gonna pay like $25, and he's gonna have the cone put right on there. I know Aunt Tara's gonna be like, yeah, baby Moppy with the cone is shame. Yeah, because he's basically, his eye. Well, one eye is swollen, the other one isn't. It's like he got stung by a bee or something. I don't know. The thing is, Chloe gave him a damn haircut. We wouldn't be in this problem. Probably his matting and everything else is causing him to inflame up. I mean, literally, the damn person doesn't even think, I don't even know how to use a trimmer. That's my fault, but all right. So, I'm going to tell you that this morning. Poor baby, we're getting him taken care of. We're not going to sit on this and just wait around. I'm not and some people say that's animal abuse. I don't sit there and abuse animals. I basically go straight to the problem, baby Moppy, I don't know where he is. He's like, hey, okay, babe, come here. Okay. So what we're doing is we're gonna give him some cream and we're gonna give him some medicine and some cream, medicine, and probably pills are what they're gonna do. So let's get down to it. Coffee time, okay? Well, let's get to the first topic of today: oil. Now, as you all know, I'm a big talker about oil. I don't. People say, "Oh, Rita, you don't know crap." Well, apparently, from what I understand from Macabre, I do know a bit about oil because, from what I understand from brother or sister Macabre, every time Mac comes in here, right? Mac loafs around in the shadows like in the darkness, but he or she comes out and says, that was really a good topic. I mean, it was like literally lurking the shadows, and all of a sudden he says, hey, out of all the people out there that make these fake videos, pretty much like stimulus to you better prep now, World War III's coming, blah blah blah. He or she's starting to get tired of the falsities. And so, Macquarie said the other day, I should make him moderator. Macquarie's listening, give me a wave, should make him or he or she moderator because the what I like about him, and I'm not trying to damn him in any way, he or she damn, but they said the nicest comment the other day that was like, like the truth is out there. This channel is producing the truth. And yet, no one listens to someone with 400 and some subscribers. People want to listen to someone who's got, but the thing is if you guys really like my channel, get it out there. If you have the link, post it on YouTube, post it on Facebook, paste it on Instagram, paste it on Twitter. Say this person literally is live and they are literally talking. Bring in the subscriptions. I mean, has anyone ever thought about that? I mean, think of it this way. I love Sister Pee Wee dearly, right? She could always be posting this. This is the truth on her Facebook page. This lady knows her stuff, like I really want to hear this morning from my cousin Dinky. I love Dinky dearly, but still, I don't believe in the 401k retirement plans either, by the way. That's the thing. They put your money into stock markets, and if the stock market tanks, your money goes too. By the way, there's some big companies out there, right? We'll get to that part of the session this morning because you know what? I know a lot, okay? And so Macabre says, I love your videos. Let's just get the fan turned on. 61, so it'll be a little warmer here soon, so I want to get this over with. So, so last night, right, we're going to talk about prepping soon, but so I want to get to this, okay? So last night I was talking to a couple people, got their opinion. I didn't give it to my cousin because my cousin already thinks everyone in the Democratic Party is a freaking moron. Anyone who votes Democratic is a moron. Well, so anyways, my dad last night changed his tune. I sent him a video. He literally sat there and he says these panels will tell the truth. They do basically what the panel is doing for Republicans and Democrats is basically doing a weenie roast against each party member. Okay, They're playing off everything, okay? So let me tell you what's going on, all right? So Biden gets in. Biden wants his agenda. He gets a lot of done. Then they want a new Green Deal. Not that New Deal where it's all security. No, the new Green Deal. New Green Deal says you got to do what we say, right? Fortunately, the new Green Deal is what's crippling this country. So, what does that mean exactly? He gets in there and say, oh, well, look. Remember what I said about the topic yesterday, oil. Oil's running out. Literally, we're going to be running out of oil, and that'll be that. So, basically, what happens? Basically, you run out of oil, right? People don't care. They're like, I'm going to drive the biggest gas guzzling truck in the world. I'm an American. I'm going to tow a 500,000 pound. I'm just exuberating the numbers here. I'm going to drive a 500,000 ton travel trailer to tow with it. You'd be carrying. You'd be basically, I think, carrying, trying to tow an aircraft carrier. But anyways, and they need a lot of tugs to pull them. So you get the idea. A truck's like a tugboat to tug, in water. So you could sit there and say, well, what's this have to affect me? It does. You see, the American people are turning around. And what are they doing? They're literally buying into this bullshit, okay? So the fuel numbers are 5 trillion gallons of oil left in the world. That's if you frack, if you drill, you do everything. Suck out every little last drop, right? Now you could say, well, Rita, what's the point? The point is this. This is the biggest fucking point, okay? The biggest fucking point is they found a way to kill off the fucking poor and the middle class. And this is the biggest part in the world, okay? Biggest part in the world is this. Good morning, Zoe. I'm going to do my Terminator impersonation. My cousin Tara emails me. I'm the bloody moocher. You have a half hour? Well, I'm here only until Chloe gets back from the food bank. Then I'm out too. So I want to get to the topics at hand today. That's very important. I think you're going to love today's topics. I screened it with Pee Wee. I would have given it to you on Instagram, but you disappeared and that was it. So I was like, you know what? I ain't going to bother you screening my topics. I actually got Chloe on board. For once, Chloe looked at me and said, if this is the best the Democrats can come up with, she says we're all parties are screwed. That was her opinion, Yeah, well, my cousin Dinky. She's still upset about the pillows, I think. I mean, literally, she's literally mad. She's got to work her ass off, and she thinks, which reminds me, I'm going to send you my address, okay? That was the whole point of the joke this morning is I'm the bloody mochar. I'm going to send you, You shouldn't be ghostwriting. One of these days we should exchange phone numbers, though. You can always call me when I'm not doing live videos, Yeah, Dinky, Dinky's all, moderator Dinkster, Dinky, I am the bloody moocher. So Dinky emailed this morning. She basically misses me. I finally asked her about the Discord channel. Yeah, well, and so I tried to explain it to you. But you're going to love this topic, so let's get on to it. As Zoe knows, moderator Zoe's with me, so if anyone misbehaves, she's got the hammer. Unless Dinky comes in and says, you're the bloody motor, then them two can duke it out because they both have wrenches. I can't basically do anything to two moderators. But anyways, Macabre said the other day he loves my videos, and this is why I said to you all, if you like my videos, please share and subscribe, share them to Instagram, to Twitter, to Facebook. Send them out to your Twitter feed. Send it out to your Facebook feed. Send it out to your whatever feed. Just get it out there because we could use more subscribers that can open their eyes because this topic today is going to blow you away. So, all you guys know is we have 5 trillion barrels of oil. We're going to run out of oil. Zoe knows this already. She's heard this. We're going to run out of oil. See, yesterday. Oh, and I got another update for Zoe that's going to blow Zoe's fucking mind today, you know. Not that she's got a gorgeous mind. I mean, she also has the most beautiful face I've seen for a nearly 50. I mean, literally, I'd steal it for myself. Anyway, let's get on with it. So, Pete Buttigieg the other day was at the Senate at a hearing, right? The Senate ripped them a new one. The Republican Senate ripped him a new asshole 8 ways from Sunday. Buttigieg was telling the truth, but you know what? Buttigieg and the entire Republican Party, Democratic parties, basically, the thing is, they might have two causes, to lose. But more likely, the pissed off women are going to go for the first part, and then they're going to secure things, you know, because here's the problem. Remember what I said about oil? 5 trillion gallons. They say by 2067, the way we're consuming it. But they said they didn't account for bunker oil for ships, jet fuel for planes, heating oil for propane, and heating oil, gasoline, kerosene, diesel, whatever fuel source you use for your home heating. They didn't take that into account. So from 2067, it might go down to 2035, 2040, right? Here's the kicker. They go and ask Pete Buttigieg, by 2030, you want 50% or more of the cars. This is 2022. Pay attention, people. By 2030, this is 8 years. You want to be 50% all electric for the entire fleet in the government's arsenal. You know, everything electric, right? And Pete Buttigieg says, yes. And he said by 2035, you want to be 100% electric, right? This is the topic today. I know I got 2 topics, but this topic one's very important. So what happens? Are you ready for this? Zoe's probably excited. You know, she could write books about this, and they would buy it. But then I'd have to marry her anyways, because the book idea was my idea when it comes to what I'm talking about today anyway. So, you know, that just to tell you, I'd steal her for myself. See? Truth now. Every night, let's use Zoe here. Zoe's the most beautiful woman I've seen in a long time, okay? Zoe's blushing too, so. And the whole phone number thing, yeah, I'd like to hear your voice one of these days, you know. Or you can send me a small private video on Instagram too, hon. So, honey pie. So now let's get to the brass tack. Zoe goes out. Loves her city. She lives in Chicago. Goes and decides the entire nation gets updated, right, for electric cars. You ready for this? Any one of you that buys an electric car, any one of you, I'm not buying one because I say fuck it. I'm one of these Americans, I'll walk everywhere until you kiss my ass, I'll save some money. No, maybe I'll basically tell the government to kiss my ass, hold Zoe's hand while we walk down the street kissing, because I could tell the government to fuck off, because I had to throw that in there because I'm in a good mood this morning. Zoe should know that to charge that fucking car, sorry for the language, to charge that fucking car, you ready? 1 day of car charging equals plugging in 25 standard refrigerators. Think about it. I'm waiting for Zoe's reaction with something or other in comments right now. 25 fucking refrigerators. Oh, by the way, not to mention if the average household has 2 cars, that would be 50 refrigerators running per day. Not just for 8 hours. It could be 8 to 12 hours per day. Not to mention, on top of that, unless they decide to invest in solar panels on your roofs and your hood, you're screwed and everywhere else. I mean, think of it. The battery's $10,000, right? That's not to mention the Buttigieg says, well, we need to upgrade the power grid so it can get it done. The bill passed bipartisan. Bill passed to freaking update our roads and something. Didn't say anything about a fucking electric grid. I mean, we basically put this much strain on the electric grid. We will be having rolling brownouts. We're going to be having freaking blackouts. We're going to be fucking screwed. Literally, I mean, here's the problem. The freaking government turns around and says, secretly, we're forcing you guys to go by 2030. And they're doing this in the Democratic state. Every fucking state in the Democratic Union is basically forcing people to get off of fossil fuels. By 2030, people are going to fucking flee to red states and have gas stations. But at the same time, the red states are thinking, business is going to be booming for them. The problem is, just look at it from the electric car point of view. Electric car point of view is Pee-wee, for example. Pee-wee said it herself. Chloe said it herself. Pee-wee and Chloe never agree. Pee-wee said it herself. Chloe said it herself. I was going to send the video link to Zoe, but Zoe was sleeping and I didn't want to bother that beautiful, beautiful girl. So I sent it off to Higgins last night. He was up till like 4 in the morning. He went to bed. He said he won't be up till like 3 today. 3 his time. So you're probably wondering, 25 refrigerators is what it takes to charge a car. That's not including the taxation of other things, updating the power grid, raising your electric rates. Yeah. Greatest ghostwriter, by the way. Zoe, what do you think of what I just said about cars? I need to get your opinion on that too this morning. Think of it. One electric fucking car charges at 25 times for a refrigerator. That means if you have 2 cars, it's 50%. Oh, I forgot to mention that when they basically try to force everyone to go electric, they're also trying to force companies to innovate, to basically give, the government wants to give money. The money, by the way, the companies get innovate your tax dollars that you won't ever see again for new engines that are all electric for yachts, cruise boats, cruisers, whatever, anything that the citizens want. Their little puttered fishing dinghies and everything else, all electric. Yes, we know we don't drive, Zoe, but here's the problem, sweetheart. Zoe doesn't get it. I guess in a good mood that I am. I will explain it to Zoe. Here's Zoe. Zoe walks down the street. She's happy. She's happy. She's in dreamland about wearing that white gown. Meanwhile, Zoe doesn't realize I'm doing an actual story timeline here. That doesn't realize her entire city is being powered and redid and regridded and regraphed and everything, reset, right, for electricity. So then one day Zoe goes home to her place, right? And let's just say that she says, I don't drive, so I'm opting out of my, thing. So they flip off the little switch, right, that they put in for her parking space and put a plug on it so no one can turn it on due to the fact they got to turn it off at a main central switch and yada, 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 right? So even though Zoe's not paying for an electric car, Zoe's going to be paying through the fucking nose due to the fact that their rates are going to be tripling or quadrupling. And this is where Pee-wee came into play to this morning. Pee-wee said, and I quote, and I want to read this to you. She's under fire evacuation warning, so this is why the Democrats have to go. Well, that's Pee-wee's opinion, but I'm not going to be for or against. I'm open-minded, okay? But Pee-wee made a point. That's her point. She can stick with it, okay? I'm going to tell you what's going to happen, okay, with this whole electric car thing. I'll tell you in a minute. Buttigieg is a fucking idiot. That's what I just said, too. I mean, literally, if he can't, they're hiding the numbers of what they're doing, okay? Does not care about us. He has plenty of money. He does. And he's gay, by the way. And he's got a son. And he doesn't give a shit about the people. He's a politician. This is one of the reasons why why our electric bill is tripling or higher. I go tripling, quadrupling or higher. People on fixed income will surely starve or freeze or cook to death. Think about it. I wanted to share that with you. Think about it. That's the main topic there. While Zoe says, well, I don't drive an electric car. It doesn't affect me. It will affect you when you basically look at your new electric bill and you realize you're paying for the power grid to be put in for a car that you don't want. They're going to basically tack it on to your bill, honey pie. Do you understand now what I'm saying? Think about it. This is why I could write a book about this crap. That is the first part of this topic today. The second one I'm going to get out of the way now so we can get on with it. But yeah, well, do you understand what I'm saying? So basically, your electric bills, everyone's bill in the country is going to go up no matter what. And there's no fighting it unless you turn it off. And then they're going to basically think you're a hermit. This is why I told you, honey pie, if you ever leave the frickin' city and move up to Timbuktu, Alaska, I'd go with you. I'd be fishing every day. You can write all you want. The reason I said that, honey pie, is the fact that if you're out on a remote grid with a little cabin, that's all you need. You got light, you got gas light and propane or Coleman fuel light, you're working, right? I mean, it works, right? That's what I'm saying. You don't need to go and spend, and that's there's two reasons they're doing this. They're raising your electricity rates up so you can't afford it. So then they can go and put in the new power grids that they want for cars. Damn fucking bugs. Don't you just hate when a fucking fly flies into your coffee? All right, so the second topic, I'll add to now. United States is literally under the Republican Party, as yesterday's topic was. Or what does Zoe say? Well, I'm glad you understand that, though. Let me put it to you this way, in easy terms, Zoe. If they do all electric, right, for cars, and they're redoing the entire power grid across the nation, they're tacking on the electric cost of upgrades to you, the Zoes of the world. Or the United States, at least. The Zoes of the United States. And not just one Zoe, all Zoes. Now, shall we get to the next topic so we can continue with the electric thing? The next topic is one that we talked about yesterday. Zoe and I were talking about it. It was race. Now, the Democrats, sit there and they're doing everything they can, right? They're going to win that Senate and they're going to win the House. The problem is I see there's only two cards that the government can play on the Democrats. One is inflation, which is not there right now. They're hoping it goes through the roof, and they're like, see, inflation, recession. Two, they're hoping of other issues. And that is today's topic. Russia just blurted it out. And the dictators, the tyrants that we are fighting, this is yesterday's news, that they're gonna wait for our land to be free to use due to the fact that we're gonna all die out. So Chloe's back, but don't worry about that. She's probably gonna be like, she'll probably run out again anyways for a few items at the store. Fine, let me sort the stuff out. We'll talk to you guys, peeps. So basically, the second part of this topic today that I was telling Zoe's gonna love is race. Now, me and Zoe, we're not racist. We talk about it as a topic because it is funny, but at the same time, it's true what's going on. Make sure to keep his eyes clean. So, you got Crystal Light this time, huh? Alright, so let me put it to you this way, my fine people. Russia, China, they all say we're going to allow the democratic nations to fail. so we can take their land when they're all dead. Not by nuclear weapons, but by allowing us to not breed, you see. See, here's the kicker. If you turn around, right? And you look at the big picture. They all said, let the socialism, Nazi, fascist, LGBT lovers all let their race peter out and die, because there won't be anyone to sustain this country because of it. And they're like, the numbers are going down all over the world because the LGBTs are coming up. The LGBTs are coming up. That was what they said. The hell is this? Beef skillet? Nah, I guess this is Chloe's dinner. I guess, I don't know. Doesn't look edible in my opinion. I'll get everything put together soon. Sugar packets, Tostios. Now, I don't mind a good Tostio once in a while. My problem with Tostios is Chloe likes to eat them faster than me. Not that I'm bringing up Chloe. We're not going to complain about Chloe this morning. Alright, so thing is you just gotta make sure to have plenty of thing Chloe's sugar for her thing. Got some bananas here. I'm trying to tell you, it's a race. So they're basically saying, I know Zoe's probably freaking out right now, but they said unless the United States and the rest of the world decides to pony up and stop these sex changes, Russia's basically passing, China and other countries are going to pass, the dictator countries, they're going to pass strict laws on LGBTs. They want that. The Republicans want it too. Think of it. The Republicans want, apparently, a dictator. No offense, because we're having the Democrats sit here and say our freedoms are being eroded. And, you know, I'm still analyzing it. So that's why I told Pee Wee I keep an open mind. I'm not going to sit there and say vote Democrat. I'm not going to say vote Republican. I'm saying use your own heart. That's the best thing I can do. I can't just sit there and say, oh, you're going to hell if you vote Republican. No, I'm saying literally look at it from both sides. I mean, right now they're basically worried. And yesterday's topic was race. Democrats are sitting there saying, you know, look, your rights are being taken away. They have a right to worry. The Republicans want to crush anyone on any issue. They want to turn around and tell you you can't be gay. We need your damn penis for impregnation of a woman. You can't change a gay man. You can't change a gay man, and you surely can't change a lesbian. I mean, look. What are you going to start doing? Let me put it this way. The reason they want to block sex changes, and we've talked about this time and time again, they've got to do a fridge cleaning, saying the trash is overflowing. I told Chloe to take the fucking trash out yesterday. It's my only gripe, you know. I mean, literally. Might have to pull out another one here, I think. This fish? I guess they gave us some type of fish again. So apparently Chloe's halibut from 2 weeks ago hasn't been eaten, and they resupplied us with more halibut, apparently. Food bank's been pretty good on that. So far I haven't seen anything about hamburger yet. Hoping to see some hamburger. They gave us some more pistachios though. Yeah, food bank's okay here. So, until it runs out of food. Anyways. The thing is I don't like the fact that I gotta put everything away. It's my job, but still. So he's like, oh, it's the only thing you do. Quit complaining and bitching. Well, I don't eat most of this stuff anyways. I just put it all away. And then I told Chloe to start eating this stuff down. I gotta rotate stuff out. That's part of, it's almost done anyway. So, anyway, so the bottom line is race, right? They want us to die. They want us to completely get wiped out. Hold on. I'm moody, but I always look good. The lips. Let me guess. You're moody because you're bipolar. Spend less on gas, more on lipstick, I say. Time to go since Chloe's back. No. I'm putting stuff away. I'm not done with my topic today. Basically, what I'm saying is to Zoe and the rest of you out there is the communist parties of the world are waiting for us to die out because we are literally allowing this to happen. Same-sex marriages, everything else, right? So what's the government doing? They want to block it. Even they want to block interracial marriages in these commie countries. Think about it for a second while I finish putting the groceries away. So all the cans are now finally gotten. I just got to put the rest of the stuff away. So basically, if you're looking at the big picture, like I just said, everyone, now if you follow right here, see? Look at this. So what I gotta do is I gotta look at this carrot. There you go. My back's now semi-hurting, but I'm still in a good mood. So basically, the topics are, electric cars. You guys are sitting there wondering, well, how can we fix this? Well, we got some more hamburgers, so now we just got to get this prepped. So, anyways, I still got to put the rest of this stuff away. Got to get the kitchen clean today. That's. But Chloe's got to go to the store apparently because she didn't swing by there on her way back from the food bank. So she's like, I'm going out again. So that gives me a little extra time till she gets back because she's heading out right away. Because then when we get back. And then I gotta. See, then she gets to start her chores of, damn, the fucking garbage can's really overflowing. There we go. Okay, so I need to ask Chloe again. Give me a second. Then I'm sitting down with you all. I want you guys to think. They were basically saying, let us die out, right? All of the people. You're going out again? When? And then when you get back, you got 2 jobs too. Got kitchen countertops and kitchen. And of course, bathroom. Once you get in, Sunday, nothing. Well, give me my phone for a second. I need to check my balance. Then you can take him out now and then. Well, my phone's not even on. No wonder why Chloe didn't call me this morning. Phone was turned off. Dumb son of a bitch took the damn thing. I call him that. That's the nickname, son of a bitch. Dumb son of a bitch. So I got to put together this long letter. I thought maybe Pee Wee and maybe Zoe would like send some notes to me about a letter I'm composing. I need to make it to sound professional, but at the same time gets to the points that I'm making about Chloe's mental illness. I think my file has the other stuff I'm looking for if I don't remember correctly. So, anyways, let's just get that. Okay, let's just continue. No, all my notes for writing is that so many tourists in this damn city stay out with no mask. Yeah, I hear you there. But that's about gay is gay, love is love. This one. Yes, I know what you're saying, but the problem is look what I was saying yesterday. Remember, we were talking about the race thing, right? The Republicans are more worried about the United States falling to homosexuality, gays and lesbian and trans, that they need to stop it because the problem is they want to stop it. And I think God knows love is love. Unfortunately, these Republicans want to believe in the Old Testament. And because of that, they are saying, what they're saying. I mean, think of it from this point of view, okay? My point of view, because I'm under the LGBT community. Of course, I'd still steal Zoe. All right, so being funny here for a second, I do have to send. I'm going to send Zoe my address probably sometime today, anyways. But I really want to get to the point I'm making about the Well, I had to ask because I deal with a lot of mental people, Zoe. So bipolar, I get moody too. That's the thing. People don't listen. I get freaking moody. I mean, you want to hear how moody I was last night or 2 nights ago or whatever? I was talking to General Urudite. He called me, and I'm sitting there with the phone like this, right to my ear. All right, I'm gonna check my balance. Continue with the discussion. that we're talking about. It's, the second topic. Anyways, I got my ear to the phone. And he's on and 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 on with his mom. Not even having a conversation. Then he talks to me for a second about pot. Then he's back to his mom. And then he's back to this. And then he's smoking and talking about pot. And then he's back to this. And then he's smoking pot. And he's back doing this. And then talking to his mom again. And goes on and on. Finally, my phone just beep, beep. I didn't even hear the low battery warning, so just turned off. And I'm thinking to myself, damn, I've never been, literally, I don't sit there and be like, oh yeah, hold on, oh yeah, Chloe, blah, blah. I said, hey, Chloe, are you going to do this? Okay, cool. So where were we, and that's it. Whereas, with them, I'll be the mom. And it's like, we all know that there's people with disabilities out there, but they just zone someone out, they call, just to listen to the thing about the mother. I love them both, their extended family, but you don't do that on the phone, basically. I'm like, damn. He's like in his 30s, I think. He's something with 30. He's a pothead. He talks about Delta 8 being the good strain. He talks about all these strains, but they don't legalize pot. And I think it's North or South Carolina, one of the Carolinas. But anyways, always talking about pot. That's his favorite thing to talk about is pot this and pot that and pot this, which reminds me. Hey, Alexa. Big Sky.
Currently, it's 62 degrees with clear skies. You can expect clear skies.
So basically, the weather is the AccuWeather's raising it because the sun's hitting the thermometer again. Yeah, he called me on the phone. He has my number. That's why I said I should give you my number one of these days, Zoe. Because you can call me when you're free. I don't basically call people. Here's the thing: if I call Higgins, I literally email him and say, "Hey, you up for a phone call?" Yeah, sure. Like the other day, he was complaining about something, so I talked to him on I think it was a Monday, or maybe Tuesday. I don't remember what day it was, and then I think it was Monday, and then Tuesday. He had another gripe, so I called him to check in with him and to comfort him on some stuff, and that was it, there you go. See, there you go. That's why I don't see what I truly, let me put it this way. I don't like the phone either. I'm like you, okay? Literally, Chloe sits there, right? She's like, oh, I need a phone to call apartments. Here you go. If you're leaving, please leave. And then she doesn't leave. And then she's like, oh, thing is I have so much on my plate responsibility-wise, that's the problem, in this world we're living in, I got so many responsibilities. Chloe thinks she's got responsibilities, but Chloe has nothing. Look at the responsibility she has compared to me. With me, I'm the main leaseholder, so everything falls on me. Chloe doesn't give a shit. She's all in lottie land. But I'm trying to help her get mentally well to see how bad she is. So I got to compose a letter, stick it in an envelope. On my birthday, go with her and make sure the intake lady reads it thoroughly on my assessment herself, and then go from there. But at the same time, tell her everything she's done to me and to others, and how she could have landed in jail. Yeah, well, my husband was much funnier too. I should send you on Instagram a couple videos where there's a video where me and him sitting around, this is before I had my face done, and he's sitting there and he's right there on video, I got it on private because, YouTube said it was too risky. But anyways, he grabs my boobs and I'm like, hey, don't touch the merchandise. And he says, with his hanging. I wanted to see what $26,000 felt like on insurance. That's what he said, literally on video. He wanted to see what $26,000 felt like on insurance. Do you have wigs too? Do you wear wigs? The other day I was looking at your picture, right? Chloe came. So wait. Well, let me just ask Chloe. You have wigs? You wear wigs? Because the other day Chloe looked at this picture and Chloe says, "Oh, are they transgendered?" I said, "I don't know. I don't think so." You know. Chloe's like, "Oh, who are they?" And I said, "Oh, Zoe. Oh, they're pretty." But then Chloe's like, "Transgendered or cross dresser?" I said, "I don't know. I don't think so." But then again, I don't judge people either, Chloe, like you do, attacking someone who's 18 and like, "Oh, I heard all the work done. Look at me, I'm hot and cute," and said, "Chloe goes through the throat." Just say they're closeted gay. And the reason for it is I think Chloe's bitter. But at the same time, let's just cut back to the second topic, which is not about Chloe today. This is about the LGBTQ community. You can sit there and say, okay, what about it? Russia, China, North Korea, Iran, all the dictator countries think that if we allow LGBTQ rights in Western civilization will collapse eventually because there's not going to be enough people for breeding. And the ones that want to raise children will probably get re-indoctrinated to be gay. If your parents are gay, lesbians, or whatever they say, that could happen because there's not going to be enough people in the country to support it. Now the blacks, they want abortions because they can't afford children. Whereas Hispanics wouldn't mind basically baby popping as long as they can get as much welfare money as possible. If the government says no welfare money, you're having this abortion and paying for it. The government's also saying, look, you can't have an abortion, but then the women are going to turn around and basically think about not having sex. And then what happens? Men will start raping because they have blue balls. You see where I'm going with this? And that's where the cycle is going to continue because the Republican Party is worried about race. Now, on the gas side of things, and that's a serious issue too, I wouldn't give out my digits. I don't either, but I think you asked in the beginning about phone calling on the phone. I think it was.
I'm going to get him out and then I'll head out. I'll take him out for a little run, pee, and then.
No, well, why do you need wigs? Do you have cancer or something? Or, that's the thing. I don't understand. If you have real natural hair, why would you need a wig? I mean, people look at me and say, really, you could use a wig or something. But my hair is completely gray. I mean, I had a doctor once turn around and tell me, don't dye your hair anymore. Embrace gray. Thing is, I haven't got to found a dye I like. Plus, Chloe's like, my husband used to love me in red. I mean, literally, And then Dinky said, oh, you don't want red, you want blonde. What I would like is red again. I like red. My husband used to say, you know why I want red? Because Aaron used to say, you're feisty with red hair, honey. You're feisty with red hair. Yeah. Anyways, we shouldn't be tying up the topics of Zoe's topics about her wigs. This is some serious stuff here we got to talk about. So the thing is the serious topics is, like I said, one is in other news, the World Health Organization. Oh, and some guy assaulted a GOP guy. He's getting federal charges. The Secret Service found missing text messages on 10 individuals' phones. The World Health Organization is declaring monkeypox something now of an emergency. Monkeypox is on the rise in the LGBTQ community. So basically I wanted to say, the news is interesting, today, but now they want to basically put us in lockdown for monkeypox. This is why I say you got to be careful. And then, the basically people are waiting to see how everything else is going to play out. Yeah. Go on. Shoo. You have to leave. I know this. I'm going to probably leave too then. I want to change out of my jammies. Anyways, you see, soon as we get to the crux of the thing, Zoe leaves. You see? Thing is I also think Zoe should not be on a freaking time frame. It's like her friends are pushing her to get her book done. What's he gonna do if you wait a few weeks or longer? I mean, literally, there's writers out there that have to wait for the government to so you guys don't see my underwear to screen your book before you can even get it out there. I mean, literally, to me, it's like whatever. It just means today's gonna be done easier and faster because of it. So Zoe left. So it's always like back to talking. The topic is the oil, the oil problem, right? The oil problem is pretty bad, okay? Because we're losing oil and everyone's spending oil and spending fast on the oil, we have to think of the future. So I'm looking at hamburger and some breadcrumbs. I think that's it. And I want Chloe to get this place clean. So, because she made a mess yesterday. I mean, literally. She wants to be a cook now, apparently. Oh, you're a cook. But anyways, back to the story. So the electric cars are literally being forced down our throats. But if we revolt and say, fuck you, we're not doing it, the power grid would be fine for another 100 years if everyone decided to take mass transit. So you say, how do we fix this? Simple. There's two ways it's going to be fixed. The electric car problem, okay? They're going to pass a bill reversing things, which they don't usually do. Basically fixing the power grid for future generations, but not putting in power booths for cars. And then they can turn around and say people that have bikes use bikes, people that use trikes, people that use, mass transit from one point to another, like Anacortes Ferry to the downtown Anacortes, use a bus. I mean, literally, that's all you need to do. I mean, people can basically be better fit if they do that than fucking forking out $10,000 for a battery they can't afford for the fucking car. Plain and simple, Plain and simple. The money out there is going down the toilet rapidly and fast. So I got some douche nugget asking me a question. See, look at this. Every freaking time I turn around, I think that Joe Gill guy is harassing me again with a new persona. Where do you live? I mean, literally, some of these people I think are stupid anyways. I mean, literally tells it right there on Instagram where I live. Why can't you just fucking look it up? Do I need to basically put in the come visit my island and be a tourist here and bring monkeypox while you're at it? No. Anyways, I turned my scanner off temporarily to get this video done, but I want to get back to it. But it reminds me, I need to check Ace this morning, Ace Hardware. Told Chloe to use the damn phone because, Chloe's like, oh, I do everything. Really? You do everything for me? You didn't pay your electric bill, the internet bill. Now she's thinking she's going to have to pay money because of some problems. I even told Chloe to take paper towel and clean up Moppy. I mean, his eye is swollen in one thing, How you doing? But he's still a puppy, even with his eyeballs the way he is. So, how you doing, son? You doing okay?
In the day. I got a puppy at the too. Alright, I'm going to head out.
I'm not ready for you to leave. I'm almost ready, but not quite. You get to wait 1 minute or so. All right, fine. So, anyways, like I said, I didn't mean to complain about my electric bills. My internet bill. It's they're raising the rates on that because they got to make money. Because the problem is apparently we're probably going to be paying like $95 shortly per month for our internet. Not because we live on an island, because apparently everyone around us is getting like $70 off their electric or internet. I mean, it went from like 30 to 50 or 50 to 70 or something for the free internet program. So anyone who gets free internet that can't afford internet, they get it free. Anyone who brings in X amount of money like us, we'd get like $30 off. But instead, they said, oh, well, you qualify, but we'd have to go through all this paperwork and all this. And so, I've been paying every month, right? Well, they just said, oh, we're going to raise your rates. Well, then I talked to the internet company, and they said, oh, we have to raise your rates because you're going to be paying for all the freeloaders. Yeah, this is the whole point of the thing. Let me just finish here so I can get Chloe her business. So Chloe can get ready to leave. Just don't use.
I'm listening to you.
Thanks. I'm looking for something actually. Let's see, that's 16. Is that the ones I'm looking for? Maybe? I think so. I'm looking to see. All right. Okay, so I look. This is good. So basically, as you all, I'm talking to my people, not you. She just zones out. So thank you for being patient with me, people. So basically, I was looking for an item that I needed, and I figured one of us is going to have to pay for it anyways. It'll probably be me anyways. Chloe's just, But we need to check the Google Calendar real quick because I need to check on some. Chloe's probably sitting there going, wait, what are you looking for? I'm looking at the date. Today's the 23rd. Chloe's like, I'm going to get back. Yeah, she needs to get back to her chores. But she also knows that I'm barking an order. She basically, she sits there and listens. I mean, I'm the... Did you put moisturizer on?
Yeah,
Is that Swiss stuff?
I bought stuff myself.
So, it's funny. Let me tell you a story, okay? Chloe says, I need moisturizer. So we got like 20 bottles of this moisturizer. That's the best for healing your skin, cracked skin and everything, right? She prefers the hoity-toity stuff. I was showing a picture to...
I didn't realize we had stuff in the bathroom.
Here, I'm shut.
Okay.
You have like 20 bottles under the sink that you bought. And you got more over here too. As well as toilet bowl cleaner and some other stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, the Cure one. Don't thank me. I ordered it for you. So Chloe turns around, and she. The thing is, but that stuff's the best. So today's the 23rd. Payday is 7. Let's see, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 days. 11 till payday. 12, 13, 14. Hold on. 15, 16, 17 days till my birthday. Okay, so I'm ready to bark an order to Chloe. Hopefully one of us can take care of this because, frankly, I don't like doing this because, it is costly. So hopefully we have to decide for the, what did I say payday was? 13 days from payday, or was it 11 days? I think it was 11 days, wasn't it? Anyways, the bottom line is I'm basically, trying to stretch things, and so Chloe's like, all right, I want to go. Well, yeah, so do I. I want a game soon. So, and Zoe's gone anyway, so I can actually smooth sail out. Okay, so 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So 11 days to payday. That's not bad. 11 days. So 2 items I need that Chloe's got to pick me up. She's going to call me first. Because I don't want her going under X amount because of finances, because we're really I'm penny pinching. I mean, literally penny pinching. So I gotta give her the phone, but I want to check this. This is what I was doing before she leaves. Okay. So I'm going to be asking Chloe. And then I'll finish my topic up, and then I'm going to be leaving for the day. But I do need to change my shirt here. Look, you're going to swing by Ace. Son of a bitch.
Yes,
Doesn't
I'm
it?
gonna swing by Ace. Okay, what do you need at Ace?
It's on the screen. See, this is how
Okay.
stupid people are.
Royal battery, AA batteries.
Just look for the block at 36 and call me.
Don't call me stupid or dumb, okay? It's the first time you requested the Ace batteries.
Actually, I've requested them before. You bought Ace batteries. I'll see you when you get back. Thank you. I'm out of camera because I have to get out of my jammies because the jammies are going to start to sweat. And I hate sweating because, well, sweating is not good. And in fact, I gotta have Chloe pick me up dip today too, but Chloe basically spent a lot of money, and doesn't want to admit she's got a spending problem. That's another thing in my letter that I gotta write on. Now, if you want me to continue for a few more minutes, I can, but I request you all to make sure that while I'm disappeared for a minute, by the way, this is the Rita show, so if some of you noobs tuning in, I do weird things, by the way. Like I get up from time to time, I change my shirt, I'm going to need to use the restroom real quick. So that is why I asked if you're going to see me, make sure there's no flies in here, then I want me to continue this, I will, but I got to use the bathroom. Because we're live, and I only do live. I don't like non-live. So if you want to continue, let me know. Otherwise, I'll wrap this up and play my game. Alright. So, a short update for you all. It seems Brother Higgins, Moderator Higgins, is in a rolling brownout or a blackout to the fact that his rolling blackouts or brownouts due to the fact that he has no power. So I had to ask him to keep us updated. So that brings us back to the same topic on the first part of today's topic, which is electric cars. You see, oil runs out. We're going to be forced to electric cars. But there's two ways to do this without bothering anyone. One is you could be one of these panty waste douchebags to go and buy an electric car because you can and want to save the world. Or two, you could be the asshole that wants to drive the diesel-powered, gas-guzzling pickup trucks to tell the government to cram it and shove off. Or three, you could start to sit there and think you need to downsize by fucking walking everywhere or riding a bicycle. I mean, those are your only options. I mean, literally. When the government tries to force everyone to go fully electric for the nationwide federal fleet, and that means if they're going fully electric, that means where's the fully electric airplanes, you see? They say fully electric. There's no play on words here just to make the mail trucks and everything else fully electric and make the planes fuel. I mean, literally, we're still going to run out of fuel because there's places in the world that won't listen to reason, but at the same time, they don't need to listen to reason. I mean, look, God gave us a brain, okay? God gave us a brain, and my brain says that if I was forced to trade up an electric for a diesel, or a diesel for electric, I would say, fuck you. Why? Simple mathematics. One is I'm not paying for the fucking batteries. Two is a fucking pickup truck that's electric cannot fucking tow an Airstream more than 80 miles, fully loaded. Think about it. You guys sit there and you say, oh, and that's the thing. I mean, look, the topic is, if Higgins' old boy's got electric problems today, right? And you guys sit there and say, oh, well, it's not that bad of a deal, right? It is when your electric bill is fucking expensive. And it gets worse. When they tack on all the repair work that they got to do to upgrade the electric grid, it ain't coming out of the government's pocket. It's coming out of your pocket. You, the consumer. And then when they turn around and say to Sister Pee-wee, Brother Higgins, Brother G, or Sister Gigi, and they say, we're sorry, you either pay it or you have no electricity. At that point, I'd rather basically try and go down to the store, buy a bag of ice every day and tell them to fuck off. You can live with a fucking cooler and keep everything cold if you get the right cooler. You don't have to submit to the fucking pantyways government telling you can't have electricity because you got to pay the extra amount. I mean, look at what's going on, okay? Let me tell you what's going on in this fucking world, okay? The truth. You want the fucking truth? I know fucking Maccabee loves the truth. Truth is this. For all of you out there that sit there, right? Well, I like Zoe's answer today, but my cousin's nickname for me, I'm the bloody mocha. She's like, well, you're doing these videos for us all, so if you post your link to your Amazon wish list, you guys can support, if you wish. I don't push it. That's the thing, I don't push it. But the truth is this. You, the taxpayers, either going to pay the electric or you're going to turn it off. And the thing is, you, the consumers, are going to be the ones pass the bill to pay up for all their fucking upgrades. Yeah. So if they go all electric, guess who's paying the fucking upgrades? You, the consumer. And they're going to bleed you to death. So there's no money left. How are you going to handle that when you wake up and you've been bled to death with no money, huh? Have you thought of that? Wake up in the morning, you find out you have no money because you've been bled dry by the fucking government. Then what? You sit there and you say, you need some Wawa or something, son? Yeah. Here you go. Here you go, Junior. His eye's hurting. You want to sit next to me, huh? You're a loyal dog. We're going to get you taken care of Monday, son. I still can't believe your eye's swelling up again. It's okay, baby, here. I know. I worry about you, too. Even though I think you're the bloody moocher, Aunt Tara would say differently right now. treat? Come here. Dogs are innocent. They're so pure, you know. Animals are pure. Unless they want to gore you, then I don't know what to tell you. Okay, let's get back to the topic. I wish Macabre would post a comment, you know. So basically, the story goes that you're going to be paying for all these electric upgrades. Now, you could sit there. I wonder what happened in this ear. Yeah. I guess it's clean as clean can be right now. Oh, well. So, basically, what's happening is this. Okay, the American people are going to be passed on the bill, right? That means they're going to be trying to force it until the Supreme Court. You see, here's the problem with the Democrats, okay? You guys sit there and say, oh, the Democrats are crapheads, right? They are. But at the same time, the Democrats are going to have to do some new tactics. And more likely, the Democrats are going to win the Senate and House. When they do, you're going to see some real shit hit the fan. You're going to see some real shit hit the fan. And that shit is going to be worse. And that shit hit the fan. You know what the problem is? I'll tell you what the problem is. Taxpayers are paying, right? They're literally paying. They're paying for everything. And so the Republicans have a right to basically complain, okay? For one, my cousin Dinky, I'm the bloody mocha. But I do these services for you guys. So if someone wants to donate, that's fine. You know, I don't push it. I asked a question and she blew it out of proportion. So let's get to true brass tacks here, okay? Because my cousin should know that, you know, I do this for you guys, not for me. So basically, they're going to tack on the electric bill to the point where people cannot work. People will not work. They're going to either live in a tent or the entire collapse of the economy due to the fact that no one wants to pay these high exuberant bills. That's the truth of the matter. Matter is the price is going to go through the roof. Basically, Higgins emailed me, right? His battery's at 56%. And he said, and I quote, that you got to think about this is something I want to take into account for you all, okay? So basically, my family, right? I'm the bloody mocha. It's me. Hold on. I got to do this properly. Only one. my other one? What keeps moving my crap around that damn turd head? Anyways, let me find what I'm looking for. It should be on my... No, not on my computer here. Oh, well. I'll just use these temporary. These are my husband's, right? I think these are my husband's. Anyway, look, I'll use them anyways just to be funny. I am the bloody moocher. Hello, everyone. I am the bloody moocher. All right, can we get down to brass tacks? There's real business here. Just trying to lighten the mood, okay? So Higgins says, all right, this is important for all you. Should clean these while I'm at it, but I'll do it later. Hey, what's up? You got your treat, huh? Poor little guy's eyeball swollen up. Yeah, I'm talking about my child, my fur child. So basically, I don't know where Chloe put my other glasses. She always takes things and then hides them and then says, oh, I didn't know you needed it. You never go outside. That's not the point. The point is, it's my freaking stuff. Anyways, I'm not going to go run around looking for it right now. So we should get down to brass tacks and get this business done because we have some serious issues to talk about here. That is real bad issues for us all, okay? So Higgins just emailed me. This is part of our topic today. He is in Michigan. He's got to be conserving his fuel source for phones. You see, as long as you have email, I want to tell you a story. The email goes like this. As long as you have email, then you can email me, right? And you could say, oh, why would I want to email a weirdo? I didn't say you had to email me. I said you can email me. The reason for it is Higgins, my moderator, is right now featuring in his city. I think it's like outside of Ann Arbor or something. I think it's Ann Arbor, something like that. There's a massive power grid problem. Completely blacked out in his counties. There's like 3 counties near him. They're all out of power, apparently. So apparently Higgins' mom, quote unquote, supposedly called the power company and the power company said it's due to contracts. I don't know what's going on, so I'm going to Google it just to be nosy. So, there you go. So apparently there's a strong storm going through Michigan. That's what it's saying. All right. So apparently, the Michigan State there that says right here for power outages, as of state outages is apparently a lot of outages. So I don't know what county Higgs is on, but it is literally out. So it's like 0 to 10% or something, and it's not really deep. It's just saying, but Higgins, they didn't update it, I don't think either. So, anyways, they're updating it on my time zone. So I just had to look because we're talking about power outages now. So apparently, from what I understand, everyone, that it's just stated that the American people are in, at least in Michigan, is literally dealing with a rolling brown or blackouts. Now, I'm going to look over the brownouts. All right, so it says here, just to give you the definition, brownout is an intentional or unintentional drop A blackout is a voltage reduction may disrupt electricity, different types of electric apparatus. Okay, so basically, hold on. Blackout is complete interruption of power given in a series of rolling blackouts are controlled and usually prepared, pre-planned. So if you get a rolling blackout, so basically, well, let's just hypothetically put it this way, okay? There's two options I can see here. One, the government's turning around. All right, so let's just get down to it. So basically, Higgins' old boy is basically, that's why I was looking for uninterrupted power. The thing is on an uninterrupted power supply, you guys can buy, okay? You can run for your services. But say you get a computer backup that powers your computer for 36 hours. Say your power goes out, okay, and you got a backup for your computer. Your computer should not be used during a blackout or brownout due to the fact that even if you have a battery backup, like Higgins says, oh, well, it's pretty good. I'm going to use it. I love Higgins, by the way. He's awesome. He's a great guy. And I love him as a friend and as a sister, not anything more, okay? But Higgins says, oh, my dad says, well, you don't use him. He's a computer programmer. He's like higher up on the epsilon than most people. So dad says, you don't use UPS for that. The thing is, if there's a blackout, the question dad would say is, oh, well, the question is do you have internet access? Well, let's just say a blackout happens. Okay, let's just hypothetically say the entire communication grid goes down, right? For whatever reason, financial collapse or whatever, right? You said people will panic. They will panic. They will sit there. And you know why they're going to panic? I'll tell you why. It's part of the whole electric car grid problem, okay? The grid cannot handle extra cars. Buttigieg says, well, if the operator wants to go, but we need to operate it now. You know what? I would fucking sit there, right? And no one watches my channel because no one gives a shit. Everyone cares for these fucking 900,000 hit people that sit there and lie. The prop now. We're not prop now. Bullshit. You know what? If people listen to me, we'd be fucking out of this. We'd be fucking free and clear, but no one wants to listen to a weirdo like me. But guess what? Here's the fucking truth. If people listen to me and the fucking both parties, we would fucking save this country. First, I'll tell you how we get rid of the electric car thing. We fucking go into the Senate and we basically vote it out. We basically put in people that will vote the fucking thing out. But you know what? We've also basically impeached Buttigieg because he lied. Literally lied on oath. I mean, look, he doesn't want to give the real numbers. 25 times a refrigerator. You can plug 25 refrigerators in just to charge a car. Yeah. I mean, literally, he's a fucking moron. And then, you know what? Some people say, oh, well, how would you fix it? Simple. Tell you what I would do, okay? I would look at the big picture. All right. They fucking sit there and they stab each other and toast each other and roast people. This is why our country went down the toilet. Literally. They sit there and they say, oh, well, thing is, no one's telling the fucking truth. The truth is, the electric bills are going to be on you when it comes to electric cars. And no one wants to tell you, oh, yeah, Joe Bob over there is going to be paying $20,000 for you. I mean, look. If they're, it's rolling blackouts, that means they control your internet. Literally, what are you going to do? The newer generation is too fucking stupid. Hold on. Hello? Yeah.
Okay, so for salad tonight, we got the onion, we got breadcrumbs, we got the seasoning, the eggs we got, gravy mix up to come up, mushrooms, I'll pick those up, cook for the gravy, so gravy mix, mushrooms, I'm going to stop at 8 2 on the way back.
Now, don't forget to call me before you go. Once you get done with the ace, you might want to swing by and get some cherry dip. I just want to make sure I have some on hand. But just keep using the phone. And then I said, check on hamburger. We did you want me to defrost the other chub? There's one chub. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't see you on the floor. Poor little guy. Sorry, little guy. Let me get you a payment for that. You sit there. Here you go. You blame Mama for being blind. Here's that for me walking into you. You don't whimper, but still, I walked into you. I didn't see you. So it's so tiny. It's so tiny. Well, if you find it, let me know. I'm going to take that other hamburger out then that you asked me to get it down. I had a plate last night that went missing. I don't know where the hell it went. It was a yellow plate. I was going to use it for dinner, and then it vanished right in front of me. I don't even know where the hell my thing was. Yeah, well, I wouldn't pay that, would you? I mean, don't they have anything fucking cheaper? Yeah, well, you gotta say it. If it looks good and it doesn't stink, the store. How much is the store package? You gotta weigh. Fine, whatever. Well, we won't do it then. I just asked the logical question: how much is regular store brand hamburger that's not Wagyu? Oregon country is not bad for beef. They got some really good quality beef.
Okay, so this one's 80% lean, and it is almost 2 pounds.
No, you got to make the decision if you want to spend that or wait.
Wait, because we got 2 chubs at home. For Sal. I'm gonna get the mushrooms. Gonna get the what's that gonna get? Mushrooms. Here.
Mushrooms, gravy,
Yeah.
hamburger. Maybe, yeah. Well, you figure it out. I just figure it out as long as we figure out who's paying for it. If you're not paying for it, I'm not paying for it. If you're paying for it, it's fine. If I'm not paying for it and you're not paying for it, then drop it. Let's move on. Yes, I know. So we'll talk about it later. But just remember tomorrow they're open till 4 tomorrow. Okay, well, all right then. Toodles, call me later again. See, son of a bitch here calls me, right? Doesn't want to fucking part with any fucking money. That's the fucking problem. Says we got 2 chubs we can use. Yeah, well, the motherfucker can eat 2 chubs like this. So technically, I was looking for extra backup just in case because, last night's dinner wasn't bad, So, anyways, let's just get down to it. So, Higgins emailed me back saying something to do with rolling brownouts or something. Don't know if you heard, but there was a nuclear power plant near Grand Rapids that was recently decommissioned. That's been in service since 1970s. They're going to hurt the state if it's offline for power generation. Look, if someone decommissioned a nuclear power plant, okay, as Higgins said, in the state of Michigan, they either have to replace the 50-year-old aging power plant or, literally, they're reconditioning it. Look, the problem with nuclear power is the towers crack, you're screwed. The reactor cracks, you're screwed. Everything you do is screwed. So let's see. So apparently 2022, they decommissioned the Palisades nuclear power plant. The Palisades nuclear power plant in West Michigan shut down on Friday, like for the last time. Owner now a defuel outage, which team reused fuel from the reactors. Yeah, so let's talk about that. You, the consumer, not gets, yeah, 50 years. Let me look at this. So there's a map, right? Dude, I want to see the map, okay? So by this map, come on, dude. I want to see. Why the hell didn't they show that? Let's just freaking see if we can zoom in. Okay, so basically, there's two nuclear power plants in Texas, one in California, one in Arizona, one in Washington, Hanford, one in Minnesota, Wisconsin, Iowa's got one, Missouri's got one, Kansas has got, I think, one, Nebraska's got one. Ohio's got three, I think, or Detroit, one of the two. Philadelphia's got one if you go down there. So it's mostly nuclear. The nuclear power grid's not bad. Let me look. That one isn't. Hmm. So basically, sorry about that, people. Basically, what's going on is your electric bill is going to go through the roof, okay? And because of it, Chloe's like, oh, we're going to nuke. She eats it all. I mean, literally. Anyways, let's just get down to brass tack. At least saves me some money, right? So basically, what we're talking about is for you guys today to talk about the future of the government, right? I mean, we got solar, we got coal, and we got oil. But we run out of oil burning. What do we run out? If we run out of oil, what happens then, huh? I mean, think of Sim City, right? Yeah, have you ever played the online version? I gotta get back into that game. That game's pretty fun. I can start small. I should basically try to find a way to screen capture that for you guys. Poor guy. So basically, yeah, I was talking about you, little guy. So basically, I think we cleaned up his eyeball with the thing, Okay, so basically, what I want to say before we log out today is a couple issues. Is all right. So what I'm doing is I'm going to go and open a couple tabs up because I'm curious. There's a website out there that tells you about the cheapest pricing. Yeah. And then what I'm going to do is go down the list. So the electric grid, if you don't have enough power, like they're shutting down aging nuclear power plants, that's going to basically cause us a lot of problems. But because some people use hydroelectric, and then you hear people like Higgins say, "Oh well, did you hear about?" Yes. Did you hear about that? Yes. What do you think? Don't know. So basically, you hear these people and they say, "Oh, did you hear about? Did you hear about?" And I wonder if eBay's got any of those on sale. I haven't checked to see if it's new. Hmm. So basically, if there's power outages in the aging nuclear power plant, then we got to look at the big picture that it could get worse. And that's the thing. That's why I keep telling you guys to prep just in case. You know. You know. Because of this, you got to basically realize, that if they're starting to deactivate the nuclear power plants, then we got to look at the big picture that there's going to be some problems. You know. Hold on. I mean, think of it this way: if they can't get our power grid up and running, right, and then, I think Texas is completely right by saying, the hell with what the U.S. wants to tell us what to do. Due to the fact that look at Texas, their power grid. I mean, they don't want to be bogged down. Everyone wants to drive gas, but if the government stops telling you, cuts it down, look what happens. Yeah. Did Chloe call me again, or yeah? All right. So basically, that's something I want to share with you guys, because of the problems, at hand. There we go. Let me see. I don't like best match. I'm just browsing eBay. We're talking for a minute. Prepping tools. So basically, the problem is you got these people, and they're turning around and they're saying, well, there we go. That the point is the American people need to realize that the power grid is valuable to us, right? Power grid's valuable to us, but at the same time, we can't keep trying to force more power on the people. I mean, look, let's put it this way: my family, I left Dearly, Texas. What if one day they wake up and their electric, they were forced to basically start rebuilding the power grid in Texas for heavy air conditioner use, but also to charge? I mean, think of it. Pete Buttigieg wanted to lie to the fucking Republican senators and say, "Do you know how much this will take to charge a car if you have two cars every night or one car?" He says, "I got the numbers. 25 refrigerators plugged in is what it's going to charge for your car." Think of it. And that's for 12 hours, 12 to 18 hours maybe, depending on how it takes. So, all that juice being used for what? So you got two cars charged, okay? Picture this. You have solar on your roof. You're thinking, okay, I can cut down the thing. But a lot of times when you have solar on your roof, the electric company forces you to plug it into their system to sell the solar to them that you're not using. So you're selling basically a power plant that's, So the thing is I did the math once, okay? Hypothetically, okay? Now my family knows I'm not stupid. Say my cousin and cousin-in-law decide to the chance all odds they get some money, right? Hypothetically, they're let's just say they become wealthy. And they decide to put $3.5 million to $5 million in an investment in their house because they're going to stay there permanently, okay, hypothetically. And all of a sudden, they get solar. Their entire roof is basically solar, right? And they're only going to replace the roof when they need to, but they'll keep the panels up. And when a panel goes, they replace it, right? But each panel is expensive. It's like $5,000 to $6,000. Pee-wee did a math the other day. I think she said it was like $60,000 or something to put solar on her roof, right? But Pee-wee didn't realize if she put solar on her roof, hypothetically, what happens? The electric company goes in and takes the electricity that they want, and they still charge you for the electricity you're using. So basically, what's the point of paying $60,000 for solar panels if the fucking electricity company gets to tap into it and sell it to other people for electricity? You see where I'm going with this? So basically, they think, a lot of people don't have the cash anyways to do that, That's something I want to share with you. No one has the cash to do that, right? Mm-hmm. So you go and you do this, right? Now picture this. Picture this. Picture my family was forced to go get an electric car, an electric pickup truck, right? And all of a sudden, their electricity bill may be 75 times the refrigerators for the 50 times for the truck, 25 times for my cousin Dinky's car. Then they say, oh, well, let's look into a motorhome, right? The motorhome could be 100 to 250 times the refrigerator. So 250 refrigerators plugged in to charge a fucking beefy motorhome. Beefy motorhome. Yeah, they can manufacture trailers, but your engine's going to be overloaded to tow that trailer. Now look, a guy did recently experiment, right, on an electric pickup truck. He had his wife keep his truck at the house while he drove it 80 miles and then pulled into a truck stop to charge the truck overnight. Called his wife and said, bring me my truck. Hooked up the truck to his trailer and kept going. I think it was a fifth wheel, like 40, 50-foot fifth wheel. He went to where he was going with his fifth wheel. But the wife drove the truck back to the place and said, we're done testing it. 80 miles, right? They think that it's okay to drive 80 miles and then plug it into city power to, that would mean the national park systems would have to plug in power ports for everyone, which means the national parks would be charging, instead of, say, 50% off for people on disability with an all-access card. Now you might be paying, raising the rates just to cover the electricity to charge a car because everyone has to have electric, see? So the best course of action, if you don't have to drive, like I don't, rebel. Say, I'm not paying it. I mean, there's people out there that live in the cities, right? The cities, the main big cities, where I tell you to get out of the cities. Part of the prepping thing. And you can go and use the buses. You just hop on a bus and go. And now they might force the buses to go all electric. Then they have to put in the electric grid for the buses, like in Seattle. Then what? Then what happens when you got to pay extra money for that fucking electric thing? They're going to put it on the consumer. Oh, we have to upgrade our buses, so you got to pay. Look at some of the electric trains. You're paying for it. And the fee that for them to put it in. You're paying for it. Not the taxpayers, but you. You see? That's the problem. The problem is you're fucking paying for the fucking electricity. Plain and simple. Plain and simple. So Pete Buttigieg says, well, we have to do this for the country. We can't be behind. Really? Well, let's look at the other fucking country, Pete. Now, I'm not against the man. I don't care if he's gay. What I care is, how can we be ahead of the other countries when we don't have the power grid to support it? And he says, well, they passed it, but really, it would cost us, I did the numbers, it would cost us between 20 and $60 trillion to power up the entire nation, to power up everything from fucking electric cars to electric boats, which we don't even know if there is an engine yet for electric boats. Not to mention the oil grid. The oil they want to conserve. For what reason? Well, I'll tell you why they want us all on electric, and I'll give you the damn reason too. The reason is because they want to use all the oil for the fucking military vehicles. That's the thing. They want to fucking use the oil for the military vehicles. They don't want the Dinkies and the Corys to use it for the fucking pickup truck, which is awesome. No, they want to fucking use it for their tanks, for their helicopters, for their fucking planes. Think of it. If there's 5 trillion gallons of oil, once they get the electric grid completely electrified like they want, what are they coming after next? Think of it. I saw a report the other day. Again, I gotta make a joke because my cousin calls me a bloody moocher, okay? I am the bloody moocher. Truth is, if you take away the abilities, the people to choose what they can drive, you're taking away the ability eventually because they're going to tell you, you got to go electric. Think of it this way, okay? Think of Dinky Corey, okay? I don't know what they have, okay? But hypothetically, right? The government wants to ban wood stoves. They don't want you burning fossil fuels. Wood is a commodity. We need to use it for houses. But we got enough houses already built in this fucking country that we could give every homeless person a free house. Well, we could do it, because it costs money to build. But you get the point, right? Then, on top of the whole fucking big caboodle here, kit and caboodle, or the entire basket, they want to turn around and say you can't have wood stoves in your house or pellet stoves. What does that tell you? You can't burn wood stoves in your house. You could be out in the middle. They don't want you living out in the middle of the sticks in a little log cabin burning wood because wood's it's not good to pollute our atmosphere. If you tell my adopted mother Danielle in Canada, we're sorry, we're making you put in an electric furnace. Why do they want you to have electric furnaces? So they can basically make more money off you. Not only are you charging your phones, charging your cars, charging your switches, charging your, keeping your refrigerators plugged in, all the gizmos you get, but they're turning around and telling you, no, you got to have electric. Now you can say, oh, well, what about a pellet stove? They want to ban pellet stoves too. They want to ban anything with natural gas. Again, Higgins and I were on the phone the other day, right? I had the greatest chat with Higgins the other day. You know what Hig Bob said to me? Hig Bob said, what happens when the government turns around and tells us we have to have all electric, including our stoves? Not natural gas, not propane. Think of it this way. They turn around and they tell you, you have to have all electric, including your stove. And everyone's house is plugged in for natural gas. Natural gas furnace, natural gas furnace, natural gas stove. Then you got to go and gut your house, go through the walls, unplumb the electric, or protect it. Or since there's no natural gas, they just turn it off, right? Then what happens? Your gas lines stay in your house. It could be lead or plastic or whatever gas lines they use, right? Gas pipes. And they turn it off completely. So then you got to go in and spend $15,000 to $30,000 minimum for a technician to come in. Hold on a sec. Chloe's calling me. Damn it. She tried. Hold on a sec. Let me call her back. I'll explain. Hold on.
Okay, so 36 pack of AA Ray-Ban battery.
Yeah.
That's why I have in my hand right now. I'm going to check out.
How much?
It's like 19 something
That's fine. That's fine. Okay, thank you. Bye-bye. Okay. All right, so anyways, what was I saying? So basically, they're going to charge $15,000 to $30,000 for Higgins, who might not have the money, and make a deal with the electric company to go in and electrify by having the electric company come in, rechanges the power box and switches to house an electric stove. Then he's got to go and buy the electric stove. Then he says, okay, I got the electric stove. But they turn around and say, well, you need either a forced air conditioner, an outside big box, where it's air conditioning and heating, like a train, or they're going to force him to buy an electric heater. Or if they can't afford that, they'll send in a technician to drill in some walls and some studs and some pin holders and hold the baseboard heat up. And you can have baseboard. So you either have baseboard heat or you have forced air and heat, air conditioning. Yeah. Think of that. The American people are told this is what you're going to get. And if it isn't you paying for it, it's going to be your grandkids or your kids or grandkids paying for it. Mm-hmm. So what happens? Think about it. You turn around and you got to pay. Turn around and you got to pay. You turn around and you got to pay. That's all you do is you pay. And the government's forcing you to pay. Can't have a wood stove. Can't have a wood stove. Can't have a pellet stove. But you're forced to all electric. Which means they're forcing you to update the electric grid, right? Which means they'll pass some stupid fucking law saying that every state's got to have nuclear power because it's cleaner. But in some cities, like if you go through from Spokane to Portland, in between Spokane and Portland, somewhere on the train lines, going towards Wishram and Benjamin White Salmon and Pasco, somewhere, I think it's past Pasco, there's the river, the Columbia. And along the Columbia, there's a lot, and they're going to be putting in more wind plants. There's winds all over there. So Pete Buttigieg's trying to get two things to happen, right? One, he is the transportation thing, right? But he wants to make the entire nation electrified. That's not meaning just your houses, okay? Your houses, your car charging ports, you will be using, instead of the average of say 800 kilowatts a month, you might be using 2,800 or 3,800, and you're paying for it. Not to mention, you're also going to be paying for them to fucking electrify at your expense the fucking trains, because they say that they want to go and make passenger trains and cargo trains all electric, which means you better have a lot of power in your engines to pull those 200 to 400 car trains, because diesel is going to be going out because they want to phase out diesel. But here's the thing. Not only do they want to force you to have all electric trains and all electric boats and all electric cruise liners, which no one knows if it's possible for cruise liners, right? Because bunker oil is what's used for cruise liners and for cargo ships. But if the world forces them to do the bunker oil out, why? Because the fucking militaries of the world want the fucking oil for themselves. So it's an oil war. It's basically going to be a war about who can be the best country that can do it. But the United States would sit there and say, well, we got this idea that we can do, but it's going to be a strain. So instead of having a fully merchant marine, which is the U.S., not the U.S. merchant marine. The merchant marines in general is merchant marines for all the countries that are part of this deal, right? They would have to retrofit for the navies to run the cargo ships. So say China wants to send us 10 million cargo containers on ships, right, to L.A., hypothetically. You can say, oh, that's not a bad idea. It is if the fucking Chinese government's fucking charging us more for shipping it because the cargo ships are now running all nuclear. Think of it. And where do they got to dispose of those nuclear rods? They usually dig a hole that's like 10 miles deep, hypothetically, I've heard. Concrete it with lead, and then they fill the uranium rods and put a sign on the top. It says, "Do not open for 10,000 years." Hello, Anthony. Welcome, our new subscriber. So think of it. They're not only going to raise your rates on your products because they have to go all nuclear, which the cargo ship, which could cost $500 million to build, is now costing $5 billion to build because they got to put a nuclear reactor in to power it to basically do it, which means the U.S. Merchant Marine goes bye-bye because now the Navy's got to control it. Think of it. And then on top of that, you think the government's going to trust people like us or the world governments? I say trusting the citizens like the Anthonys, who's just joined, to have nuclear power running their cars, nuclear power to run their yachts. And not to mention, has anyone ever thought, the rumor has it a long time ago that rumor has it that somehow the Air Force in the United States built a nuclear powered jet once. But that's probably, if it is true, it's classified. Someone actually came up with that idea in a game called Jungle Strike, where you go into the jungle with a helicopter. There's a runway. You clear everything out and escape. You got to take this plane that's got unlimited bombs, unlimited missiles, and it runs on nuclear power. And it was a SR-71 Blackbird, I think. Or, no, it was the F-170A Nighthawk that was running on nuclear. Is it possible? Possibly, but the Air Force won't tell us. So if the Air Force goes all nuclear for the planes, all nuclear on the aircraft carriers, the only thing the Americans got to make is bombs and missiles. You see where I'm going with this? So they upgrade their bomb factories, which means they could do it. But no one's talking about nuclear-powered planes, okay? And then think of it this way. The airlines would be out of fucking business because people like Cousin Dinky and Cousin Corey couldn't visit me because there's no commercial planes. And what are they going to do? Yeah, Rita, I'm going to come visit you up on the island, right? Let's just say he drives 200 miles in his pickup truck in Texas, and he's still in Texas. 200 miles again. 200 miles, okay? Let's just, I'm going to do a map without telling you where they live, okay? Google Maps. All right? Just want to see how far the distance is from here to where they're at, right? Here we go. There's the town, right? So let's just say directions, right? We're going to reverse it to my home. To, hold on. Hold on. Whoa. All right, let's see. And it's not pulling up. You see, her address isn't. Is All right, so 2,200 miles, okay? 2,200 miles, give or take, right? All right, so 2,200 miles. 200 miles for 20, that's 11 days. They'd be driving 11 days, not including stopping for 11 days to charge. So instead of taking 11 days, let's just say it takes 24 days, right? 3 times 7 is 21 days, right? So let's just double it for resting, right? 11 days, 21 days, 22. Let's just say 3.5 weeks with resting just to charge the fucking car along the way. Yeah, think of it. Meanwhile, they say then when you want to travel by train, it's going to cost you more money due to the fact that they're now making the Amtrak trains all electrified, which means every state's got to be electrified from nationwide to nationwide. Without diesel, which they don't want us to have, they want electric. So that means unless it's reality. We're going to run out of oil quicker. But they don't have the grid to go and power the entire thing. That would mean every American out there, hypothetically, would have to work around the clock for at least 5 to 10 years to electrify this entire country. Because not only you got to electrify the fucking train lines, you got to electrify the fucking ferry ports to plug the ferries in. You got to electrify the cargo ships, the cruise liners, unless you can actually use nuclear power for the cargo ships, between the Navy controls it. And then it goes to that, and then the consumers pay for it. So any way to look at it, look what they're doing. 25 times to fucking charge your car, just the basic car. 25 refrigerators. Yeah, it's fucking ludicrous. Did Chloe call again? Thought I saw something a minute ago. Nope. So it's ludicrous. It is fucking ludicrous. And then he says, well, we have to be on top of it. The other countries are still fucking using, Russia's using it, Iran's using, everyone around is using fucking fossil fuels. They're not worried about this. When it happens, well, guess what? They'll restructure things. But in the meantime, don't worry about these fucking little panty waist things like, oh, well, we need to go electric now by 2030. States are going to be challenged. Here's the thing. If the Republicans can hold the Senate and the House, hypothetically, I'm not saying they can, but we don't know. God can change his mind. Then they could turn around and say, we're not doing this. And then when it does run out, it's like, basically, here's how they're going to play it, the Republicans. Social Security runs out, that's when they're going to finally sit down and make a bill passing it. A new deal that FDR put in place. There's going to be a new deal. Or they'll put everyone on the general fund on SSI. Any way you look at it, it's fine. But at the same time, look at the big picture. Social Security is going to be running out of money. Social Security disability out of money. Social Security retirement out of money. And Social Security survivors. The only one that would not be affected is SSI because it's a general fund. Think of it. And then, guess who gets to pay? Then the government turns around and says, well, to fund Social Security, we're going to need a GST, a goods and service tax, which means Cousin Dinky and Cousin Corey now just got to pay more money for the fucking, for their fucking living, because they're not only paying their property tax, but they're paying their fucking goods and service tax to buy everything. So the state's going to sit there and say, okay, we have a state sales tax. They live in Texas. So we're doing the state sales tax, but then there's the county things. County can charge a certain amount. The city can charge a certain amount, right? So their county charges X amount of taxes. Then if they're still not making even because the consumers are paying the new electric grid and everything else that the U.S. government's trying to force this on, then they could do the one-up card. And you could sit there and say, what's the one-up card, Rita? Trust me. I know this. And this is big. This is big news. They can turn around and say, well, we're not getting money from our taxes from the goods and service tax and sales tax. States are getting sales tax. Then they're going to go and look at that, look up what Oregon and other states are doing, right? Now we got to tax your income tax. They might just say, well, Social Security recipients have to pay 10% of their check to the states because we need it, because we can't support it. And we have to upgrade the roads, and we have to upgrade the power grids, and we have to upgrade the ports, and we have to. So let's say 85% of these states go and do this, right? An income tax. Then they say, oh, this income tax ain't running. We're going to raise the income tax again. So say Texas doesn't have an income tax. Now, Texas has a state sales tax, a goods and service tax, a income tax. They're going to tax the shit out of you because the government sit there. Texas might just say, fuck you. But then again, the thing is they got to pay. The U.S. has to pay. And to pay, they might have to tax people. And that is what they're working towards. Think about it. This is not only just about electrifying it. And remember what I said. The government has got two problems on their hands. Oil, which is a major issue. And what are they going to do with it? Oh, we're going to turn around and we're going to do this. They're going to do what? I just want to say I love all of you, by the way. They're going to tax the shit out of you. They're going to sit there and find any and every way to tax you. Sales tax on your stuff. They can sit there and say, oh, caffeine is basically a narcotic. You're addicted to caffeine. We're going to charge more taxes on your caffeine. Oh, you like tea? We're going to charge you for that. You like your soda? That's got caffeine. Soda tax. Oh, you like your other stuff? We're going to tax you. Oh, you're a red meat eater? We're going to tax you on your red meat. Oh, you're that eating fish is healthy? We're going to tax you on to eat healthier on the fish and the vegetables and the stuff. You see, they're going to find a way to nickel and dime you to fucking death through different means. And you, the consumer, will fucking take it in the ass and say, okay. Plain and simple. The truth hurts. The truth fucking hurts. And that's why, as Macabre said the other day, oh, well, there should be more people watching your channel because, look what happened with stimulus checks. When everyone was flocking to stimulus checks, my channel was running 8 hours a day on stimulus check reviews, running through 6 or 7 tabs, running on everything about stimulus checks throughout the day until we got 3 checks. Then it went away. Now they're extending food stamps. And then people are messaging me every fucking month. Are we getting extended food stamps for August in Washington? I don't know. The only news I'm getting is from the Twitter feed. And right now, the Twitter feed says that pandemic EBT food. Oh, that's for children under 6 for buying lunches and stuff for kids. So the last message they were talking about food stamps was a long time ago, so we just got to wait. When they do come in, it emails me at the update. So, but the thing is, I'm not a mind reader. I can't tell you what I don't know, okay? I don't know what the state's going to do. They might just be cut off. I said they would, but rumor has it Biden extended it 3 to 5 months until the election's over. So they're trying to buy the election by giving you more food stamps so you can stay home. But now the World Health Organization came out and said, oh, monkeypox is in LGBT people, which that's a big news article to talk about too. I mean, I'd like to know how it affects LGBT. I hear it's like sex, Let me see. Can dogs get monkeypox? I'm curious. All right, so basically, you got to look at eye secretions. Monkeypox. Okay, so let me look at the news article about the LGBT because Moppy could have got monkeypox. That's why I came up with it first. So let me look. I just saw it. I saw it, but they took it away, I guess. Let me see. It was something about the World Health Organization. All right, hold on. So basically, it is news. I want to see if I can find it. It said something about doesn't say. So I guess they took that away out of panic. But it did say something about GLBT. Oh, here we go. Is this it? I doubt it, but let's look anyways. It did say something. Oh, okay. He added that while he was declaring monkeypox a public health emergency international, for the moment, this is an outbreak that's concentrated among men Among men who have sex with women who have multiple partners, or women who have sex with women. And then it goes on to say a man who has sex with a trans woman or a trans man who has sex with a woman, monkeypox can be acquired. Symptoms of smallpox. So basically, you got to look at it from that point of view. So there you go. You just got to look at it from that point of view. So anyway, so basically back to the whole oil thing. Basically the government's trying to control things by saying you can't have oil. So it begins, you see. So while you guys have one or two people watching this, I'm going to run to the restroom real quick and then I'll continue. Yeah. Hey, Mom. How you doing? Bobby? Hi. How you doing? Anyways, everyone, it looks like we have one person watching still, so I don't know who it is. Probably whoever. But yeah, basically, the government's trying to force us to, and then on top of all this, right, part of the discussion today about not just about food stamps and anything else, but there's another topic that's very important too, which is that the government is now saying that because everyone who's getting 25 to 50 megabits per download for $30 in the new government plan, the government turned around and said they now want to upgrade from cable for anyone in the area that's remote, from DSL to cable, which a lot of places have DSL or cable, to fiber optic. So they want everyone in rural communities to have fiber optic. Now, each house could cost up to $25,000 to wire in currently for fiber optic, right? But they're thinking that everyone in the country should be having fiber optic. So they want to go from 100 to 500 megabits for people to have fast internet. And this is the government saying we need to give the rural communities 500 megabits to 1,000 eventually, upgrading it. So as long as prices go down, we can give them the fastest internet at your expense. The consumers like me, I pay a load of money for my internet. Apparently I talked to the internet company the other day, right? And the internet company says, yeah, you're paying for the neighbor's internet. You're paying for the neighbor's internet. You're paying for the neighbor's internet. Anyone who's getting that discount, it's free internet or low-cost internet, $30 to $50 off. I, the consumer, am paying for it. Think about it. I, the consumer, am paying for that fucking internet. Dinky's paying for it. Hold on. So basically, Higgins said, nuclear power plant was decommissioned in Michigan. He just emailed, and he said, we just got to wait for all the legal malarkey, zoning legal baloney to go through to replace our aging power plants, which is true. The problem is with replacing the aging nuclear power plants is the fact that, as I just emailed Higgins has got no power, so he won't be here today, is the fact that the American people, like Higgins, is going to be paying through the nose for electricity when they upgrade this nuclear power plant. But at the same time, Higbob doesn't realize that there is some real nuclear power plants. I looked it up for this part of the electric car discussion. That there's nuclear power plants that's between 5 and 20 years over budgeted that hasn't been completed yet for whatever reason. They're over budgeted. So when they get, say, a quote for like $10 billion and then it comes to $30 billion because they got to do this and do that and every law changes and then you got to redo things and then they get that done, new laws change again. They're basically trying to keep up with the laws instead of basically building the power plant. And then again, like I said, the part of this topic is Higgins said, and as Pee Wee said, and probably Dinky would say, is Pete Buttigieg is a jackass. I mean, it takes 25 plugged-in refrigerators to charge a car. Say Higgins is forced to buy an electric car. Higgins goes home one day and they're like, "Oh yeah, Higgins, it's going to cost you $9,900 to put in this plug, and we got to wire in your box for it, right?" Higgins is like, "I don't have the money," but they're forcing him because the government told him to. So he can either sell his house and move into a subsidized apartment where he can walk on the bus, which I think he likes his own house. I would. Or he can go put in that plug. And then he watches his electricity going up because he's got to pay for everyone else's electricity on the grid as well as his own because they're passing it along to the consumers. 2, unless the government turns around and uses this as a fighting chance in the Senate and the House, they've lost. The Republicans have lost because the Democrats think they can ram it through. But the Democrats think that's what's more important than electricity. We'll pass gun control first. We'll pass Roe versus Wade, make the women feel comfortable. We'll pass everything we want once we get rid of the filibuster, and then bam. Every American's going to be forced. No wood stoves. No pellet stoves. Remember, I said to Higgins the other day on the phone that the government is forcing people to switch over to electric. Higgins is like, "Oh, okay." The thing is, I don't think Higgins realized the conversation was that when they do, they're going to force him to go, if he has got natural gas furnace, they're going to force him to electric, like I said, and he's got to pay. They're going to force him to get an electric stove. He's got to pay. They're going to force him to have forced air and air conditioning or a furnace for his heat. Or if he can't afford it, they'll give him the cheap alternative baseboard. But they're going to raise his rates anyways because they're going to force every American out there to repower the grid, which the consumers pay for. Not just me, not just Higgins, but everyone across the board will be paying trillions of dollars. I mean, look, I said it's between 40 and 60 trillion is my numbers. I do numbers. They'll do the entire power grid, not just upgrading from and putting in every area they can. They want to utilize land and put in wind power where they can get wind. They want to put in nuclear power where they think nuclear power. But did you know some states like Oregon is completely banned nuclear power from the state? Washington has one nuclear power plant in the entire state in the middle of central Washington or southern Washington, southern eastern Washington. But you guys can say, "Oh, well, how do I know?" Trust me, I know Washington better than you guys. Higgins, of course, knows Michigan better than me. So they decommissioned a 50-year-old nuclear power plant. Why? Because it's aging. Again, let's go back to the things, not that we have any comments, but I'm going to check the comments anyways, just because, let's see, power is back on, low lucky me. Oh, hello, Higgins. I'm glad you got power. So basically, think of playing SimCity, for example. There's a PC version, right? There's SimCity, SimCity 2000, SimCity 3000, SimCity 4000. If you start in the year 1900, you only have oil plants. And in SimCity 1, oil plants just plop there. They don't talk about using resources. The oil runs. And then in SimCity 1, you got coal. So you got coal in that. And in like 1950 or something, nuclear power is unlocked, and eventually they unlock others. It's like nuclear power. But in SimCity 2000, they unlock after a certain time not just nuclear, but wind, solar, microwave. I think microwave was the last one. And fusion. Yeah. And then also on SimCity, 3,000, same thing. And then 4,000. But the difference is on the new SimCity is if you build a city, people start complaining that their garbage is piling up, right? You could say, oh, well, that's where you buy either a landfill or you buy a factory that burns trash. But as you're building your city up, you don't realize that the natural gas is used to burn your garbage. So guess what happens? It pollutes the air. And then people say, oh, yeah, so then, you got to raise your rates a bit. And some people might be unhappy. And so the thing is if you play SimCity, it's just like in real life. The difference is you, the consumers, are paying, which means less money in your pocket to buy anything because now you got to pay balance out every 5 to 7 years a $10,000 battery, and then the government can turn around and say your car's too old on the roads. Oh, not to mention, remember what I said: the military wants all the oil, but as Higgins and I said, and Chris said the other day, Chris talked to Randy. Randy confirmed it. 7 gallons for a standard tire. Think of those big tractor tires. I think it'd be like 100 gallons per wheel. And if there's 6 wheels on one of those giant John Deere tractors, well, how big it is. I don't remember what model those are, but they're fucking huge. You got to fucking walk up fucking the stair, right? So let's look at these. I want to see these for a second. Okay, so you got utility tractors, specialty tractors, row crop tractors, and then the all big mighty jumbo tractors. And I'm talking the jumbo tractors right here. The jumbo tractors that take 8 wheels. View the 4W jumbo tractors, right? So let's just see here. Every one of these has 8 wheels. 8 fucking wheels. These things are huge. You got to climb up maybe 8 feet up to the top just to get into it. All computerized. So, yeah, 691 horsepower tractor. Now, right there. Cab suspension, specialty scraper, special tractors. Literally, you're looking at a special series 9. Oh, yeah, these are the ones with the treadmills. So you get the treadmill, right? You get these, instead the wheels are with rubber treads, which would probably cost those treads alone, I would guess, about 400 gallons of oil just to make the wheels alone. And so, and then whatever you're paying for it. So, yeah. And destination at 20,000 pounds. It can tow a machine weights almost 60,000 pounds. So you're basically looking at a 30-ton tractor, okay? And they're not cheap. And the government is saying it's going to cost a lot of, Higgins is addicted to shopping, okay? Hey, Ma. Did I hear something? No, you didn't. Okay. Thought I heard something. Hold on. What is it, Ma? Did I hear something? No, you didn't. That's what I heard. Basically, look at the big picture here, okay? The big picture is the government's forcing us to go electric. Now, Higgins already said it best himself on email. Pete Buttigieg's a fucking idiot. Same with Pee Wee. Blatantly, but that's true. Now, I don't mind Pete. I just think he's a moron. Trying to hide the numbers from the people that need to know that it's going to take 25 refrigerators plugged into power to charge a car, which the American people don't have that kind of thing. And remember what I said. Pee Wee said we're going to either roast to death by the heat, we're going to freeze to death because of no heat and the electric bill's so high, or we're going to die of starvation. Or they're going to nickel and dime electric one up triple head where Pee Wee is. But then again, they want to force everyone to be electric. But Pete Buttigieg also said we have to basically be ahead of everyone and be up to our game. How are we going to be up to our game when we can't fucking... other countries aren't using it? That's the thing. In China, most people use fucking bicycles, and at least in China, they fucking ride their bicycles and they can load it on a fucking the train, But no, we're here. It's we're consuming too much, and now they want to put in more computer chips besides the one in Ohio, so we can be the computer chip of the world. Sounds good to me. Problem is, even though we control all the computer chips, what's that going to do for us when we can't? We will run out of oil, and then we're forced. You better be giving better wages to make computer chips in these factories because that's the only way we're going to make it. We're going to get it. I mean, literally, that's the topic, as electric cars, we're not ready for. But at the same time, they want to force us to be ready because we're running out of oil and they know it. And yet, other countries aren't worried about it. They figure, oh, well, we'll get when the oil runs out, we'll just kick the can till then, like Social Security in this country, and then we'll fix it then. And by then, what happens? Remember what I said? Remember what I said in the other day's video? I told this to Higgins on the phone. If the oil runs out, right? Higgins and I have been talking all about big oil. Oil companies go bankrupt. There's no more. The money's now in computer chips. Oil companies go out of business permanently. They can't make natural gas, propane, acetylene. That means welders can't weld. Think of it. Welders are out of jobs. Did you think about that? Specialty welders out of jobs. Blacksmiths, unless they know how to keep the forge going without natural gas or whatever, we're going to go back to coal. We can run coal, but then the government's going to block coal, saying, we need electric, we're going to go all electric. We could basically build an army of fucking big boy 4884 steam locomotives to pull our freight trains across the country, and we'd still be fine. But then again, you'd have some people saying, well, these people died of black lungs, and these people are dying from too much soot. But you know what? The thing is we shouldn't have fucking drained the oil this fast. I mean, the people found the cars to be so convenient. But now look, they're fucking drained it. Then what? I mean, I don't drive, so to me, my main thing is the public transportation is going to be changing. But people don't think about that. They're like, oh, well, the government's got something. Really. The government doesn't have anything in their sleeve. They're just trying to force you to go all electric. But then when it happens, hopefully Chloe comes out here soon. I want to get this done. And said, oh, I'm going to go onto my computer. I'm going to do my underwear. I'm doing my underwear. Well, hopefully she hurries up. I'm not complaining. Basically, we're going to run out of supplies. When it happens, I have a couple examples I want to share with you today. Right. Let me see if I can get my stuff from Chloe. She's taking too long. Right here. Batteries, I am trying to say about it. Well, how much? It's like $1. Give me my phone. I'm gonna check my balance. So I'm under now for my layaway. Great. Hopefully you can add some money for when you go to the bank. I'll add that tab. Oh, good. This is what I was looking for. Okay, so let me share with you what Chloe picked up for me. Okay. All right, so I got the dip. Gotta have this. I've been stretching it. Okay. So we got gravy for tonight. We're on Salisbury steaks again, homemade. That's gonna taste. You got the gravy for it. See? One of the things I purchased. Higgins is probably yum yum. Then homemade Salisbury steaks. Now let's put this here. Then we got mushrooms to go with. We're putting mushrooms on top and onions tonight. Gotta get some more hamburgers soon. Gotta eat that up too, so we're gonna eat up the leftover other hamburger stuff. Alright, then gotta check my balance. And then you're wondering, what is the other purchase? Let me tell you. Hi, Rita. I'm watching the Seattle Mariners game. Oh, good. So I got these. Part of my prepping package. See? Higgins is like, woot. This is the other thing. Look at this. High energy. Look at this. I want to see what Higgins has got to say. See? $20. 36 pack. Payday, I'll buy some more, I think. So 4 times 10 is 40. So that should get me by for till payday, hopefully. We'll be testing it out. Mariners game, huh? How's that? Who's playing the Mariners? I'll go look. I don't want to hit Mark saying anything, you know. So, an update for you, Higgins power went out again. So, that's something you got to think about there. Yeah. I'll take a picture for Higgs, I guess. All right, so let me just. So, you guys want to see a picture? I want to show you a picture. Let me show you this. Houston Astros. Let me show you a picture. Mark, you might find this to be cool. Look at this. Homemade Salisbury steaks. Homemade. Not store-bought, frozen crap. This is the fresh stuff. Yeah. So that is one hell of a meal. And then I just emailed Higgins with my thing. Oh, yeah, man, we're making more tonight. But did you see this, Mark? 36 batteries? I got to ask Chloe a question real quick. Just for prepping purposes. Hey, Chloe. Thanks for getting the batteries. My question is how many boxes do they keep on sure I can run my scanner next month and this month. So I bought this to run my scanner. Yeah, everyone knows I love my scanner. I have it turned off so I can do this video, but you know, Higgins, yeah. So my purchase is yeah. Okay. Okay, so Higgins emailed me something, so apparently there's all these are outages. All right, hold on. Customers contact us, okay. Copy? I just told Higgins to call. He's out of power. His mom's out of power. Apparently, the states he gets his power back, then it goes off again. So is there any news? Do you have a news article area here or something? Let me see. They should have fucking outage center. Here we go. The outage center. Okay. So basically, they're not telling you an estimate. They're not even sharing the estimate. They're just like outage center. Well, where the fuck is? Hold on. All right, I'm sending something to Higgins real quick. So it says here, this is what's going on for Higgins area. Preparing for rolling blackouts that could be imposed in the summer by regional power grid regulators, the federal government, because of energy shortages outside the service areas. Mid-Continent Independent Systems, MISO, is the regional regulator which oversees power grid for all portions of 15 states, including Michigan. Reason warned of possible energy shortages summer during times of peak demand when the weather gets hot, which could result in load sheds. Or rolling blackouts. Loading shed is the deliberate shutdown of electric powers in the part of the power distribution system, generally to prevent the failure of the entire system when the demand strains. Legacy of generating plenty of energy to supply our customers, however, and directing the MISO to load shed will be required to law to follow instructions. Rolling blackouts will be potent potential for these blackouts. However, there's unfortunately nothing within our control to prevent these systems from happening. I'm frustrated despite, yes, a successful strategy and needs our customers to potentially face consequences from the lack of power resources elsewhere. 30 minutes after being notified MISA to begin shedding loads. If load shedding is required, customers expect outage to last 20 minutes or more. We'll issue a general statement out where customers will not receive advance notice of their outage for security reasons. Critical services, hospital, and emergency responders will not be impacted, but everyone else is. It says reduce energy demand, turn off limited air conditioning, defer laundry and cooking until later. Don't change electric vehicles until after dark. Charge electric vehicles. Turn off unneeded lights and electronics, and turn your air conditioning off and roast. See, there you go. I'd love to get Pee Wee's opinion if she was here. Yeah. So, now we wait for Higgins. Higgins, of course, is now with rolling blackouts. Now, I don't know about Mark. Mark, you got rolling blackouts in your area? I want to check something. Hold on a sec. This is very concerning for me. When is this? So we haven't had any power out since June 30th. There you go. And I'm talking about my power grid. So basically, they said 15 states are going to have rolling power outages in the Midwest. I figure you're part of the Midwest, right? So your state would do it. Let me Google it. You're out of Cincinnati, so let me just put in the whole state. All right, so Ohio says they don't have any problems with this. It must not be in Ohio. So, Higgins messaged me, so. So, anyways, we got 3 people. Mark's watching as he's watching the game. We got 2 others watching. Who's watching? Because frankly, this is something you need to talk about for prepping, I guess. But I got to use the restroom first. So let's get on with the next part of our prepping discussion here on the Air Sky Release Show, which is preparing for blackouts. That's right. That's something we need to talk about. Higgins is facing complete rolling blackouts every 30 minutes. He gets power, then they turn off. Then they get it, then they turn it off. Then they get it, they turn it off. The grid's basically, the thing is they're in his state. And 14 other states are also included with his state. So 15 states total is getting rolling blackouts. That is why I keep telling you, if you can afford them, buy batteries. I picked some up today for my scanner, but still, I'm going to be looking to buy more batteries. Point I'm making is look at the big picture. I'll be right back. I'll keep this so Mark comments. I can comment back in the chat. Hey, Chloe, what's going on in Michigan? Rolling blackout in 15 states. People lost power today. I just looked it up. 14 others. It's in the MISO, the Midwest area. Ohio says they're fine. I just checked their website.
What about Ontario, Manitoba?
Probably too. Apparently there's some rolling blackouts everywhere.
No. First Energy in Eastern Ohio that powers up the whole city of Toronto. Ottawa. So Prime Minister Trump gets his power from someplace in Eastern Ohio. Which, if a plane was to crash at the power plant in Eastern Ohio, it would cause a nuclear explosion.
Yeah.
No one's talking about that because instead of finding out where we live in Ohio, they would know this in Ohio Valley. Michigan, what about Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Illinois?
Probably them too, yeah. I mean, literally, there's 15 states. Let me look up the states.
How much of Ohio is unaffected?
All right, so here we go. Arkansas, Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, Kentucky, Louisiana, Michigan, Minnesota, Mississippi, Missouri, Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas, and Wisconsin, as well as the Canadian province of Manitoba. So that's something to talk about. Or Michigan, or Montana.
Want to go to Winnipeg?
No, I don't want to go to Winnipeg.
What power going out?
Yeah, I mean the 15 states is rolling blackouts right now.
20 years ago, this happened. 20 years ago, they had that massive blackout in Toronto, New York City. And I see it in Toronto around power. And that's kind of bad when that happens in New York City. It'll be scrambling to get numbers and
Reprocessed Salisbury steak. I didn't check my files. You gave me my phone, right? Hey.
so the power goes out.
No power. Now I gotta talk about what happens in prepping blackouts. No, we wouldn't be leaving the island if it's a blackout. I said if shit hit the fan, we'd be leaving the island. But if it's a blackout, the command is closed. Look, if the fucking let's put it this way, you little turd nugget. Yes, you are. You're not listening. If shit hit the fan and the entire government collapses, that's what we call shit hit the fan.
Hey,
Otherwise, we're safe and sound, Chloe.
there's some blackout.
Yeah, they'll fix it. Well, actually, the blackouts are government controlled by the U.S. government. Did you know that? You know why, don't you? They're- don't get angry at me. Basically, that's not fair. Huh? That's fine. Better do your chores. I'll get off. I'm gonna finish up because Higgins ain't around. Most of my subscribers are, you know, watching, but there's a couple of issues I need to address, which I should have done a while ago. But I guess this is a good time to talk about power outages. It's time. All right. So, other news I just pulled up for you guys. You ready for this? I saved this for you guys. You're gonna love this. Miso. This is the 15 states that is under blackouts. Arkansas, Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, Kentucky, Louisiana, Michigan, Minnesota, Mississippi, Missouri, Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas, and Wisconsin is all in this one power grid. So if Texas is having brownouts, we'll know from my cousin Dinky. But there you go. That's why Mark doesn't have it. And I said to Hig Bob, what's the power, what's the heat like out there? Now, Higgins, he's trying to conserve his phone. So I had a couple ideas I want to share with you. Something that I should tell you now on the prepping standards, okay? So if those areas are being affected, they black brownouts because of it. They're literally testing the system to see how many people will go insane without electricity. Think of it that way. Supposedly, we're supposed to have a heat wave coming up here. I haven't checked the Weather Channel in a few days. You know. So apparently there's some severe storms happening. Okay, so all right. So what's this? So we go 10-day forecast. I'm just checking. I heard there's this heat wave coming around. There is a warning out where I used to live. I still keep it set to that. So let's see. So the highest we're going to get is 76 on Thursdays. Oh, 79 on Tuesday. So 77 to 79 on Tuesday. And then it drops to back to the 70. So August 6th, it'll be 71. All right, that makes sense. Okay, so I want to know what the hell's going on over here. Excess heat watch. So where we used to live, there's an excess heat watch. Same at the other place. Yeah, it gets that hot that time of year. So Friday, Tuesday to Friday, special weather statement. So another special weather statement for heat across western U.S. Unfortunately, that's Seattle area and all the way. We're on an island, so we're going to be 20 degrees cooler. All right, good question, Mark. Basically, they're going out of power because the federal government runs the power grids. They regulate it. So the government said you're going to, the government said we're going to regulate it because we need to regulate it, right? Plus the fact that they're now saying the power grid's unstable for two reasons, Mark. One, too many people are using too much electricity because they're staying home, they're not working, they're staying home, not getting jobs, and so the grid's being overloaded. Second reason is these are heat hot spots. So between storms and people's air conditioners going constantly, the grid cannot handle everyone's air conditioner being on. So They're literally turning around and telling people that we're regulating your air conditioner. So, for example, Mark Higgins was saying it was too hot there. And with it being hot, they decided, well, our electric grid cannot handle their people's air conditioners. So they're cutting people off pretty much, Mark. Which brings and remember, the government's testing this out, Mark. Remember that. And the prepping rule 101, they're testing out what they can get away with. And if you guys can handle rolling blackouts, you can handle more. But if they keep doing rolling blackouts, Mark, this is part of today's topic. Think of it this way. You're smart, right? You're a smart man. What would happen if there's rolling blackouts in the Midwest? And then they did rolling blackouts with another heat wave in the East Coast. And then eventually it came out to, let's just say 90% of the West Coast got rolling blackouts, right? What would you think? Well, everyone's using their air conditioner, Rita. I'm trying to do the Mark voice. Everyone's doing air conditioning. What if I told you they're trying to do this to say the grid's too overloaded and we need to spend trillions of dollars of your tax dollars, Mark, at higher consumer costs from the electric companies that charge us to upgrade the grid because everyone's being forced to get electric cars. Just remember, the electric car is what they're trying to force right now due to the fact. And by the way, Mark, since you didn't see or hear the video, let me reiterate what happened, okay? A Republican senator, bless his heart, nailed Pete Buttigieg, the gay guy, the transportation secretary, say by 2030, the federal government will be 50% all electric. And he said yes. So by 2035, the government's goal is 100% electricity for all government vehicles, talking about postal trucks and everything else, right? He said yes. But at your expense. You're paying for it. You, the taxpayers, Mark. Then he said, do you know what it costs to charge these? And Pete says, not offhand. He says, we did the numbers. One car to charge in at home, or federal government charging at home, equals, Mark, 25. Pay attention here. 25 refrigerators plugged in. 25 standard refrigerators plugged in. They could have meant the high profile, expensive, top of the line refrigerators too. That takes more power. Then they said if the average household, Mark, owns 2 cars, your electricity just doubled again. Now, if you own 3 cars, it doubles. Then do the math from my point of view, and I'll break it down. So, anyways, let me put it to you this way. Good old Pete is trying to convince everyone we need to go electric because we're the way of the future and we're being passed up by other countries. Now, Mark, think of it this way. How many countries do you know have electric cars? Do you think I should look it up? Maybe 1%? Well, let's look. All right, here we go. After a decade of rapid growth, there's now only 10 million cars worldwide, or 1% of the world cars. 1%. In 2019, 2,200,000 cars. So total is representing so the global car sales in 2020 was 2.5%. So they're saying by 20 yeah. So basically the total overall worldwide by 2022 is currently 1%. One. Oh, here we go. So here's the numbers. The numbers of countries that represent electric cars. 7 million cars, China. So let's just round it up. 8 million cars. Europe, 6 million cars. United States, 2.5 million cars. Germany, 1.4 million cars. California alone, they're basically saying county or region. California is 1.1 million. France, 790,000. UK 750,000. Norway 650,000. Netherlands 391,000. I'm rounding it up to the nearest number easier. Sweden 356,000. Japan 338,000. Canada is 298,000. Total global sales is 17.5. Percentage of cars in the use in 2021 total 1.4. Annual sales 6.7 million worldwide for electric cars. I'm not going to even go there for the rest of the numbers, but you get it right there. So he says, oh, we need to be up there with the rest of the country. No, we don't. Here's the deal, okay? Let me explain it to Mark, okay? U.S. government wants all the fucking oil. Why? Because they need it for their helicopters. They can't make a nuclear-powered helicopter. And if they did, we don't know what would happen if it crashed. It'd probably nuclear 10-mile radius, 10 square mile radius and leave the area radioactive. They need it for their tanks. They need it for their trucks. They need it for their Humvees. They need it for the military, their fighter planes. You see where I'm going with this, Mark? So they force the U.S. government, the U.S. government forces us all to get electric. We can all revolt and say we're not paying. Then let's just say 95% of the people save their fucking money and don't drive because the electric cars can't prove themselves. Did you hear about the experiment, Mark, the other day? The other day, if someone basically had their wife drive their pickup truck down to them, right? You're probably thinking, okay, what's that have to do with the pickup truck? The guy tested out, towing like 50-foot fifth wheel, fully loaded. The truck, even they even said that even if they unloaded the truck at 50 feet and they towed a 45-footer, it'd probably get maybe 20 miles more. So the truck went from his home 80 miles before he had to stop to charge it overnight. 80 miles. You do the math, Mark. Now, if every average car like Tesla supposedly gets 200 miles, if Cousin Dinky and Corey had an electric car, that'd take them 11 days to drive up here. 11 days. Not to mention 11 to 13 days of rest in between to charge the damn thing. So when they got up here, they'd have to spend another week or two to recover and then drive back, which is the same thing. So a total trip, 6 weeks. So how's that going to work, right? So then the government's saying we need to force electric cars. But they're trying to say you could stay in your own state the rest of your life. Because if they electrified the fucking train systems, the passenger trains that go across country, it would take probably 5 to 10 years to put in all the electric cables and the wires. Meanwhile, while they're putting in all the wires and they set everything up to turn it on, they got to now turn around and put in hydroelectric, rebuild the hydroelectric, put in fish ladders, and let's just say they run still. Then they say, oh, hydro is not enough. So they put in more hydro. Meanwhile, they put in wind everywhere they can. Oh, that's not enough. Then they put in solar in places. Oh, that's not enough. Then they turn around and plop in nuclear. Maybe the grid will handle it, right? But with everyone basically doing, then here's the kicker. Right when the power grid is completely solidified, say in 20, 30 years, and they're trying to force us by 8 to 10 to have electric cars, guess what else happens, Mark? The government gets the oil. Then they turn around and say, oh, Mark, by the way, you own a house here. You and your girlfriend or your wife now has to pay to change over from natural gas to all electric stoves. I don't know if you own natural gas. I'm just saying. And then they say, oh, you got to pay 20 to 30,000 to change your furnace out. Then you get that. Then what? Then what happens? You're screwed. You see where I'm going at? The government forces that. No wood stoves, no pellet stoves. You're just playing out of luck, Marky. You see where I'm going with this? So let's get to the brass tacks so I can get out of here because Chloe's got chores to do and I want to finish up here, okay? Game time and I got business to do, personal business, but I'm going to use the restroom again and I want to tell you how to prepare for rolling blackouts in this episode as well because today is a big day. Also, I want to talk about something that's very important for prepping, natural disasters. get it done. Okay, everyone. Mark, I hope I made sense about the rolling blackout. So, you guys are sitting there, right? I hope I made complete sense with you. So you're sitting there, you tuned in, you're like, hey, this Rita lady's pretty good. Mm. Ugh. Again, let me just tell you what's going on, okay? Mark, the four of you tuned in. Let me just say, sorry, I had to answer an email. I got to check my balance real quick. That's what I was doing. But I want to tell you what's going on. What the hell? Okay, so basically, I want to share with you some news, okay? Something great. So basically, another thing about these rolling blackouts that I need to address since Higgins is out of power, okay, and Higgins is a moderator, is what do you do about protecting your electronic devices? Yeah. What you do is you buy yourself surge protectors, plug them in all over so it surges. So the surge zaps through it, triggers the lock, and then your equipment's shutting down the surge protector. So basically, you buy a surge protector, protects you and your electronics. So if the surge protector ever fails, well, the surge protector company pays you for your lost electronics. That's usually how it works. So just remember that. So rolling blackouts, you say to me. All right. So rolling blackouts. Say Saturday, yeah. Tomorrow, Sunday. I talked Teddy Sunday. All right. So we should be good for about 3 or 4 days, 5 days, I hope, before we have more problemos. Chloe said about the mushrooms too. Yeah, I'm under money now. I spent like $50 today. So grocery store is $22. That place was that isn't bad at all for the marketplace. It was the batteries that got me. Okay. All right. So basically, you guys sitting there and you're like, well, what do we do about the rolling blackout, Rita? I'll tell you. First of all, you buy batteries, LED flashlights. Keep them on hand. Keep batteries that can last 10 years. Batteries. See? I'm going to stock more of these, but I use these specifically for my scanner. I love listening to the scanner, so that's why I got these. Second is rolling blackouts. Remember, you want to protect your equipment by using surge protectors. Buy a surge protector, you're good as golden, right? Now you sit there and you say, but Rita, what do I do about the other things? About rolling blackouts? Well, I'll tell you. If you own a house, I'll tell you how to fix that, okay? This is where you got to think, okay? Now, I know Mark's sitting there going, think, what about? I'll tell you in a minute. All right, so 2 things you can do. You can go and buy a cheap generator for about $400 to $500. Now, Pee Wee was saying, "Oh well, I need a generator, Rita, that's like 15 whatever, right? It would cost her like $15,000, I think she said, I think, or at least 2,500. I can't remember. So basically, what you do is you look at these things, right, and you got to make a decision. You sit there and say, "Oh well, I want to make a decision, right?" Let me just put it this way: if you don't basically think about buying yourself a portable inverter generator for your equipment, you're going to basically be screwed. So that's something I want to share with you. So you got to ask yourself, literally, are you willing to, um, you know, be without power, or are you going to be thinking about going with power? I mean, think of it this way: you got to ask yourself, how much are you willing to do it? You gotta ask yourself, how much are you willing to pay? So I just sent Higgins. I'm sending Higgins some notes. Something we need to talk about. You know, and these will help him out as well. So basically, the idea is, okay, you're sitting there saying, "Oh, what?" You can find affordable inverter generators if you're just going to run to charge your phones or your computers, run your computers. And you just gotta. People say, "Oh well, what about?" Look, you have two choices. You can basically be without your computers and everything else, and live in the dark, which a lot of people can do, or you can go and buy yourself an inverter generator or two, stockpile a few of them, and then run them when you are out of power. And you hear about the news saying rolling blackouts. I mean, literally, let me put it this way. You got to think. Now, Mark's sitting there going, well, yeah, I don't get it. You should. Say your mother, Mark, if she's alive, has a CPAP machine and there's rolling blackouts in the middle of the night. How is she going to breathe when she's basically sitting in her bed sleeping? The generator's there to power the PAP machine for 8 hours. Turn it off, and then in the daytime, you use your natural light. If you don't, well, your old mom basically can pass away in the middle of the night because she doesn't have something to do it. That's thing. It's called a medical device. So if you need a medical device, that's what happens. A medical device. And that is something that you got to think about too. If you have a medical device, you might want to keep a generator on hand, clean power, just in case, between 2,000 and 5,000 watt clean inverter technology. And always look at your price range too and make sure you know how much gas it takes. Now, places here, they're like, oh, you can have the generator, you can store it away in a brand new in the box, but you can't use it because you can't store gasoline. So if you're storing gasoline for, I know Higgins, or not Higgins, Mark's chuckling probably, then you can't store gasoline. So technically what you do is you basically drain it till it's completely drained. And then you basically turn around and, I mean, literally what you're dealing with is someone who's, I mean, part of prepping is the prep. And if you sit there and say, oh, well, yeah, and then when it happens, you're screwed. That's why you always keep an inverter generator on hand, which I don't talk about much because if you do, you can store it in your office like just in case. But then again, there's people out there that say, yeah. So I wanted to share that with you all because are you really willing to go without power? You know, or are you willing just to sit there in the dark? I mean, this is the thing. If you have medical problems, you need to think about it. But some of you don't think about it. Some of you just sit there and say, "Oh well, it's not that bad." Might not be bad. What's this? Why is this so cheap? Oh, that's why. That wouldn't power anything. The inverter. I mean, literally, you got to ask yourself, how much are you willing to sacrifice? I mean, literally, you might have power, you might not. But the thing is, it's better to have a backup than just sit around in the dark. I mean, literally. But Same time, people say, well, you don't know what you're talking about prepping wise. Really? Well, let's just talk about the hypothetical, okay? Now, Mark's probably wondering about the hypothetical and the other thing. I think I've gone through enough to realize I've grabbed everything for Higgins idea-wise, power sources. So I'm going to go back to the main discussion, which is what's going to happen with the problems, okay? So basically, even if you have a generator, which is all on hand for CPAP machines and other things and electronics and so the thing is, would you really have a generator to power and charge a phone? Yes, but the question is, unless the phone companies have generators backing up to keep the towers powered, you are going to see phones not working. Remember, eventually the satellites in space that run the phones are going to basically run out of energy or juice, as Higgins says. And when that happens, your phone's dead because they can't send up any more, That's why I just sent you links to ideas as an emergency backup if you're really worried. Look, shit. Higgins, let me put it to you this way. Since sometimes I think things go through one ear and out the other, and you think more about sausages and better cheddars than you do about ideas and stuff, okay? I just did CPAP machines, middle of the night. I just gave Mark an example before he came, okay? I'm kind of getting annoyed, okay? Had a good day, okay? What I said was, if someone has a CPAP machine, and I said this to you, if you get a retro check, I said, look into one or two of those little portable generators. Middle of the night, your power goes out, and you know it went out. You just plug the damn generator in and back, even if the neighbor's complaining about your generator running a little weed whacker engine, unless there's laws on it, and you run it for your CPAP machine. You can get away with it. You can say, I have a CPAP machine, officer. That's why the generator's running. And you make sure you run it. You can also open a window in your garage and run it through your garage. You might not sleep because you heard. Yes, I know. I know what sleep apnea is. My husband had it. My father-in-law has it. So I know exactly what you're saying. But I just made a common sense talk. And you don't understand that I said you buy a generator for emergencies for people with CPAP machines. I mean, look, if you're going to live in a trailer out in the middle of nowhere and you have a CPAP machine, you always if you're boondocking, you always keep a owning generator for propane. You keep a weed whacker generator to run as long as you're out in the middle of the sticks. No one hears it. What do they hear? Oh, yeah, officer, I was about 30 miles that way there. Middle of the night, so I went to investigate 30 miles away. Turns out there's someone with a little weed whacker engine running a generator. When I asked, they said they're powering a CPAP machine. You see, the point I'm making is, and by the way, Mark Higgins, if you're really counting the times, then maybe you should count the other thing. Excuse me for a second. All right, so I want to share with you another idea, okay, another problem. Something that's important. Let's see. Is there one here? Yeah, there is. Okay. So I'm going to try this for right now. Got a couple left. This will be a snack. Okay. While I talk, because I have to keep going. So basically, another thing I want to share with you is, besides the whole CPAP machine and generators, is You guys sit there. So basically, one of the things I want to say to you all, besides what I'm saying, is when you go in, you look at the entire big picture. Big picture, you guys are sitting there saying, oh, well, what does that mean? Is the other problem is you need to prep. There's no reason why you shouldn't. Reason for it? Power goes out. You can lose your food. Do you think Higgins is going to go down and be like, yeah, I'm suing the electric company because all my food expired in my freezer? I mean, think of it. Think of it. And then you need to prep for another reason. The prepping is very important because you got to hear this out. It's not just listening to some crackpot tell you to prep because nuclear war is going to happen. Or the economy is going to collapse. And we got to prep for it. You got to prep just in case. It's not about poop hitting the fan. It's worse than that. And that is why one of the things I want to tell you is you don't prep because of the Republicans are buying everything up because they think the Democrats are going to destroy this country. No. You prep for other reasons. One, you prep in case of a natural disaster. Two, with the strain on the electric grid happening in the Midwest, you got to think and plan now carefully. All you people sit there and you think, oh, well, we're good, yada, 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 and then it hits them. Then they go insane. Think of it. You guys go insane. Think of it. I mean, let's put it this way, okay? Well, let's talk about natural disasters for a minute. Natural disaster, let's say earthquake. It's a major area. What if the towers go down on cell phones? Can you live without a phone? Unless you pay $2,000 for a satellite phone and update the minutes every year, you're going to be screwed. You can sit there and say, well, what about other issues? And I say, well, what about fires? Pee Wee's in a fire zone. They might evacuate her or try to force to evacuate the little sweetie pie. Honey, Pee Wee, the sweetie pie. She's sweet. And she's my sister. What if she refuses? Military can go in and force her to evac. That's what they did in Alaska with my sister. But, thing is, fires. Got prep for fires just in case. Earthquakes, fires. You live in an area of flash floods, you better prepare for those. That's why we call it prepping. Hurricanes, prep for those. People do prep. Tornadoes, again, people prep for those. Prep for any and all natural disasters, including nuclear. I'm going to go over some prepping notes in a minute once I finish the snack. What are they, Higgins? Quick and simple snack. All right. Now, let's get on with it. All right. Dude, I'm for the. All right, here we go. All right. So let me tell you this, okay? Pay attention. So you need to have a basic 3-day emergency kit in case FEMA can't get to you, which the government would probably leave you for 2 or 3 weeks. So I say at least keep 6 months or more of food on hand at all times. The basic kit is 1 gallon of water per day for 3 days. So you need to have at least bottled water on hand. I keep bottled water in the back. I keep water filtrations in the back. I keep everything I need. Food, 3-day supply. I got probably more. Battery powered or hand cranked radio. Scanner picks up no radio. I can pick up ham radio. I got a crank radio. We're good. Flashlight. Got 3 flashlights in the place. First aid kit. We got 4 first aid kits. Extra batteries. Well, right now we got extra batteries coming out our ears and we're getting more. A whistle to signal for help. Got one of those too. A dust mask to help for contaminated air. Moist towelettes, keep those too. Can opener, got that in the drawer. Cell phone with chargers and backup battery. Yeah, so basically, that's something that they want you to have in this day and age. Unfortunately, that's where the generator comes in. And if you can't have a generator, well, make sure you can actually buy extra batteries to, And then they want you to have face masks, prescription medications, non-prescription. Like I said, prepping is this. I got a list right here. I'm going to go over with you guys real quick. I want to share with you all, okay? Can I actually zoom this in? Yeah, okay. So let's just zoom in a little bigger. All right, so about 125% and 150. There we go. First of all, you need your prescription medications and glasses. I got to clean my glasses in a second. So, prescription medications and glasses. I'm going over this entire list with you. Of course, you need to prepare for, So, I got to buy some more Windex next month. So every 6 months we buy a bottle of Windex. That tells you how long Windex lasts. You don't use it. All right. There we go. All right. So let's go down the list real quick. Missed anyone thinking of nuclear booms? New York public announcement saying the inside of a boom goes off, seen on firm. Film of that boom clears the land, everything in sight like a tidal wave. Look, we know this, Higgins. Oh, yeah, okay, Mark. Take care. Look, I'm still not done with our discussion, okay? Mark's leaving because, well, his battery's dead. We know how Mark works. There we go. Glasses are clean again. Let's continue. Prescription medications is first on the list, non-prescription. If you have a baby, instant formula and diapers. Pet food. If you have pet foods, keep water and supplies for your pet in a travel pet bag. We do from Oppie and Ebo. Important family documents such as copies of insurance policies, identification, bank account records, a portable waterproof container. Portable waterproof container. The thing is, you can't basically carry a little safety box that's like this. It's waterproof and fireproof. You're paying like $100 for it, and it basically is like 20 pounds sitting in your backpack anyways. So you just put 20 pounds in there. So unless you really need to take it with you, put it in a safe. Emergency reference materials such as aid book or information right. Sleeping bag or warm blanket for each person. Consider additional bedding if you live in cold weather climates. You see, you got to think about that. Complete change of clothing. Yes, exactly. It depends on where you are at the time. Fire extinguisher, matches in a waterproof container. Feminine supplies, personal hygiene items, and hand sanitizer. Mess kit, paper cups, plates, disposable utensil, paper towels, paper and pencil, books, games, puzzle, and other activities for children. So basically, bring yourself a couple decks of Uno and a couple decks of regular playing cards, and you're good. That will lighten your load in your bag. But you say, oh well, what about the bag? Well, I'll tell you. Hiking internal or external frame bag would be the best bet for carrying all your crap. Emergency is at least 3 days of non-perishable food for several days. Now, if you're staying home and waiting it out, you got plenty of food. Extra cell phone battery or charger. Yeah, well, I'm sorry to say, but even if you have a charger, you might not have power. So think of it that way. That's why I said the generators. Flashlight and extra batteries. Has anyone realized they haven't made a phone lately that runs on AA batteries? First aid kit. Like I said, that's mandatory. Whistle, mandatory. Non-sparking wrench or pliers to turn off utilities. Yeah. Can opener, local maps, and yada, yada, yada. There you go. And anything else you want to add to your kit. Now with me, I'll tell you a couple tools that I use that's really valuable. And that is always carry extra tools. Like for example, you need a bottle opener. This is what I take with me as a bottle opener. In case I want to open up a cold Pepsi or Coke. You could say, oh, well, that's worthless. Well, let me show you another worthless tool that I say saves people's lives. Extra medicines that we need over the counter stuff like anti-diarrhea. This. $40 on Amazon. Higgins is probably going to go buy one. But let me just tell you, 40 to 70, depending. This is 40 last time I checked. Oh, Chloe, I need to get another one. This is the tool. I got to get the toothpicks replaced, the tweezers. But look, basically, I've had this for like 30 years, okay? 30 years. It's got everything you need in it, basically, if you have to flee, okay? It's got your knife. It's got your small knife. It's got your bottle opener, can opener, screwdriver, and your scissors. And your scissors. Scissors are in there too. I just didn't pull them out yet. Right? Swiss Army knife from Switzerland. Right there. And the final tool. All you need. Now, if you sit there and say, oh, well, I'm Higgins. I need something bigger. Swiss Army knife, metal file, wood file, screwdrivers, even the legendary magnifying glass. One of my favorite tools that comes in handy a lot without needing to look for something else. The pliers. Glasses are having problems? Screwdriver. Corkscrew. Everything you need. Right here in this package too for like 70. Depends on what you need it for, but I always keep this with me too. Got tweezers. The pin went missing for writing, but you don't need to worry about this. This has helped me out immensely. So, always keep this as well. Always keep this as well. These 2 items in your kit will save you a lot of trouble. You can use it to gut fish, gut animals, small animals. I wouldn't recommend rabbits because rabbits are too innocent. Right, Boon Boon? So, there you have it. The tools you're going to need. And if you guys want, I can put together for later a kit. A kit, mind you. That will help you out. Oh, by the way, another tool that I keep on hand. Let me see if I can find it for you guys. Is this. I was given this at 10 years old. You sit there and you think you need a large boot knife for everything. You're like, oh yeah, I need a large boot knife for everything. You don't need a large boot knife. Keep your blade clean and sharp like this. That's all you need for most of your everyday cutting of apples, onions, etc. It's made in America. I don't even know if they make these anymore. This is a buck knife. I was given at 10 years old. Guess what? Next month, I'm going to be 40. So think of it that way. This is all the tools you need for survival. Now, if you're worried, you can always have your second person that's carrying carrying the tent with you if you have to bug out to also make sure to take small toolkit. Otherwise, everything you need is just going to be sitting right there. Now, I do think that these are the best little tools in the world. That's why I've kept this. Look at that. Over the years, this thing has just been amazing, I don't even think they make this model anymore. But yeah, this thing has been a blessing by itself, too. Think about it. This tool will be better used to serve you well than to basically not have one. Now, a lot of people say, oh, well, I got the Rambo knife. I'm good. Rambo knife, if you use it, could basically rust really quickly due to the fact that the teeth are hard to clean. Trust me. I know knives really well. So you want something that doesn't rust and you can use it at a quick notice. But most people don't know that. So unless you know where to go to look for certain knives online, you're going to be paying through the nose. Which I'm going to check something real quick on Amazon just to see because, Higgins and I always talk about Amazon, but I know exactly what I'm looking for. All right, so let's just look and see what the current price is for these on Amazon. So, okay, that's not a bad deal, actually. I'm going to look at this. I'm trying to find something that I can't find anymore, I guess. Okay, so I'm looking for something, There we go. Do they have it? Yes, no, they have that. Let me see. They gotta have it here. If they don't have it here, it makes no sense. Nope. Guess they don't have them anymore. What the fuck is wrong with them? Government basically cracking down again? Let me look at this. No, that's not what you want. That's just too small, I think. I'm going to check because I know what I'm looking for. Okay. Maybe that's why I spelled it wrong. Let me look. I know what I'm doing now. There we go. Just go because they got it all over the place. I'm looking for a tool, by the way. Give me a second, everyone. Interesting. Yep. So I guess they don't have it anymore. Okay. Okay. Let me see. Let me look real quick. All right. So let's do this. See about pricing. So this one is sold out. I'm looking for tools, by the way, real quick, for prepping for you guys. So always carry a folding knife if possible. That's something I want to tell you about. This is sold out. Yeah. So apparently they are completely sold out on a lot of tools for prepping purposes. This is why I keep telling you to keep trying to prep. A lot of people say, oh, well, you got to do this. Okay, here we go. So they got this one. You're painting through the nose, though. That'd be a good birthday present for me, but that's just a tool. Everything I'm talking about right now is a tool. All right, here we go. So what I'm looking for is completely here we go. All right, so I'm just checking, cross-checking something. Okay, there you go. Okay. Oh wow. So yeah, the reason you can't find that old tool I was looking for is they discontinued. Apparently, anyone that's interested in a fixed knife, a certain blade type, they're trying to ban X amount for so basically it's like they just continue to do the fact that they don't want you having something that large. you know. So there's 40 items coming to basically here we go. Z to A because I know exactly what I'm looking for. Okay, so let's just oh my god. Here we go. Whoa. Do you see this? Wow. Look at this. Why is it so expensive? Wow. Let's see. Do they have any others? Because, that's the thing. You got to look. Yeah, Bowie's just too much knife, in my opinion. So, what you do for that is I'm looking up tools real quick. Another Bowie. I mean, literally, they're like, yeah. So, the knife industry is literally failing due to the fact that they can't make certain items anymore. So, All right. So, let me just put it in here. Just out of curiosity. Oh, let me look. Does this place sell it? Because I was looking for that. Oh yeah, it is. It's discontinued right there. People say, "Oh, well, it's not discontinued," but looks like it is, dude. So basically, I'm looking. Let's just do it this way through Google. I want to see if you can actually find it somewhere shopping wise, because you got to go through eBay. Due to the fact that the tools are getting harder to get a hold of. So let me see here. One place that sells it. All right. So let me check eBay real quick because you know me, I always check eBay just in case. So basically, we're running on down the clock when it comes to time, but let's see if they're scalping it. Remember what I said on eBay? There's scalpers. Oh, okay. Here we go. Let me look at this. I might just have to look at this. Yep, the scalpers are out in force yet again. They're basically trying to rip the shit off of everyone. I'm getting to the point where I'm tired of these fucking scalpers, right? So And because of it, they're like, oh, yeah, we're going to, they want to scalp it for it. The best course of action is, I want to give you another prepping tip right now that's, going to be kind of interesting. But you go around and you say, oh, well, I want to buy this or I want to buy that, right? So basically what you do is you turn around and you got to ask yourself, okay, you sit there and you think to yourself, right? You sit there and you want to be a badass. And you're like, I'm going to be a badass. I'm going to carry a Bowie knife, right? First of all, walking down the street carrying a Bowie knife is not a good idea, even during a pandemic. You sit there and you say, well, I am an awesome person and no one's going to screw me over. I'm carrying a Bowie knife. Let me put it to you this way. Carrying a Bowie knife would be a good idea, but what are you going to use it for? Usually a Bowie knife's there to freaking gut big animals like moose. You think you're going to freaking sit there and be like, I'm going to look for a moose? No, you're not. First of all, companies are now forcing companies to either raise the rates on knives to about the same cost of a gun, which is expensive as hell, or they're going to discontinue knives next because they don't think a person like you is responsible with a knife. If you can't be responsible with a gun, you can't be responsible for a knife. And to me, I think it's a bunch of bullshit. So you sit there and you think to yourself, right? Let me give you a tip. You sit around, you think, I'm going to buy this, I'm going to buy that, I'm going to get this, I'm going to prep. People can't tell me what I can and can't buy. That's true. That's true. But let me tell you, someone who's poor like me, right? You sit there and be like, oh, well, I'm a real woman and, I'm going to tell you where to stick it. Well, that's fine and dandy too. But here's what I want to tell you how to teach you. I want to teach you a tip, a trick. And that is, when you're buying a knife, for example, you got to ask yourself, how big do you want the blade to be for your prepping? You want a blade that will gut a fish and you can eat it? Or do you want a knife that's not a knife, that's a knife, Hold on a second, I'm looking for something. All right, so I'm almost done looking this stuff up, by the way. There. So I'm just putting stuff in my watch list on eBay. Okay. All right. Well, there you go. So So knives are going up in price because they're discontinuing some of them due to the fact the prices are too high. And when they discontinue them, people want them like crazy because they think that the knife would be perfect. So, you get these nice knives, and you get them. And, the problem is you get them. And you pay through the nose, and because of that, it's very expensive. And you say, oh, well, how come? Let me put it this way. If you have a knife, that's a boot knife like this. You don't need a boot knife like that. What you need is a knife with a blade that's in a sheath that is not large. Is my other knife in here? Or is it somewhere else? No, it's in the safe. Okay. It's in the safe. Okay. So basically what it is you need a knife like this. For hunting purposes, and this is a kitchen knife, but you see, the blade is about this big. You can gut most anything. You just serration your serrated knife, you're fine. An average knife for hunting should be about like this. I keep these blades as sharp as possible. These blades are like 50 years old. My mother believed in French knives. These are went through hell, okay? But you need a knife that's like this. This is like the blade would be somewhat like a flat point, but point is you don't need this would be like a little too much. Filleting a fish too much. What you need is something smaller. Carrying something like a giant boot knife is not going to do, or a Bowie knife. What you're doing is you're walking down, if there's shit hits the fan, you might want to use that for self-defense, but the other person might have a gun. So keep the peace, you carry a gun. And if you don't carry a gun, you're carrying a knife. The thing is you try to avoid confrontations, but you don't want to carry a knife. What do you hunt with a knife? Name it. Rambo? Name it. Why are you carrying a knife like that? Hunting. What do you hunt with the knife? Name it. He claims he's carrying concealed carry for hunting. What do you hunt? Elephant? You don't hunt elephant with a knife. The knife blade would probably break because the elephant skin is too hard. You need at least a 560 to a 770 to drop an elephant. And a 660 is pretty much a 600 to 660 is pretty much a rhino gun. So 700 to 760 nitrous would drop the elephant. The higher the bullet, the more likely it is for, Milo Anthony. Mark left. Higgins is out, and welcome Tony. What was I looking for? I was looking for a knife. Okay, a tool. Fortunately, the states are not banning knives 9 inches, 10 inches, and etc. And if the states are selling them, Mr. Tony, the knives are going to be basically more money. Like the knives I was looking for, $600-$700 because they used to be like $200. Now they're $600 or $700. This tells you what you all need to know, people. The government's trying to control you on your tools. Not only your knife tools, but your freaking guns, your knives. Swords are going up in price. They don't want you walking around with a wakizashi in your coat going, excuse me. I mean, literally, a short short sword, a short katana. They don't want you with a katana or a wakizashi, They don't want you carrying a tanto, so they're basically raising the price there. Excuse me 1 second. So I was looking for knives. So we've covered the generator part. We've covered the generator part. We've covered the knife tool parts. I also recommend you, if you can, if you're staying home, to always keep a toolbox on hand. Always keep a tool chest on hand. And check something out real quick. All right, so I got 3 things to check on. This is right there. Cool. Price is good. I want to see which is which and how come the price is different. Oh, that's the E. Okay, I see why. All right, we're good there. See, I got that and that one. So we got this. That's shipped out of that, and then that's shipped out. See, that's the thing. If you're going to buy something, you might have to buy it through a third party. But the third party's not that bad. So, depends on what you're looking for, too. Yeah. So we got that clear and that clear, 2 out of 1 stone, 1 left. Again, it's a tool. Let me see if that rotates or switches. Okay, yeah. So, okay, and there we go. And then finally, I want to see what the current price is over the years. I don't price. Also, try to get a Leatherman or a multi-tool if you need to carry it with you for whatever reason. There we go. There we go. So that's it's not that bad over the last 30 years when it's $8. That's what you got to do. That one there has got like, what is this? Dude, never seen that one before. But you don't need that one. You need that one. So, yeah. Hmm. Yeah. So, there you go. So that's another tool that you want to always carry with you is that. Another thing that I would highly recommend is, and a lot of people are dumb in the prepping part, is if you don't have one, you're screwed. Higgins is probably sitting there laughing, is a real watch. A physical watch. If your phone goes out and you have no watch, you're screwed. Most people can't even figure out how to fucking the watches. I mean, the other day, someone's looking at a clock, right? I was outside and about, and they're looking at the clock, trying to figure out the numbers and the Roman numerals. I said, oh, it's this time. The lady said, oh, yeah, it is. I said, what? The new generation doesn't even know how to handle a watch? Think of it. There you go. So you got to look at it from that point of view. So, anyways, in 11 minutes or so, if there's no more comments, I would like to book it, leave, and relax the night away because I am getting a little tired of. See, there goes. Higgins finally comments. Oh, got 2 wristwatches. I like pocket watches myself, but for prepping purposes, you always need to have a bug out bag too, people. Not just to basically sit at home. But the other thing is, will something happen? Well, it depends. Let me break it down for you. People say, oh, there's going to be civil war. We're going to attack the country. The government's got tactical nukes. If someone tried to take over the government, they drop the tactical nukes. Or a rogue general would turn around and say, we got the tactical nukes. We're going to use them. The thing is I don't think we're going to have any problem. The nukes are so secure, it ain't funny. Everyone has nukes that have nuclear capabilities for deterrence. Now, as you all know, I'd like to get out of here soon because, like I said, we've tackled everything between brownouts, which is 3 hours ahead. So Higgins shouldn't have any more brownouts today, I don't think. 2 other things, Now, another thing people sit and say to me is, Rita, the razor blades are getting hard to get a hold of now, for shaving. Then buy yourself a cheap electric foil or rotary blade and shave your face or your body hair that way. And if it doesn't work and you spent $20, upgrade to the next model and keep upgrading until you get the right one. Or just spend the buku bucks and buy the new one. There's always a sweet spot somewhere. It just takes time for the sweet spot. I mean, look. Back in the day, people used to carry 9 and 10-inch knives on them for hunting. You don't need that. You need between 5 and 7, if that. If you're carrying a beefalo, maybe. Can't believe $20 is what this cost me for 36 batteries. Now, I could have bought rechargeables, which I'm waiting for to come in, and a charger, but in the meantime, this will work because this is what I wanted. Because Pee Wee said, don't buy a new scanner, buy batteries. So, Pee Wee, if you're watching this, I bought the batteries. Oh, hold on. I got to do it as a joke because everyone knows it again. Hold on. Oh, yeah, I got cleanies, don't I? Okay, I don't know where my other shades went. No, I think Chloe misplaced them again. Anyways, I always keep shades on hand, right? But anyways, I thought it'd be funny. So, again, remember what I said, remember what I said, when it comes to, I gotta find my other pair of shades too. I think Chloe misplaced them. Oh, they might be in my other little box. I'll check my office after the video because I don't mind going out in public. It's too sunny at times. Right now it's cloudy. So, anyways, Higgins said it's like 92 where he's at. Currently, it's 70 degrees where I'm at. So, But anyways, I got to make a joke in a second again. Where since we're talking about things, my birthday's coming up. And, GG made the joke today about me giving you all these prepping ideas and stuff. My birthday's coming up. I'm gonna keep posting my Amazon wish list. Just take it as a joke any way to look at it, because frankly, I'm only here to do the videos. I'm not here to ask for anything, not like these preppers who are lying, by the way. I'd like to talk about that for a second. Higgins and I were talking about that the other day. Yes, I do talk to Higgins. That's what I call Higgins, TJ Higgins. His real name is, in my opinion, it's Higgins. I was talking to Higgins on the phone the other day, Magnum PI type thing, Higgins. And I said to old Higg Bobs, I said, Higgs, yeah, Higgs. Have you noticed that right now the fat is, here we go. Are they clean? I don't know. They're still dirty up here. How the hell do you clean? Okay, I think I got it. All right, ready? Here we go. I'm not the moocher. So one of my moderators sent me for an early birthday present some sheets and pillows. And my cousin Dinky, who's a moderator, through Fit, called me a bloody moocher. I asked, where do I get affordable sheets and stuff? I didn't know Walmart. Well, Walmart out here doesn't ship. So, she shipped it from there. But the main thing is we can't get food shipped for prepping purposes. So I just thought I'd throw that out to the whole thing about the birthday, and the glasses. But anyways, okay. So the truth is, what are you talking about, Higgins? Oh, great. You got it's okay if you tuned in late. I can reiterate if you need something. Higgins, I just got to ask you a dumb question. Oh, hold on. All right. So basically, Higgins had to email me a shopping list of stuff he just bought. Thanks, Higgs. Let me just give you an answer to some of the stuff he bought, okay? He bought a charger for a USB wall charger. Brownouts ain't gonna help you, brothers. Trust me. And right now, if you guys didn't know, Higgins is in one of the 15 states that's having rolling blackouts, by the way. The state's literally the country, Mr. Tony. Let me get you up to speed. Since you're probably new, please hit subscribe if you want. Basically, Higgins is in a city in Michigan or all over in 15 states. They're doing rolling blackouts. The government's issuing the blackouts due to the fact that the air conditioners and everyone's using a heavy use of electricity. Truth is, they're using this as a test to say the power grid can't handle anything. We need to upgrade it now. We need government money, your tax dollars if you're in the United States to cover a new power grid so they can rape you and screw you over financially. Sorry for the word. On you paying as a consumer for plugs for a fucking electric car. Sorry, I swore. If that bothers you, let me know. So basically, they're making it now that the electric grid is too weak and we need to super strengthen. But at the same time, they want to force us all by 2030, Mr. Tony, to literally replace the power grid to cover electric cars. But let me tell you what's going on, Mr. Tony. I hope you can let me call you Mr. Tony. That seems cool. You know, Tony the Mafia hitman. Tony, go find Guido. All right, joking aside, let's talk seriousness here for Tony's sake. So we can get through this, okay, as fast as possible. So, basically, there's a video, Mr. Tony, explaining by Pete Buttigieg being barbecued. Thank God we barbecued his ass. The Republicans did a great job. By 2030, we're going to have 50% of our entire government fleet's going to be electric. He sat there with a smug face. Yes. Then they said by 2035, the entire fleet's going to be electric, right? All government vehicles. Yes. And then he says, do you know the numbers of what it costs or how much electricity takes to charge a car? No, not offhand. I can look it up and get back to you, right? And this guy who's skeptical of electric cars turned around, thank God, that bless that senator's heart, Mr. Tony, turned around and said, one car. The equivalent, Mr. Tony, the 25 refrigerators plugged in, standard refrigerator. Could be the most expensive refrigerator. He says, a household of 2 cars charging 50 refrigerators. Think of that right there. Think of that, Mr. Tony. Your electric bill just went through the fucking roof 10 times over because you got 2 cars. Not to mention, they're trying to force by 2035 that people come up with new, innovative ideas. Okay, picture this. Picture this, Mr. Tony. I don't know your finances, so I'm just going to speculate as a joke here. Okay, just go along with it. Work with me here. You know, you're a millionaire, let's just say, or more money than most people. You go out and you buy a new, innovative motorhome. You want to travel the country on it, right? They say, oh, it'll get you 400 miles to a charge, right? But the charging's 24 hours, right? Let's just say you go and buy it, right? Top of the line, big Prevost bus type motorhome for $6 million, $7 million. Not including you didn't look into what the batteries cost, which standard car batteries $10,000. Let's just say the motorhome battery is $250,000 per battery, right, Mr. Tony? Then what? Then you get it home, you plug it in. Let's just say it's equivalent to 500 refrigerators to charge because of the batteries. There goes your electric bill. And this is what the fucking government wants us to do. Meanwhile, they want to pass bills when they get the Republican House back and the Senate. The Democrats, let me correct it, when they control both again, and they get more seats because no one's passing Roe versus Wade, no one's passing same-sex marriage or interracial marriage or contraceptive or anything else they're passing, they win the Senate. They dissolve the filibuster. First thing on the list, gun control. Then we're going to pass this bill that's going to cost you between $30 and $60 trillion over the next 20 years to pay for your electric grid. But the electric companies can raise the rates to pay back the loans. Meanwhile, we got to support that. So the government wants all the oil as much as possible, like every other military, because they need oil for tanks. You think they're going to be running around in an all-electric tank? Yeah, they could. But how much is the strain of the electric company to power a 60-ton Abrams tank with an electric motor in it? I mean, come on, think about it. Hypothetically, I mean, we'd be powering the grid that would probably be powering if running to one tank, 2,500 refrigerators plugged in. You see where I'm going with this, Mr. Tony? And then on top of that, if everything was electric, including the government's vehicles, they're saying the government fleet. That means Humvees. That means MRAPs, everything electric, right? Here's the kicker. As Higgins and I joked about the other day on the phone and on video here, how many people, Mr. Tony, would be getting on an airplane that wasn't tried, that runs on electric or runs nuclear and the plane crashes? There goes 50-mile radius of square miles nuked because the plane crashed because it was nuclear powered. I mean, it can't be done. So they would cripple the entire airline industry. You can say, oh, well, what about the trains? They want to electrify the trains, cargo trains to do it. But do you think that they have a big enough motor that can suck up the electric from the electric things? The electric, like the electric trains and the electric buses, just to sit there as the train's going, it's powering the engine that tows 400 cars. They could do that. But they need a really tanky electric engine to do that. And they could do it. The technology's there. Think of a train set. You basically got a little motor that's pulling the train around the tracks. But they know exactly what type of motor you need. But then you got a jumbo one. They're going to have to test it out, retest it, and get it working. Meanwhile, they got to have the workers put in all the electrical grid for the entire nation's train systems. Then you say, well, okay, so what happens with the rest? Well, think of it. No planes flying, electric trains. The other option is coal. But do you think, oh, we Democrats, we don't want to burn coal, we can't have coal? Thing is here's the problem with the electric grid. Higgins just said they decommissioned a 50-year-old nuclear power plant. Part of the reason the rolling blackouts is there's not enough power. What else? We could put in coal power plants. We have enough coal to burn for 900 years. That would save a lot of trouble. But, these greenie weenies, they want to basically say coal's too polluted and black lungs. Well, the alternative is electrify everything at the expense of us paying 20 or 30 times our electric bill or more when the time comes. Grandkids and great-grandkids, Mr. Tony, ain't going to be having any money when they go through. Other option, coal. Throw in coal for steamships because steamships can run again. But running current oil reserves, we wouldn't have our shipping mints from China. Why wouldn't we? Because the bunker fuel would be reserved for the military's tanks. Now, if everything went electric, how do we make a fuel-efficient cargo ship and cruise liner? Well, we'd have to have the Navy run the cruise liners and the cargo ships. Each country runs their own because, ding, 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 nuclear power again. But that means the ship would have to cost $20 billion for a cruise liner and have a life expectancy of 50 years with a 25-year stop for a 5-year refueling. So by the time it gets done, it's 55 to 60 years old before they retire the damn thing, or even 75 with extension. Yeah, and copper wire needs oil for the catalyst or the copper wire oil. Copper wire needs oil to help put it together. Wire is not cheap, and oil is a part of the wiring for it. So you need so much oil for the copper wire. You see, so they're spending oil there. So, and then on top of that, Mr. Tony, as we were talking about earlier, every car that's on the road takes 28 gallons of oil for 4 tires, not including those jumbo things that take like 400 to 600 gallons. I think it's like more likely it's like currently it's like 650 to 850 gallons of oil, Mr. Tony, just for those huge John Deere mega tractors that have 8 wheels. I mean, think of it. The wheels alone are what's draining our oil too, that we're running down from 5 trillion down. Clock's ticking. And then people say, oh, well, we're good. Really? What if I told you, Mr. Tony, we also have a problem with the housing market. People aren't going to start buying houses if they know that they're being forced. They can't put pellet stove in their house by law because it's a pollutant in the air. They can't put in a wood stove. Wood stoves can't be done. And then what happens? You're sitting there saying, oh, well, what then? They'll force the government, if you buy a home, will say, oh, this one's natural gas. We're out of gas. You got to change over. It's going to cost you $50,000 for a new furnace. Not to mention it's going to cost you like Higgins said, being natural gas for his stove, it's going to cost him a shit ton of money too. I mean, any way to look at it, everyone's going to be screwed over. So I keep telling people to prep, Like the Mr. Tony, totally agree. How much fucking electric would it cost to charge a plane? That's the thing. That's the true nature, Mr. Tony. I mean, look at it from my point of view. And you just answered it. How do we know a plane can fly from fucking New York to Chicago safely, and then have another plane take you from Chicago to fucking LA, and then from LA to Sydney or Melbourne? By the way, I just want to ask, Mr. Tony, I used to live in Footscray, so greetings. Not that many people know that. You lived there for 5 years, loved it. Australian people have great hospitality. Of course, their milkshakes are something to desire. If you don't request the thick shake, you end up with the milkshake, which is water, basically. It feels like if you're drinking water with a little bit of coldness of ice. But if you ask for a thick shake, they know how to make that too, and their hot dogs are plenty tasty. And by the way, just so Mr. Tony knows, I miss my 4 and 20 fucking pies, mate. Give me my 4 and 20 meat pies, bitch. Sorry, I had to throw that in there. I love those. If you guys don't know what we're talking about, I mean, let me put it to you this way, okay? Let's talk about Australia versus America, all right? In Australia, where I live, Footscray, etc., most of the suburbs of Melbourne, it was natural gas. What if all the gas ran out? The government's going to turn around and say, hey, Mr. Tony, mate, you're going to have to buy electric now. And your electric grid's going to cost more because we got to update it so you can drive around in your electric cars. But Mr. Tony can say, fuck you, I'm going to get on a fucking train, the electric train there. Or, fuck you, mate, I'm going to go ride on the bus. Oh, jolly good, man, I'm going to go take the trolley. I mean, look, Footscray has trolleys right outside of the Footscray train station. You can get on a trolley, you can get on a bus, you get on the electric train. No, you can. I don't remember if they got rid of them, but when I was there, it was 20 cents for a cold Vic Bitter while you're waiting for the train. You can have your beer right there and get on the train. That is where I loved it because it wasn't considered open container. Bottle shops everywhere. I love those Jim Beam, Jack Daniels, and Johnny Walker cola mixtures. I'm telling you, those were badass too, man. See, I know what I'm talking about, okay? They wouldn't, I mean, literally, we're going to run out of oil by 2067. But this is just the numbers coming in from cars, worldwide uses of cars. Or as Mr. Tony calls it, petro. Got to use the petro. I wonder what they call diesel over there. Is diesel still petro? When I was there, I didn't see much diesel anyways. There are diesel pumps. But anyways, enough about that. Mr. Tony, it's good to hear someone from Australia, mate. So, over in Australia, it's different. They have different TV connections. I mean, it must have taken them, 15, 20 years after I left before they actually changed completely over to digital. The U.S. was ramming it down our throats. You're digital. We got to go digital. And then what happens? Slowly, they phased out 1G. Then they gave 2G. Then they phased 2G. Then they went to 3G. Then they thought 3G was too weak. And then they went to 4 LTE and crap. Now, they're trying to force people to 5G. Government's trying to force everyone to do something. I like my fucking shit-ass piece of crap phone. Works, does the job, and I don't need to be tracked. But at the same time, our oil problems in the world is our world problem. We run out, we're literally screwed. But people say, oh, well, not my problem. It is. What happens when you wake up one day like Higgins, and then a week later, Mr. Tony, a week later, his government over in Australia says, hello, Mr. Tony, Mr. Higgins, you guys got to get new stoves because we don't have anything left for that. Then it'll cost Mr. Tony and Mr. Higgins fucking money that they might not have to fucking upgrade their house. So they might just say, fuck it, and sell their house as is and say, anyone who buys it gets fucking, I'm going to make the same price I did before they forced me to fucking put all electric stove and furnace in. You know, I mean, literally, think of Mr. Tony, for example. He might be hurt worse than over here to a point because some people have natural gas furnaces. Some people have natural gas water tanks. Some people have natural gas. Everything. In Australia, if I remember correctly, our home had natural gas water tank, natural gas stove. Everything ran on natural gas. So basically, what would happen is they'd be tapping the gas pipes and making you go getting rid of your natural gas furnace, which we had, your natural gas stove, your natural gas water tank, your natural gas dryer, clothes dryer. Everything natural gas, throw it out. They'll recycle it. They'll get the money from the scrap metal, but what do you get out of it? You got to go replace your entire electrical system in your fucking house for what? Higgins is natural gas. How far are you on Higgs on natural? Are you just your stove, or are you your oven and your furnace and your dryer, bro? Oh yeah, well that's good. Oh, that's fine. Thank you for clarifying it. It's good to know. I like English people, anyways. And England had a lot of problems too back then. I'm a big history buff of England, so let me just tell you it this way: UK, right? In the old days, the UK had a lot of problems. For example, New York and England were almost the same in problems. People were using candlelight. They had candle this and candle that. And then one day, lo and behold, the government said, oh, we're changing over to gas lighting. Well, that's fine. Then people they went from wood stoves to keep their houses warm. And then they were forced from wood stoves, because they want to save trees in America and England, to gas lighting. Okay, hold on. Well, yeah, I believe that. But anyways, let me just say. So then they went to gaslighting, right? Some of the people in the 1900s to 1950s were still using fucking coal for their fires. I mean, has anyone remembered, what was it, 1952 or 53's history lesson about the smog was so bad in England that people, like 14,000 people died due to the fact that they were still using fucking coal? And then there was a coal explosion and all this crap. I mean, look at it. I believe are you saying it's effed up because of the politics, our dear English cousin? Or are you saying it's fucked up because of your Queen of England? I always thought the Queen was interesting, by the way. But anyways, no, I'm not going to say anything negative about her Royal Highness, so. But anyways, the bottom line is all this stuff stands, right? And then when New York started getting that gaslighting, they didn't last that long. Gaslighting went in, and then people, when gaslighting started to phase 20, 30 years later, Mr. Edison invented the light bulb. People had to have it. Then what happened? People were now paying electricians to wire in their homes. By then, a lot of people had already millions of dollars, the wealthy, because the elitists, because of oil and everything else. But eventually and slowly, no one knew how much oil was going to be depleted. They thought oil was unlimited, until recently we found out that it's finite. Like the human mind's finite. We die, but Jesus still is alive. He's infinite. We're finite, right? So oil is finite. I'd throw in the Jesus thing, by the way, as a joke. Finite. So we don't have an unlimited supply of oil unless we wait another 65 billion years. By then, the planet might be gone. But point being, we won't be around. So people think, let's just use up all our oil and then figure out the next move by kicking the can. Like Social Security, for example. Government sits there and says we run out between 2032 and 2037. When that happens, we'll just kick the can and fix it then. Just like if the Republican Party decided to fucking stonewall the electric car deal. Okay, I'm not saying I support the electric car deal. Y'all know I don't. No, I'm not Texican, by the way. I don't say y'all that often. But you all know. Y'all know I don't. So what happens? Government screwing over the people. They get what they want. They dissolve the filibuster, and we get all the shitty laws that we have coming down the pipe. But if they don't, we're good. But the electric cars, what happens is if the government sits there, right? Mitch McConnell The rest of the repubs, they're not going to be around in 2067 when the oil runs out. And they said that numbers were just for cars or for petro fueled cars, not airplanes. Oh, and I do have a thing for Mr. Tony. Something to think about. We were talking about this yesterday and stuff, anyways, before you joined us. Have you noticed your question about the airplanes? Let me give you a little rundown. I don't know if you've ever heard of a fifth wheel travel trailer. That's when it has like a semi truck hook on the back for pickup trucks. A guy tested one out recently. He went from his home 80 miles before he pulled the electric truck into charge. He called his wife to bring him down in his like 2-ton, 3-ton diesel truck, hooked up his diesel truck to it. She took the new truck back home. And that truck towing 50-foot trailer, supposedly 45 to 50-foot trailer, was 80 miles. So think of it this way. How long can an airplane fly on batteries, which, as Higgins said, the batteries aren't allowed because most people can't use their electric wheelchairs due to the fact that the batteries aren't allowed because the batteries cause trouble. So you're allowed small batteries, not big batteries, right? So think of it that way. How long is a plane going to stay in the air on battery power before it has to land to fuel? No one knows. It's like electrifying the entire U.S. grid, for example, or world grid. Let's just say world grid. The world grid's going to need more power. And more power means we got to go electric. And if we go electric, that's one thing. They don't want to contaminate the entire world by replacing it with coal. I mean, literally, there's only a certain amount of options the governments can do. They can go coal, and everyone like our cousins in England can basically go back to coal and burn their coal in their little current coal furnaces like they did in the past. Or we can be all electrified and pay through the fucking nose. Hey, Higgins, you finally learned. I'm proud of you, man. That's what I just fucking said. I said the governments of the world is going to keep the oils for themselves. The oil for themselves. They want to use it for whatever fucking reason, for their tank fuels and the British Centurion 22 tanks. I don't know what numbers they are in the tanks. I'm not familiar with UK tanks, but I remember the UK makes the Centurion, I believe. So the UK Centurion 9 tanks, diesel powered. The UK wants the diesel, but the UK government wants to send Mr. Tony a bill for going electric, which Mr. Tony would probably be between 12 and 15,000 pounds or euros. I don't know what they use anymore over there. I heard they got out of Brexit, so I think it's pounds. So it'd be like 12 to 15,000 pounds for a fucking battery for the car. Yeah. And that's the thing. And by the way, the government wants to fucking screw you over, Higgins, by telling you that you can't use a fucking propane tank anymore. They want to dissolve propane tanks. When the oil literally runs out, everyone's going to be panicked because of price is going to go through the roof on fuel. As it goes down, price is going to go up. And when it goes down, people are going to be panicking. And then the second reason is the government wants it, so they're going to say, oh, no, you can't have pellets. You can't have a pellet stove. You can't have a wood stove. It's polluting our air. Yet they'll let the fucking factories pollute as much as possible because the factories are fucking dicks. The government's going to screw you over, Higgins, when it comes to fucking the electric thing, okay? They're going to make your entire house electric, and you're paying for it. And if your mom's all gas, they're going to make her pay for it unless she passes away first, and then she gets out of paying. But that means that whoever has the house has to pay for it. You see where I'm going with this? Which I forgot to remind you on a couple things too, but I'll have to do that later because your mom might want some advice, or I'll have to give you advice because it's something that I'm helping you with, that little project. Something I forgot to mention. But I can actually tell you about that now. I'll just tell it. So everyone knows by now I help people with try to getting on disability because I'm a helper. So Higgins, of course, is applied. I always joke about retro checks with him. But honestly, I forgot to mention Now, when you're on disability, Higgins, I forgot to tell you, if someone passes away and leaves you an expensive house or cars or money, the government's going to take it off the top. So you don't see that money because they're paying you to survive. They're going to take their cut right off the top. Actually, the government, let me put it to you this way. Let me tell you a story, okay? I want to tell you a fucking story that ain't a pipe dream. So just pipe it for a second. This is serious. This is so serious. You need to listen. In the government, here in America, Mr. Tony probably wants to hear this. They passed the fucking bill that by 2035, everything's got to be electric. The state of Washington passed a bill by 2030 that everything's got to be electric, no gas stations. Everything. Oregon did the same. California did 2035. But unless the fucking people rise up and challenge in court, which they're trying to do, the states will probably say, oh, it's fine. Yeah, because they can get away with it. Think about it. I'm going to share just for poops and giggles today, people. In my wish list, my Amazon wish list, just to share it with you guys. Everyone knows it's a gag. But I'm here to tell you guys the truth. That's all I'm here to do. Pee-wee, or not Pee-wee, there you go. Copy a link. There you go. Let me just send it to you. This is cool stuff anyways. Just to be funny, Just to be funny. There you go. There you go. So, oh, great. What? Hold on. Let me just explain something to you, Mr. Tony. I hope you understand what I said earlier. But I'll get up and explain it once again. In America, a Democratic dipshit was asked just yesterday, do you know the numbers? The Republican was asking this to the Democrat the Secretary of Treasury. Do you know the numbers to charge an electric car, one car? Oh, no, not offhand. I could probably get it for you and get back to you. 25 standard electric refrigerators, Mr. Tony, is what it takes to charge a car battery. Now, picture if you're a family and you're married to two people. That's 50 refrigerators. Not to mention if you own a caravan on wheels, one of those big caravans that you drive like a bus, Mr. Tony, that goes up in price to between 200 and 500 times the refrigerators. My electric bill is fucking massive and going up since. Yeah, they're basically doing this to put the strain on people. There's two reasons why they're doing this. Okay, I'll tell you the reasons. Now, I don't know about UK politics, but over here, they're raising the rates to break the people so they can go back to work. I don't know what your country's like. Is there a lot of people not working over there, Mr. Tony? Last time I heard, the last report I heard about England, and by the way, please laugh if you wish. I'm a big fish and chip fan. Love fish and chips. Even Higgins knows that. They're cutting the portions down where I live. Let me just tell you. I heard there's like all the fish and chip shops might go bust because the fish is coming from Russia and, etc. And by the way, if you think your island's massive on the electric bill, you should go check my island out, dude. Yeah. You can sit there and say, what? Yeah. You should check out my island. I'll throw a link for anyone wondering what the electric bill is. My last bill on my electric bill was $140 for 2 bedrooms. That's with credits. Now that's with the credits. The credits were all depleted in 1 month, and then I had to pay the excess of $140. So technically, I just want to share that with you. So my island is too fucking expensive. Let's just finish what Tony has to say. That's where I live, by the way. There's no way I could pay the electric bill if I had electric cars. Well, yeah, that's what it is. Let me tell you what one of my moderators said. I'm going to read you her email in a second. It's about the electric bill. But that fucked government recons, they're banning diesel and petrol. My bill's $140 US for a 2-bedroom. And it fluctuates. Some months it's $180. And 1 month it was like $400 for just winter time. And this is baseboard heat we're using. We're not using a furnace. Let me see what I'm looking for. Oh yeah, Pee Wee's email. So Pee Wee said that's why the Democrats have to go, or we will not be able to pay our electric bills, not just hers, mine too. Buttigieg, or however you fucking pronounce it, Peter Buttigieg, is a fucking idiot. He does not care about it. He has plenty of fucking money. Yep. This is one of the reasons why our electric bill is tripling or going higher, even quadrupling. People on fixed income, Social Security, etc., will surely starve to death or freeze or cook to death. Meaning, without air conditioning, they're going to cook to death. Without heat, they're going to freeze to death. And if they got to pay the fucking electric bill, as Mr. Tony just said, the fucking electric is going to be fucking paid. So, paid. And if you don't pay the electric bill and you eat, then how are you going to fucking cook? I don't know in England if you're using natural gas for your heating. I don't know where you're cooking. Well, my electric bill varies. Like our electric bill was 140 without credits. We had like 200, 300 credits, 300 thing from the previous month. So technically, the next bill could be like 350. So we're up there too, brother. Trust me, we're up there too. We live on an island. There's only two ways in: ferry or airplane. Mm-hmm. Let me see what that is in the currency converter, just to be nice. Well, I'm curious, anyways, and I'll do mine to brother Tony there. All right, so he's got 240 euros. Apparently, it's euros, so they're using euros. 240 euros to US is approximately $245. My last bill without the credits was 340 US dollars. Let's see, 140, 240, 344. Yeah, about 340. So, no, let's just say it's 340 US. So last month's bill was 340 to the euro. Without the credits, it was 140, but without credits, it was about 330 to 332 euros. So yeah, I'm up there too, brother, living with a 2-bedroom apartment. So I don't know. I have no clue. The fluorescent tube should last another 10 years. The manager, the repairman, the owner of this building, Higgins, asked me, well, when was those last replaced? Those were replaced like 15 years ago. He's got this book with him, right? I said, I replaced them last year. I just changed them out myself. He said, oh. I said, yeah, it cost me $20 for 2 tubes. It works. I'm good. And then he asked me about the globe. I was like, well, charge me for it. I'll buy a new one myself. He hasn't come back for a globe, And then you have other things, Oh, to say, oh yeah, the light bulbs I'm using are like equivalent to 60-watt regular coil light bulbs. I don't mind sharing my financial position either, but it's getting too expensive. I mean, literally, they're raising the rates on everything. I mean, I pay $646 US a month for this apartment. That's not including the $200 to $300 or more per month just for the electric. And by the way, mate, I don't even fucking use a car. I don't drive. Car would cost us more because it's mandatory. You need insurance, and that's where they really get you. And then it's mandatory to pay the $4.39 a gallon for gas if it's gas. Not worth it. We can just walk into town with a shopping cart, pay $140 to fill the shopping cart back with groceries. I use energy efficient light bulbs throughout this house, Higgins, and it's still expensive as fuck. Even Chloe knows the electric bill ain't cheap. Moppy! How many times does he need those eye drops? Because I'm tempted.
Twice a day.
Well, he's rubbing his eyes again.
I'm about to put him on. I'm about to give him an eye drop, so do what you need to.
Sloppy, we're trying to take care. Everyone does it. Oh, and that doesn't mention. Come here. Let me show you guys something. I'm going to show you something from here. Look at this. Look at this. Look at his eye. Look at his eye. His eye's swollen. See that? Monday morning, we got to go to the vet and get him some new eye drops. Look at that. I'll get you a treat for being so gentle with me. Yeah, look at that eye. His eye is fucking swollen right there. That's his eye. His eyeball is freaking swollen. We gotta give him a haircut too. Clean him up. Maybe if we cleaned him up, he, All right, let me get you a treat.
I'm gonna have to give him the haircut for that.
I also did some research. He's not been eating his food lately either, that eye problem. I did find out something that could possibly be it, but it's a hypothetical.
What is that?
Monkeypox. Dogs can get monkeypox too, and if they have monkeypox, one of their eyes swell up, what it said. So always wash your hands if you're handling Moppy right now. And if it is, they want us to quarantine Moppy from us. The problem is now the World Trade Organization is saying lesbians and gays and trannies are getting more monkeypox than anyone else because they're having sex. Thank God I'm not sexually active, being born both. I don't really give a shit.
He's had this eye problem before.
Mm-hmm. So a little, by the way, so some of you asked, my other pet, this is my other pet. Boon, also known as Ebony. Look at him. This is a Dutch dwarf. Hey, bub, how you doing? You got your food in there? Or are you out of food? Let me look. You keep eating your food up faster than I can fill your bowl up. I need to refill your bowl, I guess. Okay, let's get you fed. You little hungry little man. I didn't get a treat yet. Oh, yeah, I got to give you your treat, too. So let me get this.
I don't think Moppy's got a virus. I think it's skin irritation.
Yeah, I think it is, too. Which means it costs us, $80 for the drops and then $80 for the vet bill.
You may have a skin disorder like I have eczema. You might have it.
Yeah, well, whatever it is, if it comes on yearly, I'll have to plan carefully yearly for his treatments.
Robbie, I think you have a skin disorder, pumpkin.
Yeah, but he's 11 years old, so, when he was younger, he never had that.
And if you always come on at a certain
It could be allergies, too. Dogs can get allergies, they say.
Could be. Maybe he's allergic to Boon Boon.
So, yeah, I doubt it. What do you want, Moppy? Beef or bacon?
I've been sneezing awfully a lot since we got.
You want bacon? I've been having bacon. Here, I'll give you 2 pieces of bacon.
It's the kind of fur he has. That's why I have the same thing with cats. That's why when Tara had her cat, I always having skin breakouts. Dogs have different fur. I handle dogs.
I thought you said, Higgins, the only way someone's sexually active and single is if they use the what was it? The 5 Marys? The 5 Marys? Isn't that what you said? The 5 Marys, or was something else? Oh, thank you, Tony. I appreciate that. The 5 Marys, maybe, is it? Or was it something else? I can't remember what he codenamed it, but he said something like the 5 Marys.
Monkeypox is spreading. People should, if they want pleasure, should just stick with masturbating right now. Keep safe. Sex is going to transmit a disease like that.
No, the World Health Organization said it's about more transgender and gays and lesbians and bis are getting monkeypox than anyone else. And if a man has sex, what they said is if a man has sex with a man, and then he goes and has sex with his wife, there's a problem there. Because the man could transmit it to the wife. Because it's like fluids or something. I don't know how it works, but, the secret is just hole up in your house and try not to worry about it,
It's working like STDs. It's like it's acting like an STD.
All right, so let me just explain to Chloe the joke, okay? Higgins has a word for people that can avoid monkeypox, Chloe.
What is it?
Rosie Palm and her 5 sisters.
I never heard Rosie Palm and 5 sisters. Oh, hand. Masturbating.
Rosie Palm and her 5 sisters.
Yeah. Honestly, it's like the only real way I get pleasure is masturbating.
TMI on YouTube, everyone.
Sorry. Look, I've done it for someone else. It isn't.
Now, let me just put it to you this way, okay? Jokingly aside, my cousin Dinky used to say, is the worst thing in the world is the stinky pinky method.
I'm sorry. What I experienced in sex is too much body heat. So you have 2 people with rising body heat.
Well, I think it was Dinky that told me once. It must be not the normal person in the world, but my husband's word was normalcy is the lack of normalcy because, with me, she's like, don't you think about sex? No, I think about video games and music and movies and other things. I don't think about, they claim I'm bipolar, so I can spend 300 hours researching scanners, or 500 hours researching cameras. Or Chloe once asked me, damn it, Rita, you spent 600 hours researching bicycles. Then Chloe went down one.
Times you were in Guild Wars 2 for like a whole more than like.
I was on one day. Basically, every guildie put me to bed because I was playing for 48 hours straight. I mean, literally. But the point is one time Chloe said, "Damn it, Rita." She marched down to the bike shop and says, "I want to buy a trike for Rita." She spent 600 hours researching trikes. Just give me one. I said, okay, 2,500. So Chloe paid it. And, the guy had it delivered, and then Chloe went back a week later and said, damn it, we got a problem. After the trike came, we need a tow. We got to have transport moppy. $500. You order it and we'll set it up for $50. So she paid like $550 and got a trailer for moppy to tow in. And then Chloe says, oh, I could put camping gear in here too.
I'm keeping that stuff on standby in case worst case scenario, we have to use it to get around.
Yeah, and by the way, here's a kicker, right? Has anyone realized with the slowdown in China's merchandise that right now it's the new numbers are 2027? Pay attention here, everyone. 2027, that's 5 years. Before electric batteries will be available for bicycles, tricycles to make it electric. Yeah. And that means electric wheelchairs are also getting harder to get a hold of because the batteries are hard to get and the wheelchairs come from China. If you didn't know.
So we ran out of oils, right?
Well, Chloe's transgender too, so everyone knows that. I'm under the umbrella because I'm intersex, so who cares, dude? It's all cool. Well, he was talking about his daughter or son being transgendered.
If we had if we're all out of oils, right? Went back to horse and carriage. Isn't axle grease from oil?
Yeah, axle grease is made from oil, but you can also modify axle grease to use bacon grease. Unfortunately, the problem with horse and buggy is this. We don't have enough horses in the fucking world to transport everyone, so someone's going to be walking anyway to look at it or using a bicycle.
Someone will probably be trying to train cows to pull it.
If you want to basically use that, if you run out of horses, I can tell you a secondary option for pulling carts. Donkeys and jackasses. When you run out of those, you can buy camels. And if those run out, you can use caribou. And if that runs out, the final straw is yaks and ox.
What about the whole thing of deer? Pulling it.
First of all, I don't think you can domesticate a deer to tow a sleigh or a thing. Now, caribou you can, reindeer you can. A lot of nomadic tribes in Nepal uses reindeers. And, when one dies, they turn it into reindeer sausage.
Or those up north will train dogs to pull sleds. Back to sled dogging it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that means they'll put me on a thing and say mush.
No, you're too old to pull. You're too cute, anyways.
You're too small, Moppy. You aren't the right breed.
Is it male to female, Tony, or female to male? Out of curiosity, female to male is more rare than male to female. Which, I don't know if you heard this, Tony, but this country's getting fucked up too. I'll tell you why. So the other day, Tony, talking about transgender thing for me, the Republicans said they want to ban abortions because the white race is being extinct over here because you got blacks and you got Hispanics trying to take over, right? So what happens? They say we need to ban abortion so we can get our white population better. Then the next day they say we got to ban transgender people that's transgendered and diagnosed at 4 years old from even taking hormones or getting ovaries uterus removed or whatever, because we need them to be biological fucking parents. So they can't live as who they want to be, trapped in the wrong body and change. They got to be told they got to live as a man or a woman because of they need the white race. But here's the kicker. Yesterday, several dictators of the world, dictators like Putin, came out and said, we know how to conquer the Western world. We're going to wait for them to all be transgendered and then they die out because they're not populating their countries anymore. And we'll move in then and take their countries for ourselves because we're going to let the West destroy themselves because they believe in transgenderism. And then Russia turns around and blocks transgendered healthcare and everything else. Same with other dictator countries. So people, the transgender in these countries are fleeing over here. And then the government says, oh, you sorry person, let's just pay for for your sex change. And then the taxpayers pay for it, including they're passing bills now to block people from using bathrooms. If you're transgendered, you can't join in sports. You can't, they're basically trying to block everything. It's like we're going back to the 1950s.
Well, we are going to the 50s.
More likely, we're going back to the 1900s or 1800s where it's horse and buggy.
And some of these people want slavery back.
Can't do it. 14th Amendment's been always protected under Abe Lincoln, so that'll never happen, And besides that, the United Nations says slavery is outlawed. So if countries still do slavery, they get really trouble. So
I think some of those Americans care about it.
No, I don't know about you, but that's why I say if you're in a fucking red state and you're worried about being transgender, gay, lesbian, bi, or African American, fucking pack up and go to a blue state. You'll be protected because the red states are becoming hokey pokey assholes for the most part. I mean, literally, what are they going to do? Ban every fucking woman, man, woman, and child that wants to leave because they need them for birthing purposes? It's all about race, anyways, in this country. And then Mitch McConnell says, they'll all go back to work when we cut off their sources of income like food stamps and free internet, free phone. And yet, another kicker here, Higgins is probably going to be smiling on this one. The FCC that's giving this program that gives you money off your internet to go up to 25 megs, they said they want to now increase it to 100 megs per person, which the internet company says, okay. And then once they get the 100 megs all over rural America, they want to go and move it to 500. And then finally a gig. They think anything higher than the gig can't be accomplished, so a gig. So they didn't say the timeline for a gig, but they're basically working on it. That's a new Democratic plan. You know how many rural Democrats out there say it's a great idea to have 1,000 megs internet? Let me put it.
But yeah, you got rural Republicans thinking it's un-American because they've been told by their people.
You know what it is? I'll tell you what it is. I'll tell you what the fucking truth is. Okay, the truth. You can stream Roku. You can stream Apple TV. You can stream your smart TVs. You can use your laptops. 25 megs is all someone needs. But when you get to 100 megs, that's better. But, we need to give the people the better thing. We need to make our country think. Yeah, but if it's 100 meg cable, basically, if everyone's on the cable network, your internet's slow. And then they wanted to say on the 1 gig download and upload for rural America, fiber optics. Fiber optics costs money. Fiber optics costs about $20,000 or less now. Maybe it's $15,000. It was $20,000 last time I checked in 2010. Our city I used to live in, the entire city was wired for fiber optic. And then the city turned around and wanted it because Microsoft paid. The city wanted to charge us $100 a month. Because that, Microsoft said, fuck you. So they never turned on the last part of the fiber for us to turn it on to run it. But also the fiber cables cost a lot of money too to basically make the oil base to use the wires for it. Think of it that way. Oil base to make wires, like fiber optic wires. Not to mention every aircraft carrier's got probably what? Several thousand miles of fiber optic cable and a carrier. That tells you right there, you know. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And that's just the tip of the fucking iceberg. Not to mention, like I said, they want to force everyone on electric while they keep the oil from themselves. Higgins picked that one up too. Chloe, by the way, Chloe, I got to ask you.
Yeah.
All right. Now, I know you support Pete Buttigieg, but wasn't he just a complete asshole at that hearing? I mean, trying to hide the numbers 25 times for a refrigerator. You know how much electricity 2 cars and 50 refrigerators plugged in?
The politician was just trying to put his point out there. I mean, you gotta weigh in on everything because on.
What I'm asking, Chloe, for the viewers is your true opinion. Give it.
Look, I don't have an opinion on that. I just don't.
So you don't have an opinion if the government turns around and tells your mom she's got to have a pickup truck that can tow a horse trailer 80 miles in one day.
Well, that ain't worse than telling a woman she can't leave the state because she has to reproduce more white babies.
Really? That's how you see it?
Well, look at what Republicans are doing. Trying to push their agenda.
Yeah, but what's the Republicans doing? They're trying to save America so that for the next 40 years, 45 years, they can still use petroleum.
I'm talking about their policy, about how they want to ban abortions, ban interracial marriage, and all about the white race.
Well, let's just say Mitch McConnell and the rest of the Republicans. I don't favor either party. I'm independent. Let's just say that they spewed the crap about white race, which screws them over. That basically tells the American people what needs to be said: race. Then they said we're not allowing transgender people that be diagnosed at 4 years old because we need them for race. We need to, But what if a transgendered child at 4 years old is fucking black? They want them to read black babies. What are they gonna do? White people can't have sex changes. Black and Hispanic can. That would basically go to the Supreme Court and be shot down. So they want to do it for all. But then again, they say by 2037, the African Americans will be taking over as the dominant race. Big deal. Who cares? By 2099 to 2100, it's the Hispanic race. Who gives a shit? But these fucking white dumbasses think so. I say let it be alone.
I think they think that their laws are going to keep whites the most powerful forever.
Look at other countries. Other countries support blacks, no problem,
Well, but the other thing is, all these are your
like
a lot of these European countries have a higher white percentage than we do.
I agree, Higgins. You hear what Higgins said?
What was it?
Pete Buttigieg was saying that saying what he did because he wanted to keep his job. Say the wrong thing and you get kicked out. Exactly. That's what it is. The Democratic agenda is the new Green Deal. Oh, and by the way, food for thought here, everyone. If they're going to ram down that we need electric cars, right? And they're worried more about emissions. They failed to do their duty in Congress and the Senate on one issue. And that issue is the Democrats and the Republicans play kick the can every fucking 2 years to 4 years when it comes up. Social Security's running out of money. What is everyone going to be on? The general fund? They put you on the general fund. What happened? One day Higgins wakes up and his property taxes were doubled.
Do you think people are going to vote more on their rights or more on keeping gas cars?
Their rights right now. That's what they're playing on. But the gas cars, Here's the kicker, okay? Here's how stupid the American people are, okay? Supreme Court says let the states decide abortions, right? Then the Democrats came out and said your interracial marriage and your interracial marriage and your same-sex marriages are on the block. Now the Democrats passed everything that they said they would in the House. Even the joint Republicans in the House passed it, but the Senate won't budge. So the Senate's the problem. So what happens if the Senate flips? They dissolve the filibuster and they get everything passed they want to. Then the women say, oh, well, we got our rights restored. We can have sex now. But at the same time, the men lose their guns. The men won't like that. Then the women will sit there and say, well, it was a trade-off. Our rights, guns are electric cars. We gave up the electric cars and guns for the fucking rights because our rights are more important to be free.
Oh, like my mom and stepdad, they'll probably
Leave those with some with me.
Okay, yes, I understand. But yeah, my mom votes more on having her rights as a woman. Stepdad vote on his rights to keep his guns. Yeah, he always votes because he doesn't care if he votes for an authoritarian dictator as long as because he always will vote thinking about his guns. And farm too. Well, dictators seem to get.
I'd like to make say something about Chloe.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna get a bowl. Let me give you an example of something else that's scary, people. It goes like this, okay? Chloe sits there and says, yeah, my stepdad wants an authoritative person. Well, let me put it this way, okay? People that vote for just their guns, right? I'm not saying they're dipshits, but they are dipshits, okay? There's a fact here. Look at the Weimar Republic. People believed in voting for authoritarian dictators. Look, you know what happened with Weimar Republic? First thing they did when they got a dictator in, all the guns were taken away. Think of it. Other countries did the same. Do you see Russia with guns? Citizens? No, it's against the law. China, against the law. North Korea, against the law. Iran, any country with dictatorship. Then, what do? I'll tell you. They turned around and started breeding every other Western country to be communist. Slowly making it so more rights and more rights for everyone around. Giving freebies and handouts with the working class, like Mr. Tony in England's got to pay through the fucking nose. Everyone else? Oh, well. When everything's been given to everyone, and if you think of it, Biden came out today, the other day. If we control the Senate, we will pass AR-15 bans. It's only the Republicans can hold on to right now. I think the Republicans are standing around trying to use the recession card. Where's the recession? As Higgins said, we're still waiting for it. Where's the so-called World War III? Chloe, remember that video we watched? We both laughed just out of thing with Canadian prepper? Mm-hmm. 6 days after July 4th, World War III, nuclear war.
I don't even think... we're not in that war, and I don't think Canada is.
Let me put it this way. Chloe made the joke. Like a week later, she said what Higgins said. I'm still waiting for that nuke bomb to go off. Mm-hmm. They want to use the recession card, but gas went down. Grocery prices went down. I remember 2 months ago, I was complaining to Chloe. Like today, I said, I looked at Chloe. I said, Chloe, how much was the groceries? Oh, it was like $7. $1.09 for gravy packs. Went down to $1.09. Don't read there how good it is. Mushrooms are like $1.99 a box. It used to be like $4.99 for mushrooms. You do the fucking math.
Yeah, price is going down.
Should ask Chloe to go look at mayonnaise one of these days, see if they lowered that from $13 down
I've
to.
been seeing some prices that I haven't seen since the pandemic broke out.
See?
Means we're going
Backwards.
We're going back to the to normalcy on that. The stores are.
Now, a lot of people say the Democrats are doing this to win the election. Could be, but you know what? We'll see after the election prices stay. That's the kicker. I don't know what it is with Mr. Tony's country, but here they're lowering prices.
So voters will vote for someone who promises to protect their guns, only to take their guns from them.
Bravo! She finally got it.
They vote for a dictator because out of fear, and then realize they made a mistake when it's too late.
There you go. Bravo.
Then they're stuck under ground places trying to form a resistance.
Yep. You see? And by then.
And most resistance leaders won't let them join because, well, you voted for this person. We don't want anything to do with you.
Yep.
Like, you'll see LGBT people of color, a lot of women who will not let white men join them because they're like, well, you voted for a problem. We don't want you in here.
You see, the only thing the Republicans can hold on to for this election cycle so far is two things. The new Green Deal and guns. That's it. And the Republicans realizing there's another problem they have now. Democratic congressional people like AOC was arrested on their permanent record as a congressperson fighting for abortion rights. That just gave the Democrats another brownie point where the Republicans wouldn't budge. And you know what? It's not going to hurt the congressional people's chances. They're not going to go to jail. They're not going to go to court.
Or if Trump announces he's going to run in 2024, that'll sink the GOP more.
GOP already, Mitch McConnell already said if Donald Trump runs, they're going to be running someone against him. Because they would make sure that he would sink. That's the thing.
If DeSantis doesn't want to run, who are they going to have? Lindsey Graham? They should run himself? Oh,
America's too old. No one wants him.
I'm going to run against Donald. You're going to be nominated, Donald. It's my time.
People would vote for freaking Donald over Mitch any day of the week. Everyone knows that. Yeah, the Republican Party's fractured because of their racist comments. Talking about racist comments, we're talking about what they want to do to transgender people, gays, lesbians, etc. I mean, literally, but they don't take into account that blacks can make more babies than freaking whites. Oh, and by the way, they don't mind prosecuting a doctor that gave a 10-year-old abortion because she was raped. They were more worried about the child than they were about the girl at 10 years old.
Yeah, because they don't care if that girl was robbed of her childhood and adolescent years. They're like, well, what about the unborn baby? Where's their childhood? Where's the... Yeah. You'll say that until they're born, and they're like, oh, who cares about a living child? You know, obsessed... These white men are obsessed with fetuses.
Well, there's more than that. I'll tell you why they were attacking the 10-year-old. And and this is a fucking bloody truth. Bloody truth is this. You don't care if the kid loses his childhood. You know why? They give the kid 8 years of welfare and then tell the fucking bitch to go to work at 18. Support her kid. We supported him long enough. Kid gets to grow up in a poor family. Maybe the kid will go to school one day at Yale and become a lawyer and then have their own family. Well, dear old daddy spent 7 to 10 years in prison, and then daddy gets to have rights to see his kid. So the prisoner who raped the girl gets it. So
all those babies forced to be born will be in so much poor conditions they might vote against the GOP, saying "F you, you don't take care of us, you force us to exist in a shitty world like this. But we're gonna prevent existence where we're gonna try and make it better. Vote you fuckers out."
You see?
And then
Even the women in this country know that could happen.
and every
People.
state that bans the abortions and bans fundamental rights, their economy is going to sink, and the blue states are going to get more and more.
Remember what I said in a video recently, people. Big business was supporting the Republicans, but now they're supporting the Democrats because they're losing money on abortions. They're losing money on contraceptive. For them, contraceptive and abortions are money. They're losing money on making a little boy into a little girl. For them, it's about money. The Republicans, they think they can get mom and pop shops to back them.
The big store companies like Walmart sell hormones, contraceptives.
Yeah.
You think they're going to take them off their shelves? They'll be like, F you, we're still selling them, it's money.
Yeah. And they'll basically put all their money in the Democrats, knowing they think the Democrats will pass the bills they want, and they win anyway. That's what big business does.
See, big businesses these days are making money off of fundamental rights, equality, diversity. That's why businesses are coming around to it and accepting it because it's money. They're making more money off of diversity than they are with bigotry.
And then the grocery stores also are fighting for another reason. And that is, so if they do segregation, they lose more money.
Mm-hmm. They got a lot of black customers, and they're told they can't let black people in because of the color of skin. Those are potential customers they can't serve because state laws.
So our cousin across the sea, Mr. Tony Chloe, says they're raising the price of everything. Here, pal, it's $20. Pay attention, Chloe. 20 euros. 20 euros, sorry. For 20 cigarettes.
What country is he living?
England.
I thought
$2 a liter for petrol or diesel. It's going through the roof.
Aren't they on the pound system ever since Brexit?
That's what I asked about. Is it pounds or euros, pal?
I heard they got cut off from euros when they...
I think when people aren't going to take it anymore, shit's going to hit the fan. But even if shit hits the fan, England's got nukes, tactical nukes. You try to do anything, they can nuke your own country and save their own asses. That's why I keep telling people over here, shit hits the fan. The government just uses tactical nuke, wipe them all out. I mean, literally, shit is hitting the fan over here, but the thing is, you got to prep. I mean, we can cut corners and buy a stockpile of your groceries. You better get it before grocery prices go through the fucking roof. You need to go.
With your friend, how is things in England for them?
What? Well, let's just say cousin Tony is paying 700 euros, I think it is, for his mortgage. 240 euros for his electric bill. 150 euros a week for his petrol, not including his food, whatever that is. He says he brings in 350 euros a week, so that's 1,400 euros a month.
I heard there's been a lot of problems in the UK lately.
That's an understatement, right, Tony? Problems? There's not enough problems are problems. These are major problems. Like he just said, shit will hit the fan soon. People aren't going to take it anymore. So, Tony, tell me, just out of curiosity, comes to the shit hitting fan over there, what's going to happen? I mean, you know, Johnson just resigned, Chloe.
Mm-hmm. Who are they going to have next? I
don't know. I think the party's choosing someone. And then, if I remember British Parliament law, they're going to have to choose a special election to vote the next prime minister.
Dude, the Conservative Party's had prime minister since 2010.
Well, I don't know. Bobby.
Bobby!
It's like, shut up, Bob.
It's like having a 12-year streak of Republicans like we did in the 80s. Last liberal who was prime minister in Britain was in 2009.
I always thought the Iron Lady was pretty good.
Iron Lady?
Yeah,
Who's that?
Margaret Thatcher. They nicknamed her the Iron Lady, if you didn't know. She was really tough. Apparently, she put the Queen of England in her place a few times, too. All right, so. Oh. Gas, mate, not petrol. Gas for the cooker and boilers. So they're using natural gas is what he's talking about. So natural gas, Chloe, for his cooker and his water tank, what we call it over here, his natural gas stove and his natural gas water tank, Chloe, is costing £60 a week. Literally, yeah, bro. Yeah, cousin over across the water, I'd be pissed off too, man.
Dude, use it only crosswise across the continent and water from where we are. Remember, the Atlantic's on your side of the continent.
Yeah, but still, he's our cousin. You gotta remember, we came from England at one time. Or at least Chloe's people did.
If you're in the Western USA or Western Canada, you're even further than you are than if you lived in like NYC or Boston.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is nicety is he's still our cousin.
Yeah.
20 million times
I'm just
removed.
saying that it's not just overseas, it's also across an entire continent.
Yeah.
But
You just said Brexit pull out, so it's pounds.
We'd have to fly out of Seattle or Vancouver to go to cities like Toronto, Philly, or New York, or Boston, and then switch to a flight that goes across the ocean.
You want to go to England?
Yeah. We'd have to transfer flights on the East Coast.
That's not right. You can fly British Airways out of Seattle and go across the polar caps, round trip. I'm fine. That's what they go.
Yeah, what about the winter months when there's more?
They fly over the polar cap. The winter months doesn't matter above 40,000 feet,
Yeah,
Chloe.
Wouldn't you be worried about crashing into the Arctic Ocean when it's cold?
No. They fly over the polar cap every day. Why do you think those beautiful limey Brits like to clean the airplane out every day in England? Find the Seattle Times or the New York Times. They like to read our newspapers and laugh at our stupidity. Personally, I think it's funny.
Of course, I hear the flight from New York to London flies over Greenland. Or out Los Angeles to Hong Kong, they fly over Alaska.
All right, so this is what he says, Chloe. $150 a month. 150 pounds for gas. 240 pounds for electric. $60 for petrol. And 700 pounds for his mortgage. And if we said financially, he makes 1,400 pounds a month. 700 of it just went to rent. So let's see, 390, 450, 450. Hold on, 1,400 pounds. 150, 250, 350, 390. 450. That leaves him with 250 pounds a month for groceries. That's it. And that's not including him taking out a cell phone and internet bill. Oh, and correct me if I'm wrong, cousin Mr. Tony, but wouldn't that mean you still got to pay your taxes every week for your TV? They have a TV tax there just to use the TV, I think.
TV tax to turn on your TV?
Yeah. That's what my friend Amanda said. When she lived over there.
So how will they? So you have to have your tax linked up to some internet or something so they can monitor how much TV you watch.
I don't know how it works. Mr. Tony might explain how the TV tax thing works.
Every country has some stupid laws. Why can't we just? Here's what we should do. I mean, we should all just figure out for everyone in the world to get along, coexist, as much freer world without the corruption, without all this tax stuff, and go back to the days of bartering or something. I mean,
well, hold on. I gotta ask another question for cousin Tony, Chloe.
mm-hmm.
You guys on the GST?
GST?
Goods and service tax. Australia does it.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, there's no sales tax that goes to goods and service.
Every country is.
And we have our country has state sales tax, county sales tax, and then the federal government wants a goods and service tax on top of it.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's like my dad's home country, provincial taxes and national taxes. Here it's same thing. I mean, the countries divided into states and stuff, they charge more taxes. It's a way for more people to get rich.
we just answered it, Chloe.
Uh-huh.
Without council tax, it's a TV license. So you have to have a license out. What is it, a monthly license or a yearly license?
So you have a license to watch TV.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I never heard of that.
What about internet? You need a license for the internet too? That's a question.
Internet license.
Wouldn't surprise me. That's why I asked.
Well, maybe I might have second thoughts of moving to England or anywhere in the UK. Maybe Scotland if they ever split from England. If they ever split from the UK, I'd go to Scotland. I live in Edinburgh. Hell, I think Ireland may be a better country right now than the UK. Ireland. At least they're a little more sensible. At least the Irish are more sensible. And they're still part of EU, Ireland is. They don't have the problems the UK has.
Yeah, you see? I mean, other countries are getting royally screwed on stuff anyways, you know.
What I hate about making Salisbury steaks is that too many dishes get dirty. But I'm making them anyways tonight. I'm going to do dishes soon. I'll get a load in.
See, listen to this. Listen to this. You have to pay to watch TV. Then you have to pay a provider, example Virgin, that gives you your channel, or Sky, for example, I hear. And then your Wi-Fi and phone line. Mobile phones are a different bill altogether.
What? I heard some people say LGBT rights are better there.
Well, that's Mr. Tony that one. Apparently he's got a child that's LGBT.
What's LGBT rights over in England like?
Probably better than over here. Over here, the Catholics can claim religious things does not treat a transgender person.
Yeah,
unless
some blue state says like out here. I mean, out here it's per state. We got some states that are like Western Europe, the blue states. Red states want to be more like Russia.
Well, let me put it this way. In Australia, a doctor can't tell you you're not a real woman if you're transgender. Over here, the doctor can tell you to your face you're not a real woman and no consequences will happen. That's what I hear. Yeah. You hear that?
Mm-hmm.
So, Mr. Tony says, we have 3 mobile bills. Me and the wife and child, this transgender child, I think, $32 each per month.
For phone?
Just for a cell phone by itself.
We paid.
Is that with unlimited minutes? Or do you get unlimited minutes? Because over here, the government gives me mine. Well, now they're trying to tell me they want to ban these phones, the smartphones, to track me. This has unlimited minutes. The texting kind of sucks in it, but that's what I wanted. It works.
Now I hear trains are better. The trains out in Europe are much more better to ride on than out here.
Better, maybe.
They got bullet trains. They got even the regular trains. You get your own little booth. I mean, Amtrak and Via Rail, on the other hand, you get like typical coach seats like on an airplane.
Yeah, but the problem is, from what I understand with British Rail, it's always late.
With what?
British Rail, they're always late, what I understand.
Like the transit buses in Phoenix, Arizona, always late. Of course, they probably have a reason to be late, and we're in Phoenix, they don't have any excuse. But I don't want to be on time today because I don't want to do. One person said they didn't want to do any hard work because same-sex marriage was legalized nationwide and it was against their beliefs. They said, "Well, gays are getting married, so I'm entitled to random breaks when I want because it's a lot for me to take in." Because we're losing our religious faith. I'm like, I don't care. I need to get to work on time.
Hey, Higgins, if you want to do a currency converter, use xe.com. That's what I use for everything. I've been using it for years. Unlimited minutes, and that year there is a cap on it. Yeah, see? Here it's unlimited, but we don't get a cap. Some red states cap you on your internet usage. If you're a gamer, they charge you more. Here in this state, we don't have an internet cap.
That's the thing. Red states, blue states. Blue states have more rights. Blue states are working like a social democracy, while red states are working like an authoritarian regime right now.
I don't know what it's like over in England if they're a authoritarian regime, but I understand that the English people, supposedly, I don't know, Mr. Tony can explain this, it's fed up with the Queen and her high expenses.
Ask them why every prime minister they keep voting in, why they keep voting in conservatives. They haven't voted in liberals since before the 2010s. Every prime minister I've seen on there is with the Conservative Party. Another one. They resign only for another one to be the same.
I don't know.
It's like we vote Trump out for DeSantis to come right in. It's like, let's say that they got rid of Trump and DeSantis came right in. Got rid of him. Ted Cruz comes in.
The problem is over here is the government wants to control everyone's lives. I don't know about England, but over here, they're telling us that we can't have any but smartphones. Back in the day, they used to have analog television you can carry in your pocket. They got rid of it. Now, if you want a TV that's portable, set it on the table and hope like hell the antenna works. That's as best as you're going to get for portability. Driving down the road, the TV won't work. Back in the day, I could be in the back of a car. TV worked just fine all the way home. Now, they took that away. Want to hear some more stuff? I'll tell you some more stuff, people. Republicans said they're doing a nationwide gun database. There is. They were on the scanner the other night when they did a weapons raid. Then they didn't put that in the newspaper. Then on top of that, the government in this damn country has allocated one quarter of $1 trillion, that's $250 billion, for a grant grant for the, you ready for this? Department of Homeland Security to digitize and encryptize, meaning encryption. So you, the citizens of this country, can't listen in on the police radios through scanners because they want they want the government to do what they want, and they don't want the citizens like us to know. So that dissolves all scanners in the past. And the counties that don't want to go digital, they're telling the government to fuck off. Plain and simple. Do the math, people. The government is doing this for a reason. Think about it. Yeah? You guys sit there and say, well, really? Look at Zoe's place in Chicago. Fully encrypted. You can listen to the transportation bans, but not the police bans. Question I have for all of you lovely people is, police bans? Or non-police bans? Or non-police bans? Think about it. Everyone knows Mr. Tony doesn't, since he's now a new subscriber. But everyone knows, including Higgins, one of my favorite things to do is listen to the police bans. You know, in Texas, you need a license to have a scanner, supposedly. Yeah. Because Texas doesn't want you listening into their idle chatter without going to the police and getting approved. Well, let me just put it this way, cousin Mr. Tony. Every fucking politician's corrupt nowadays. Think about it that way from a citizen's point of view. I'm going to look over here. Let me put it this way, okay? Over here. Just like your beloved country. Shit hits the fan. No one knows what's going to happen. I keep telling people prep. Let me tell you a story, Mr. Tony. Before you tuned in and subscribed. TJ Higgins, also known as Higgins to me, like my Magnum PI. Higgins, old boy. Couldn't figure out why, and I looked it up for him. Rolling brownouts in 15 states. They're trying to tell us the power grid can't handle everyone using air conditioners, so we need to upgrade it. But the truth and the secret is they want to do it so they can fucking put in electric car plugs everywhere. You see where I'm going with this? They're using that card. Let me tell you an old secret. I used to love the old analog bag phones. I used to have them all the time. That's my phone of choice. Phone in bag, plug car charger into phone, have car phone in bag, and when you're not, you use it like your regular cell phone. Not the mobile brick phones like this, like, you know, my actual bag phone. Government decided because you can't track the analog phones, we need to go digital. So they started tracking people more and more. Back in the day, the analog channels, they couldn't track. It was all tracking. Let me ask you something, Mr. Tony. Did you know the world governments got together and paid billions of dollars, I think it was trillions actually, to put together a program the U.S. controls for the world called PRISM. Every email, every phone, every YouTube vid, every Twitch video, everything is monitored through PRISM. And the NSA, the National Security Advising, runs it. And they work with MI6, MI5. They work with every intelligence agency that's not communist to keep an eye on communications of every person that uses a cell phone. You can say, well, how does a cell phone work? Tracks all your texts around the world. Well, how does it track your phone calls? It records your voice. Yeah, they make a file on everyone in the world. As long as you have a digital signature, they're watching you. And they're giving the intel to British intelligence and Irish intelligence and French intelligence and every intelligence. No one talks about it. The prison's out there. Snowden leaked it. They're just saying, oh, no, we're not doing this bullshit. It's out there, and they're tracking everyone. Why do you think the fucking government keeps emailing me once a month, or the fucking phone company saying, we're going to turn you off? Then turn me off, because I don't need a fucking phone. I can use Google Voice. If that doesn't work, well, then I don't need a phone. What do I need a phone for if I'm at home? Check my email? Can do it on my computer. Back in the day, I had a smartphone at one time. It was only for email. I wanted to keep my email on my instant messengers on Facebook or Instagram. Now I don't use Instagram. And hell, I only go to Twitter like once every week for 3 minutes. And I just love how the new programs between Twitter, Instagram, Facebook have. I got rid of Facebook, by the way. That says, you spend 15 minutes a day on Instagram. Good, that's all I need to spend. You spend 4 minutes a week on Twitter. Fine by me, that's all I need. I'm checking one post and I'm leaving it. If I didn't get a post, it doesn't exist. Whereas everyone else, and they're tracking you. I mean, did you know Nintendo, for example? I own a Switch, Mr. Cousin Tony. Every week they send me, you've spent 120 hours on your Switch. How can I change that? There's got to be a setting somewhere that's not tracking my time on my Switch. Yeah. I mean, literally, Mike, that's what they're doing. They're tracking everyone. You sit there and you go to the post office, cut a money order. A money order, Mr. Tony. Government says, oh, let's go through her email and see what she's buying because she's not leaving a debit card trace. They go through it and says, oh, she's buying a fly rod for Christmas. Yeah, they know. Nothing gets past the fucking government, I tell you. Yeah, let me show you. One of the tools I keep saying until this is one of my favorite tools. Let me show you this. Higgins probably wants me to set it up next to Hopper anyways. Here we go. See? Police radio. That is crazy that they listen. That is awesome listening to the cops. Yeah, see, I can listen to the cops. Right now, it should be buzzing today. It's Saturday. I gave you the link of where I live. I can post it again if you want to see. But I live on an island, so the tourists are here today. Last night, it was buzzing at 2 in the morning, too. I was enjoying it last night. One of my hobbies is this. I like to listen. I got it set up to Marine Band, ferry bands, which is part of the Marine bands, air bands. I can listen to the planes coming and going. I can, if I'm near a train, I can program it for rails. If I was near the airport, this thing would pick up all air traffic from all the commercial airlines. I mean, this thing has just been, picks up ham radio, low frequency, high frequency, short band. This is just a kick in the pants. The other day, I was listening to dispatch talk about a kid setting a park on fire. I mean, you should see the neighbor, right? So the neighbor upstairs and the neighbor next door, right? Mr. Tony complains to the manager. I live in an apartment. Oh, they got a scanner. The manager says, why do you need a scanner? That's simple. My husband gave it to me in 2007. You want me to throw it out? Because if I do, I'm charging you $500 for it. No, you can have it. But why do you need it? Because no one's telling me. Every time I turn around, the police is here every freaking day for some stupid shithead. I just want to listen in and see what's going on because I want to be in the know. Neighbors always complaining. You want to know what else is funny, Mr. Tony? Tell you one thing that annoys the neighbors. Two of the neighbors. You ready for this? I'll show you. Barely. This. I just open it. You can see the doors open right here. Neighbors hate it. You're probably wondering what that is. That's a countertop dishwasher. Neighbors fucking hate it because they don't have one. Always complaining. They're not using the dishwasher. So the other day, right, I was outside. I smoke a pipe from time to time. I'm a pipe smoker. This is my pipe, by the way. Yeah, huge, right? So I was smoking my pipe, and the neighbor's bitching and bragging about how, oh yeah, I conned my doctor. Conned. Remember the word conned. To give me a power chair because I don't want to walk outside to go have a smoke. And yet the neighbor, the manager the other day emailed and said, are you smelling smoke? I said, yeah, I'm smelling smoke from there and upstairs. He was okay. I said, son of a bitch thinks he's too crippled to go out with a power chair. Literally, the other day I was in the tub, right? In the fucking tub. Chloe comes in, she goes, because, I have the shower curtain closed, so I don't see her when she uses the toilet. And I said, you smell that? Chloe goes, that smells like cigarettes. I said, yeah, I should smell it last night. Well, the night before last, Chloe said, oh yeah, I was smelling someone smoking weed. And yet the management says we can't do it. Hey, Mop, how you doing? Don't rub your eyes.
Of course, I'd be really furious if he did violate laws by smoking in there and then try to say I did it.
Can't do it. Manager would come down with a device to check the place. She said this place is clean as virgin's honey pot when it comes to smoke. We're smelling it because it's going through the walls,
Yeah.
Dude, come on, give me something tonight. We all want to hear it. So I'm looking to buy a scanner for my birthday, another scanner because this one sucks up batteries like crazy. That's why one of the reasons I always tell people to prep on batteries, Mr. Tony. That's why I sent Chloe out today to get these. 36 batteries. That should get me through till the month. This thing eats 4 batteries. I've thought about going and getting a unit in a scanner that's takes 2 batteries. That might just save me. I think you get the new ones come with rechargeable, so I just got to buy a charger. Charge it! The Flintstones.
Got sunburn on my arms, but it's not that bad.
Yeah. So, yeah, I got some stuff I'm watching right now. Has anyone realized when it comes to knives, for example? I was just talking to someone about it today. What's going on in this country? They're banning knives that are 10 inches or longer for hunting. Can't even find a 9-inch knife anymore. So I emailed a company. I knew a guy that I've had connections with for 30 plus years. He's a good friend. What's going on with these knives? I don't see them on the market anymore. Government banned us from selling the 7-inch knives. Fixed handled knives. Literally, you can get 5 inches or lower now. Tells you right there, there's a problem in this country. And there goes Chloe with no bunny ears on her head. She's dressed like a Playboy Playmate today, apparently, but she's going to do the dishes. We got to get some dish soap soon. How are we at pellets, by the way?
Pellets are good. Right now, so far. Oh, crap. I forgot. Okay.
All right, so I'm going to check on something real quick. There we go. That cuts down my search. I like how you can actually use the search features. Oh, it is. It's crazy that the NSA, but the thing is it's PRISM. They're basically saying it's for our safety. Let me see if I can find it for you. Hmm. Well, here you go. I found it for you, Mr. Tony. Let me read you what it says. Okay, I'm gonna post this. See, it says is a code name for a program with the U.S. National Security Agency collects internet communications from various U.S. internet companies, all of them. Program is also known as SIGAD. PRISM collects stored internet communication based on demands made by the internet companies under Google Section 702 of the FISA Amendment, the Internet Backbone, blah, 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 Protection American Act, blah, 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 blah. Protect our people. See, that they're lying. They actually use it in other countries, too. Edward Snowden. Yeah. But. Yeah, so if you read all that, it tells you what they're doing. It's an interesting read, but I'm not going to read you the entire thing. That's why I gave you the link. So basically, it's a central monitoring system. There's a lot going on there. Oh, yeah. See, there it goes. So if you just listen, I believe that was Robin who's just got offline. She's like, I'll be offline for the rest of the night. Have a good evening. And they're like, okay, cool. So that means another officer will be on soon. Which I think is cool, but still, it's interesting. I think it's cool. I think it's awesome, in my opinion. You know, I mean, that is, that's all they said, is have a good night. It's like, yeah, like we really need to have the good night thing, because it is what it is. I just think it's funny as hell. I just love how someone sells something new, right? And on eBay, and they say it's open box. I took it out of the box to test it, then it ain't new anymore. You leave it in the box without it being turned on, that's considered for new. You take it out of the box and test it, that basically makes it used. And people are like, oh, well, it's still new. No, it isn't. It's used. I skip those. That's one of my rules. Higgins and I were talking about a scanner the other day, and he's like, oh, what was it you said, Higgs, about eBay and people's garage sales? He's always saying something funny, when it comes to his humor. It's like garage sales. It's someone's garage sales. Someone's garage sales. So that's one of the prepping tools I keep telling people is to get a scanner. Find an affordable one on eBay or a scanner place, and if your country allows it or your state, then use it. This thing will come in handy. Picks up ham radio too, by the way. You might not be able to reply back to the hammers, but at least you get the world news, what's going on around the world. The old joke goes, if they bleed, you can take them out. Here we go. This is high enough. I've put enough watch list tonight, anyways. So, I was talking to the people on YouTube.
You say you're skipping dinner tonight?
I said I'm almost done with adding stuff to my watch list. I didn't say anything about skipping dinner tonight. I'm having dinner, man. The damn Salisbury steaks were damn good last night. Yeah. By the way, we still got those leftovers, our defrosted. We got to cook those up with our current batch. I want to sample them too.
I'm going to cook the fresh batch with only the fresh batch.
That's fine. And then when you're done, you can heat up the other batch and we can sample those too.
Well, that's yours.
I could share too. Yeah, that's because you don't like mustard, ketchup, and Worcestershire sauce. I don't like mustard, ketchup, and Worcestershire sauce. Come on, I'm just, I'm doing Chloe. I don't like mustard, ketchup, and Worcestershire sauce. Come on, I'm having some fun here, peeps. There we go. How many people are watching this right now? 8 watchers? 8 watchers and no one buying it. That's just amazing, I'm waiting for Higgins' thing about junk, Wow, we got 5 people, no comments. Well, what, you're enjoying Chloe, looking at Chloe's ass while she's dishes? Yeah, she rinses it all off, lightly scrubs it, and then throws it in the dishwasher, throws a pellet in, pushes the button, and it gets done. The manager's like, oh, that's double work because you're using double the water. Oh, I see how you are. You're under the pillow. I was looking for a handout. You're always looking for a handout, little moocher. So, anyone have anything to say? There's 5 people watching. I've been here for 6 hours, so come on, throw me a bone. Or let me get to my game soon. I will use the tinkle, So, I got a crazy person yelling at people. Crow Man's at it again. He's yelling at people again.
Yep, I heard that.
I didn't think I was talking that loud. They heard me. Haha, very funny, Higgins. We're talking about Crow Man. He goes under the ferry terminal and yells at crows. This time he's yelling at cars, apparently. Hold on, I have to do this to be funny. Don't make me come over there and kick your ass, Eric. I'm going to come over there and kick your ass, Eric. I'm going to kick your ass, Eric. There's this guy, right? Me and Chloe walked outside one day. Chloe was clinging to me, like clinging to my arm. Like I was like, hey, I'm trying to smoke this. And she's like, that guy scares me. And this guy's sitting there, I'm going to kick your ass. And we're just standing there like this, Finally, we got done with our smoke and went in. And I was like, hey, dude. And the two Spokane police officers at the in this little booth right there, like two guys have like 13 dozen donuts each too many. And I'm like, hey, dude. And they're like, yeah, what is it? There's a weird guy outside. Okay, what's he doing? He's yelling at a trash can, calling him Eric. Oh, yeah, that's the next, like 4 squad cars come up, What was that one day? Was it me and hubby, or was it you and me, Chloe? You remember that one day? Were you there or were you not there when we were in the train? Was it you and me or me and Aaron when we were there? And there's this lady that was throwing a fit, and then she went across the street and then she did this and screamed and yelled. And then I was looking through the window the whole time watching her and she was doing some weird shit.
One that got thrown off the bus or train or someone else?
I don't remember. It was just some lady that was screaming and yelling and stuff. And then they asked her to leave. I think she was wearing a fur coat or something. It was a lady.
I remember that.
She was thrown off the train?
Yeah, and then she went with some black dude, and he said, "I'll help you get home and everything." And it was like, no, or maybe we could have some pleasure tonight. She was willing to have sex with him to get home.
Yeah, but apparently, something else happened. Then they called law enforcement. It was like a whole bunch of law enforcement, and I was like, I mean, literally, it was weird, literally, this guy was just screaming at Eric the trash can, and then all of a sudden.
I got another load after this.
So, is there anyone else who's commenting? Eric, Higgins? Or should I just disappear, Higgs? This is cool. I like reading these reviews. Well, come on, Higgins, tell me. Should I go play my game or? Oh, yeah, I read this already. Yeah, I read that report. Air conditioning will not save us. What's this report about? See? So they're saying that if everyone puts an air conditioner in their unit, in their home, the air conditioning in every home in America would destroy the power grid system. Yeah, U.S. residents use about 17% of their annual electricity in the summertime and air conditioning. Pay attention, people. This is reports. I'm only halfway through. But currently, 19% of electricity in America, not even 20%, is renewable. It's unclear right now whether future demand will outstrip new renewable infrastructure to meet the demand. One report claims the present global capacity for solar is only enough to power about half the current demand for cooling. Never mind that we need transport and industry too, see? And none of this addresses whether we actually need the enormous high energy capacity that Americans expect, not just for survival, but for comfort too. Better AC designed for cooling and harness less energy for the same intensity of cooling. Currently, about 66% of electrical.
Did we receive any updated copies of release conditions for him?
Let me check. Hold on.
In this country, we have a bad habit of choosing quick short term tech replacements over more lasting structural change.
My most recent shows alcohol conditions 6/27/2022.
Still has the alcohol conditions?
That's affirmative.
Okay, I'll be clear with a report for an order or conditions violations, and we'll be clear with a report.
1829.
See, this is what pisses me off, right? They turn around and tell you, we'll conditionally release you, but no booze. You mean? I'd be like, fuck you, I'm going to be drinking my booze. It's my God given rights. Air conditioning can and should be deployed as a tool for survivor in extreme circumstances. The population one needs it, right? That's true. I mean, think of here. Let me tell you a story about here. We had like 110, 115-degree weather last year. It was fucking baking us. Me and Chloe couldn't even do anything.
Right, I'll be arriving on that welfare check.
Oh, wow, welfare check.
1830.
Air Canada sent my 2 cats to San Francisco without me. American Airlines canceling thousands more flights over the summer.
Settle was right.
What's your right?
There's nobody on the pier at this time, and there's nobody in the area. We'll be clear.
I didn't think I was talking. I don't know what was that notice. What was that notice from my electric company say earlier? They said don't charge electric vehicles after dark. They also said defer laundry or cooking until later. Oh, I know. That's what they said. They literally said that, Higgins, to you, dude. The fact that they don't want you using the damn thing. Did you get my email I sent you about the ideas when you get your retro check? Here you go. So it says here, defer large use of energy to the first thing in the morning or in the evening when it's cooler out. Turn on, off, or limit air conditioner. See, that's what they're saying. Deter laundry or cooking until later. Don't charge electric vehicles until after dark. And turn off unneeded lights and electronics. Now, I said to you, if you're that worried, go buy yourself a little gas-powered generator. Well, if I had the money, I'd send you one. But then again, once this heat wave's over, you're going to still see your grid being every year getting worse and worse. That's why I said when you get on disability, you should pick up a Jenny. You can sit there and, a Jenny. I picked up a Jenny. I got a Jenny. My name's Higgins. I got a Jenny. Yeah, they said don't charge electrics until after dark. Be right back. That's why I sent you the links to Jenny, what we're talking about. Smells like so far. Holy mustard from a big old shit thing. She probably shit on Jenny's head. And then there's that nice little doggy paw there. Nappy dog. Forrest Gump 2 as an old man. My son wants to look at a group home. Or an old folks home. All I want is my Jenny and my bag. Forrest Gump 2. I'm Forrest Gump 2 yard. I'm smart. I'm going in the army. All right, everyone. I want to tell you a story, okay? With my luck, Higgins will get his retro check and buy more than one generator because he'll think he needs it to power everything during a power outage. My name's Higgins. So I went to Amazon the other day and I bought me not one Jenny, but 4 Jennies. And they were on sale. Then I thought to myself, I need another Jenny. So I bought another Jenny. You see, that's the thing. Once Higgins thinks he needs many things, he goes and buys many things. So I went and bought 4 more Jennies, making sure I have enough for my house. And then I was told by the government, you have too many Jennies, and you need to make sure you have enough gas stored up for your Jennies. Come on, I gotta be funny somehow. Anyways, oh, come on, peeps. Do you think they're going to shut you off tonight again, Higgins? Look, I've been here for 6.5 hours, Higgs. You know as well as I do, if you're the only one commenting, it's kind of getting stale. I mean, literally, we talked about generators. We talked about prepping. I didn't check prepping prices yet for today. Let's get that done because, I really want to do something else. I want to do some personal business and I want to choose something to eat soon or have my Salisbury steak. Oh my God, that went up again? That went up $10 for those crackers. And those crackers went up, and those crackers went up, and that soda went up, and that soda went up. Macaroni and cheese went up again. Mac and cheese went up. Soups went down. Ramen went down. Yeah, I want to buy some of those again. Red Vons. I'd like to buy a tub of Red Vons for my birthday. I think I want to get some Red Vines for my birthday. Is there any? Oh, yeah. How about gummy bears? We're going to need deals in gummy. Oh,
Could you call Dr. Perez at PIMC for his request? I sent you the number on your ending.
what? They turned that to encryption? That was funny. Jim Perez basically wanting that. 6 pounds of gummy bears. 5 pounds of gummy bears. I want some gummy bears. I could always send Higgins to get me some gummy bears. He's got gift cards unless he bought it all up. And maybe some gummy worms while we're at it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a pack of, yeah, that's 4.5 pounds. So I want the bulk gummy bear. Here, gummy worms. Here we go, 5 pounds. So I wanted 5 pounds of gummy worms and 5 pounds of gummy bears. And then I wanted some nownators, like my nownators from time to time. And then I like my Mambos. I like Mambos. Mambos are good. See, gummy bears, gummy worms. Mambos, or as my wife used to say, Mambos. I'm going to have some Mambos. Mambas. There we go. Mambas. I'm going to buy some Mambas. And then another thing I want to look at is nownators, or as they call it, now and laters in the tub. I want the giant tub, the giant tubby. My birthday is coming up. I want some candy, gummy bears, nownators. Maybe I'll get some hot tamales while I'm at it in Mike and Ike's. And hot tamales, hot tamales, hot tamales. Da, 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 da. What the hell? Here we go. Hot tamale candies. Come on, I want to see the hot tamale. Here we go. And a big bag of 1.8 ounce hot tamale fire candies on a 5 pound bulk, too. I like my hot tamales. Hot tamales. And then I wanted Mike and Ike's. And then Mike and Ike's. I like my Mike and Ike's. I can't believe they're selling 12 packs. Mike and Ike Berry Blast. Original Fruities. Whatever happened to sour? Mega Mix. I like Mike and Ike's. Oh, Mike and Ike Cherry. Gummy bears. More gummy bears. Gummy worms. Now and laters. Tamales. Mike and Ike's. Mike and Ike's. And Berry Blast. I think I'd get all those for my birthday and have me a candy. I don't think I need. Oh, I want some Skittles too while I'm at it. Wild berry. They come in a giant jar right there. Skittles in a giant jar. Whatever happened to the Skittles in a big bag? Did they get rid of it? Or do we gotta blame the Higgins for that one again? Higgins is always changing things around. Like if you give Higgins warheads, he would just sit there and look at me and say, "Why am I eating warheads?" There we go. Skittles candies. Skittles candies. And then how about some M&Ms to go with it? I like those M&M mints. I want it in the bulk. M&Ms in a nice jar, limited 3-pound, 14-ounce jar. And then they got these. I like candies. Candies are good. Don't they have the M&M mints or the M&M's peanuts? Oh, there's the peanuts. M&M peanuts. I like peanuts. M&M's white and blue milk chocolates. That sounds yummy. I'll take some of that too. Gotta have me some tasty peanuts. The M&M's Christmas blend. Temporary out of stock. I had some of those a while ago. M&M's yellow candy. Fudge brownie. That seems interesting. M&M's fudge brownie party size. That must be. Whatever happened to M&M peanut and M&M? Oh, here's the peanuts. Peanuts is one bag. Oh well, I'll take the one bag. What about M&M mints? I like the M&M mints. Definitely the mint. M&M mints. There's a sharing size. Then there's kitty size, but they don't have the big one. I buy me some M&Ms. Come on, Higgs. I'm trying to have fun here. You guys aren't. There's look. Let me tell you what's bothering me. Okay, you're a brother. You're the only one commenting. Mr. Tony left. You're here, and 4 others are watching. We don't know who the hell else is the 4 others. You see? That's the thing, and I want a game soon. I also got 2 personal issues I got to do. But thing is I saw you got up at 3 today. Or the internet was down. Whatever it is. Come on, Higgs. You gotta talk. You gotta say something, dude. I mean, I gave you ideas for generators. Did you even look at it? I was trying to do an impersonation of you. My name is TJ Higgins, and I like better cheddars. I eat them every night. Mom always says I was going to become a better cheddar if I keep eating them. And then my friend Rita, she's on YouTube. She basically turned around and I was eating pistachios, and I said it went to her brain. And I was like, yeah. But truthfully, she likes her all right, we're good to go then for that part. Come on, Higgs. Look, you know what? I'm going to send you something, you little turd bags. Since Higgins is keeping me here, everyone, and wants to talk about crap, I'm going to do something. Don't they have any that's... I'm going to send something that Higgins can buy. Oh, great. Don't we have any that's... We'll just go look at these and see what we find. I'll email Higgins these a second. You know what? Just fucking find one of these. Just do it this way. I'm shopping right now, everyone. I'm looking for something. I'm spending some of Higgins' money right now, so don't worry about it. Higgins is like, what is Rita choosing this dime? I'll tell you in a minute. I'm going to choose my brands. Don't you just love this? Fucking click on this, right? You click on it, and it doesn't give me what I want. But then when I click on the next one, I'm on page 2. So you go over here, it disappears. There we go. See, I'm just doing this for Higgins. Whatever. There we go. I'm spending some of Higgins' money. He's like, oh, yeah, you're gonna love what I'm sending you, Higgs. I'm spending some of his gift card money because he's addicted to stuff. So I'm just gonna go buy him some stuff too. Well, I mean, I'm sending him the links. He's gonna go buy it, and then he's gonna be happy. And then he won't. And then, since Brother Higgins doesn't want to buy scanners, I'm gonna send him some links. Yeah, here we go. I'm almost done, Higgs. I got like several tabs open. You're gonna love what I'm spending your money on. By the way, you're gonna be like, oh yeah, that's a great idea. Mm-hmm. And then when I'm done, you get to basically say I helped you, since Higgins likes his free content, and his free Social Security help and everything else, So I'm just gonna spend some of his money, because I'm a generous woman, and then maybe he'll shut his chili hole when it comes to, All right, so let's just go down the list here. Need my email program wherever it is. I guess it's over here. I'm gonna spend some Higgins money. Boop, 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 boop. All right, so I'm gonna go this way while it loads because I need to check on something. Okay, click that one out. I'm just going through tabs. Anything that says out of stock, I'm just skipping over. Okay. All right, we're good to go, I guess, right? Okay, so let's start this. I'm gonna copy and then I'm going into here. Higgs, why don't you just go get a basic scanner for your sister? I'm helping you out right now. I'm spending some of your money. See, I help Higgins out so much that Higgins, he doesn't know how much valuable I am as a sister to him. Yeah, hold on.
Call you to center. Do we need to dispatch EMS? Copy.
Negative victims at the hospital. How's that happen? Can I dispatch hospital too? Negative. The victim's already at the hospital. No, that means victim. I wonder what happened.
What is 20371 status?
Code 4.
Code 4, thanks.
See, I could call that one. Because usually if they had to stop someone, he'd be like, he'd give a status. Instead, it's I'm code 4. Thanks. That means all's well. I'm waiting to see what Higgins has to say about my things. I'm spending his money for him right now. You see, I'm spending his money, and then when I'm done, I'm sending these tabs to him, and then he gets to go and spend his money for him, and then the little turd nugget doesn't get to complain anymore because his sister did his job for him again. Did his job for him again. You see, I'm a good sister. Maybe when he gets his disability, he'll send me a digital scanner too, as for me helping him out. Come on, I'm just joking. Higgins won't do that. He's not that generous. Wah, wah, wah. See, I'm stuck here, glued to the computer because I'd like to do something else. So what am I doing? I'm actually buying some stuff that might help out on Higgins prepping. And in return, Higgins will be like, "Oh yeah, I bought some of those because I needed them." Yeah, you did, but you know what? These will help you out. But at the same time, Hig Bobs is sitting there wondering what it is. The suspense is killing him. And that's the thing. He's standing around going, "Uh-oh." Or I'm still closing my tabs. I got 6 more to go. I think 5 more to go. 6 more. Yeah, 6 more. As it gets down, you're going to love what I'm spending your money on because, well, that's you. He's addicted to this crap. So, that's why I was like, I'm just going to spend some of Higgins' money. And then when I'm done, Higgins will be a happy camper. And if he still bitches about it, then I'm going to basically be like, look, again, I'm getting you on Social Security. I'm helping you with your addiction and everything else. So go buy these things because you're addicted to these now because these will help. I mean, look. I mean, literally, what's complaining about it? Jenny didn't have a USB cable. Fine, I'll go find you a Jenny with a USB cable, but it might take me some time. Probably cost more because it got put in a USB plug for Higgins. I mean, literally, this will help with the generator. If we cross this with the generator, what I'm sending. Here you go, Higgs. Enjoy. Not going to answer Higgins. So, I just said, got any leftover gift cards for me? There you go. I just sent Higgins email package out that should help him make some more purchases tonight. And then I got to go search something anyways. Let me see. There we go. There we go. Higgins, I'm just going to say this out of love. You, brother, are a complete idiot. Yep, I said it there. All right, this should be good. Send that to Higgs too, real quick. There we go. These two will be fine. And then Higgins I'll be done sending him links because then he can't talk himself out of it. There. Now I get to wait and see what Higgins has to say in the comments as a smartass because I did his job yet again. And then Mrs. Zoe thinks I'm providing a service, which means service fees. Nah, that's all right. This should help Higgins out. There. Better be thankful, Higgs. I did your job yet again, Kimosabi. Higgs, I am not going to be buying that scanner that went down $5. No, it went up $1. Thing is I'm not buying that. My birthday is next month. You would do that just to piss me off. You'd buy everything you wanted, and be like, thanks, Rita, for helping me. I mean, look, I'm still trying to wait for you to get your cash assistance. I'm trying to do everything I can to help you. And that's the truth for everyone out there. I'm trying to help him. And I don't expect anything, but still, he's becoming an ass. You see? And this is the point I'm making is I help you, you be ass to me. I don't help anymore. Yeah. And Brother Higgins is being an ass. Yeah. I hope you disappearing for 30 seconds. All right, peeps, here's the plan. I'm going to be disappearing for 30 seconds to a minute, okay? In the meantime, Higgins can comment since he's the only one commenting. Imaginary money? What imaginary money? You're the one that basically keeps getting gift cards. Who's got the imaginary money? Must be you. You playing with Monopoly money again, Higgins? Ugh. I need fresh socks too, I guess. Hey, son, I feel feeling good. Yeah, well, I wouldn't either, son. That eyeball of yours. Are you changing? I'm just putting on some fresh socks and underwear. Should take a bath, but old Hig Bobs won't let me. He. I'm just waiting to see what he's got to say about my links. Okay. All right. Oh, let's see. I have the whole Monopoly board game. I'm taking a ride on the reading. Haha, funny. You see, I'm getting tired of being here, Higgins. That's the thing. I mean, look, we're almost topping 7 hours, man. I mean, 7 hours. What do I got to do? Email Zoe and say, are you done yet? Yeah, I will. I'll email Zoe and say, are you done yet? Are you done yet? Are you done yet, Zoe? Not Chloe, I mean Zoe. Actually, Dinky messaged me. Wonder what that turd nugget wants. Okay. Hmm. See, my neighbor's so addicted to Yellow Jacket, she's ignoring me. At least I'm a complete something. Hold on. My name's Higgins, Higgins Gump. People call me Higgins Gump. My mom always said life's like a box of chocolates. You ain't gonna get like you don't know what you're gonna get. You said Higgins, you're a complete idiot. No, no. Oh, yeah, yeah. I was making some fun of you, Higgs. I was being jokingly. I mean, literally. Yeah. Oh, the last links I sent you is why I said that because you were talking about USB. So I found generators with USBs, and I told him buy it when he gets his retro check. He said it's imaginary money. Look, if you're truly disabled and the government realizes you're truly disabled, Higgins, they will give you your retro check and more. The thing is you need to realize is they're gonna do that. Fortunately for you, you keep saying it's imaginary money. I keep saying in the future. I don't say go buy it now. By the way, I'm starting to stink. Maybe I need a 5-minute bath. I mean, look, we're almost topping 7 hours, Higgs. And besides, it's 10 o'clock there. Did you eat dinner yet? I put my food in the oven or microwave. Yeah, I was talking about generators. And then you were talking earlier about your power problems. So I basically grabbed some of those, told you to go start buying some of them. That will help you with everything. I mean, I'm only here to help you, dude. See something. Oh, here we go. I want to see this for a second. Boop, 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 boop. All right, so we got. Fine, let's just fucking go to the main website. I want to look for something there. I want to see this. I want to look at this, and then I'm going to close my tabs again. Okay, so we know this, we know this, we know those, we know those. Let's see. Cool. All right, so they took away that one. You son of a bitch. Oh, there it is. All right, so we got that and that and that, and that's it. Those are it. $2.99. It might be worth it, but that's about it. Come on, Higgins. Are you gonna ever enjoy yourself? Go watch a movie or something. I mean, it's 10 o'clock there, right? And all I need is a 5-minute bath, maybe 10, with a little soap and water. I'm good to go for another week, or at least 3 days. I'm starting to stink a bit, and I wanted to take a bath and play my game and have dinner, and I mean, we've tackled everything I think of. I mean, literally, we're already at 7 hours, brother. Hmm. Hold on a sec. Hey, come here. Hey. What's wrong, huh? You give us your entire life, and this is what we do with it. Oh, your eyes still bothering you? You just put your eye in there, huh? And you clean it up so yeah. You just clean it up so you can see again, yeah? Yeah, I know you love me. I know you love me, yeah. Tell me all about it, huh? Yeah. Yeah. Gee, you got too much weight. Yeah. Tell me all about it. Yeah. 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 Let me get your eyeball taken care of, Monkey. Let me get you taken care of, baby. Yeah. 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 Yes. Look, come on. I know what you want. I'll give you one just because I saw a post on Instagram about that dogs are only here for our entire life, or at least we're there for all of their entire life, or hopefully we are. And because of it, dogs are special. And so dogs need to be pampered. Yeah. And that is what I'm doing to him. I was rubbing his belly. You see, people take dogs for granted. They want one more walk, or, till they get tired, and but you Chloe went to that friend that she was talking to again. Yeah, you probably would do an experiment like that. You're always doing something, Hig Bobs. I don't know how you do it. To be or not to be, that is a question. Yeah. 4 people and no comments except Higgins. Come on, dude. You know what? I got an idea. If there's no more comments, Higgins, you should let me leave so I can take a bath, get some dinner, play my game, relax. I mean, literally, the whole experiment thing right now at 66 supposedly. Alexa, Big Sky.
Currently, it's 64 degrees with clear skies. You can expect clear skies throughout the day. Today's high was 67 degrees and the low was 52. Tomorrow, look for partly cloudy skies starting later in the morning, continuing until night, with a high of 71.
Alexa, 10-day forecast. Alexa, 7-day forecast.
Currently, it's 64 degrees with clear skies. You can expect clear skies throughout the day. Today's high
Alexa, give me the weather report for the next week.
Here's your report for the next 7 days. On Saturday, clear throughout the day, with high temperatures near 67 degrees and a low of 53. On Sunday, partly cloudy throughout the day, with high temperatures near 71 and a low of 55 degrees. On Monday, clear throughout the day, with highs near 73 and a low of 57. On Tuesday, clear throughout the day, with highs reaching 71 and with a low temperature of 59. On Wednesday, clear throughout the day, with high temperatures near 72 and low temperatures dipping to 58. On Thursday, clear throughout the day, with high temperatures near 74 degrees and with lows near 59 degrees. On Friday, foggy in the afternoon, with highs near 73 and with lows near 59.
Mike does. What's the future of oil with electric place? Oil will electric place. Oh, hi, Mike. Yeah, basically the oil problem is really high. Excuse me for a second. The oil problem is going to be so bad the government's trying to force everyone, if you're an American. Yes, you just saw that right, Mike. I just opened up the dishwasher to let the steam out. Yeah, the counter dishwasher. All right, so basically, here's the deal. The oil and electric cars, the government, if you're American, they're trying to work with the global commodities to make everyone electric because every country in the world wants the oil for themselves. Oil powers the military's helicopters and tanks and other things. The other day, Pete Buttigieg was on a panel in the Capitol, and a senator asked him, quote unquote. Hold on a sec. Chloe, where'd you go? You want to see your friend? He was looking for you, see? Oh, the dishwasher's done. All right, so let's just get this over with, okay? So Pete Buttigieg was sitting there, and this Republican, bless his heart, literally said, Mike, do you know what the charging costs is going to be for a electric car? And but first, he said, so the government's going to, so the senator said, so if I know the numbers, by 2030, 50% of the entire nation's fleet's going to be electric, all electric. Pete said, yes. So by 2035, all of the electric fleet of 100% of our fleet's going to be electric. He said, yes. Then, get this. Then, he said, what is the charging rates for, how much electricity does it take, Mr. Mike, to charge one car? The guy said, I don't know, I'll get back to you. He said, I have the numbers. 25 conventional refrigerators to charge one car. So 25 fridges, electric fridges plugged in is what it's going to take for an electric car. He's worried about the electric going up, right? Pete's like, well, we have to, quote unquote, beat our other competitors and beat people, and the thing to be the person of the future, so we need to make America stand out upright. There's only 1.2% of the population of the entire world that's using electric. They say oil will run out by 2067, Mike, but the true problem is it won't run out in 2067 due to the fact that Americans alone consume most of the fuel. But here's the kicker. They didn't take into account, Mr. Mike. Natural gas goes with oil. Propane goes with oil. Acetylene goes with oil. Propane goes with oil. Coal fuel, kerosene goes with oil. Instead of 2067, it goes down. Guess what the kicker was? The oil people say we have 5 trillion gallons of oil will be out by 2067. That's 5 trillion. However, that's not accounting, they said, for the bunker oil in the cruise ships and the cargo ships, nor the jet fuel. So the governments all want the oil for themselves by forcing us to have electric cars, and in return, we pay. Oh yeah, I love these, the disordered kind. And then.
Right, go ahead.
108 RP at 375 Blair Avenue states that behind Compass Health there's a little shed and a guy with a guitar has been hanging out back there screaming, yelling to himself. She's got grandchildren playing in the yard and likes to resolve the situation.
Guy with a guitar yelling and screaming at nothing. You see outside the mental health place. What do you think, Chloe?
Yep.
Oh, yeah. So anyways, where was I? Oh, so the government wants all the oil, but they didn't account for the bunker oil and cruise lines or cargo ships. But then they said, oh, and that's not including all the jet fuel we use. So in the end, Mr. Mike, guess what happens? We all get screwed over some way. I mean, the United States and other world countries want the fucking oil, excuse my French, because they want to power tanks, Humvees, helicopters, MRAPs, anything that takes fuel, they want it. But at the same time, let's just get down to the other part of the electric equation. You see, the Republican senator in the country of America, if you're not from America, maybe you're Canadian or English, they said, and I quote, our power grid can't handle it. Well, guess what? The power grid can't handle it. The Midwest is roasting right now, literally baking. And then moderator Higgins is with us. TJ Higgins, as I told Chloe, a little too loud for my taste, that I told Chloe that there's rolling blackouts in there in 15 other states. Let me tell you the states that are having rolling blackouts in that region. Right? All right, hold on. Let me do it. Arkansas, Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, Kentucky, Louisiana, Michigan, Minnesota, Mississippi, Missouri, Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas, and Wisconsin, and as well as the Canadian province of Manitoba. Yeah. And then over here, they have the PJM interconnection, and the Southeastern Regional is not having problems. The MISO right here, the Mid-Continent ISO, is the one controlling all of this area. And then you got the Southwest Pole Power Pool that has no trouble, but the MISO is a big area, you know. I wonder if there's a map of the entire... All right, let me see here. There it is. Okay. So you got MISO up there. Then you got CERC down there, FRCC, the Eastern Intercontinental. You got the ERCOT. Don't they have anything easier for me to understand here? Yeah. So basically, you know, Alaska's got only a little sliver of the power grid there. That's interesting to know. But you get the idea. So basically, each power grid, right? They're basically giving Higgins right now rolling blackouts due to the fact that they can't handle. Is this it? Yeah, so anyways, all these power companies are been ordered by the federal government to do brown and blackouts, if rolling blackouts. They want the regular Joe to drive electric, and correct. So basically, they're saying we have to do it. State of Washington, Oregon, California passed bills between 2030 and 2035. Everything's electric. Fortunately, unless Congress basically sits there and not Congress, the U.S. Supreme Court basically shoots it down. It's looking pretty damn bad in this country right now. Oh yeah, exactly. Our oil is being sold, but we don't have any reserves. Yeah. Sounds like oil is here to stay. Oil is not here to stay, Mike. That's what I'm saying. Oil will run out by 2067. Oil is running out by 2067, like I just said. When oil runs out, here's the problem with oil. Our power here's what's going to really happen that's going to cause problems. The Supreme Court's going to get the electric car argument. Say the states can't basically dictate law when it comes to you driving a electric car because you can drive your gas, and then when it gets shot down, everyone's happy until the oil runs out in 2067. Then the entire banking system and everything else collapses because no one has oil, and then that means no new satellites go to space, no new rockets going up there unless they got propulsion of nuclear, which they won't allow anyone to do. No one's going to be allowed to do many things without oil. People are going to be told the power grid has to be upgraded, which could be 10 years, which means rolling blackouts for 10 years while they upgrade the power grid. And when the power grid's upgraded, then the new problem is how do you move all your cargo? They're going to have to either have the navies run their own cargo transport for the countries that transports all of our product because
Go ahead.
I'll be out with that.
Okay, it's gonna be not long after this. It's 3 things.
and then on top of that, right, we have all the people in the world basically realizing that the U.S. kicked the can until all the oil ran out. Then the economy collapses because there's no oil, which means the government comes in and tells people like Brother Higgins that he's got to have to upgrade his house if he's still alive.
Clear the scene on campsite 19. Paramedics have fixed everything.
4266, copy that. Thanks for your help. 1926.
And then on top of that, the government turns around and tells Higgins' Brother Higgins, that he's got to now upgrade his entire house to electric. No electric cooking, no electric water tank, no electric. No gas furnace, no water tank, nothing. Everything has to go all electric because we're out of oil because they kicked the can for so long. And then when the oil ran out, that's like saying Social Security is going to run out and they're just going to play kick the can while they're basically trying to win elections right now. They don't care about winning anything or losing. It's all about power grab. So technically, because of it, my motto is keep prepping just in case of an emergency. Rotate out, keep buying, keep supplying yourself and live. Because when shit hits fan, we're screwed. Fracking, no, oil's complete. The thing is here's the report that I read. Okay, I read the report, Mike. The report stated it's not unlimited oil. Oil is finite. They said with fracking and everything to pull out every drop of oil in this planet that's left, it's 5 trillion gallons. But even if we did all that, fracking also has problems with oil, with the problem, as they said in the oil report, that it could cause earthquakes. It can open up fault lines. So everyone's saying fracking is bad, so they're basically doing what they can to get every drop of oil out that they can. But here's the problem. Every barrel of oil that was 55 gallons in the past is now 42-gallon barrels. Then when you take 42 gallons of crude oil and refine it, it makes 19 gallons of gasoline.
1928.
Then the oil will come from sea. So the problem is the oil is not going to be coming from the sea. The thing is the government's not going to open up anymore. The thing is look what Biden's doing. Okay, Biden literally said to the American people, "We're going ahead and transitioning from oil to freaking electric." I mean, look at what happened with coal. Coal, oh, it's nasty, it's dirty. We're transitioning from coal to something else. That's the truth. Coal could be used for 900 more years, even though it pollute the air, to power our power grids. As long as we keep the coal power plants updated, we can use the coal to power everything because we have 900 years of coal. But no, they want to say we can't use coal. Now they're saying we can't use gasoline. And so it keeps going up and up and up. Free energy. Look, the government's not going to let anyone go with free energy. Let me tell you a story, okay? I know a couple that invested in solar all on their roof, right? You know what happened? No, the best investment when shit hits the fan is let the new people in the country dictate what's going to happen. As long as they don't take guns away, we should be fine. The problem is, as long as we have these dickheads in office, we're going to basically be screwed. That's what I'm saying. We need to prepare for the worst. Anyways, the story goes, friends of mine had solar panels put all on the roof. They knew exactly how much power they use for their thing. To put solar in, they had to literally sign a waiver to the electric company to hook up. So 90% of their solar was sold to the electric company, and they still had a bill. And by law, they can't just basically disconnect the entire power grid and power their only house on solar. Apparently, by law, you can't do that, so they're pissed. They're literally pissed that they put in so many hundreds of thousands of dollars to be self-sufficient, and the government says, nope, you can't do it. They were thinking of putting solar on their barns, apparently, when the damn government said, nope, you do that, you're selling most of your electricity to the electric company. So any way you look at it, you buy the solar panels, you put them in, the electric company gets their cost anyways. They're going to tap into your solar because they can. And then you're still paying the fucking electric company. Even if you disconnected your own entire thing, it's against the law, apparently, to have pure solar for your home. I mean, literally, it's like the state said it's against the law to collect rainwater in like 30 plus states because it's against the people making money on the water thing. I mean, what it is, it's just pure fucking corruption. I said they have options of coal, is what I said. I didn't say they're going to use coal. I said that's an option. The other option is wind, but you have to put enough wind turbines to power things. They can put solar out in the middle of the desert. But again, the problem is are they going to do it? It seems all these dipshits are doing what they're doing, is what I'm saying, Mike. I'm saying, look at the logical answer. The state of Washington, by 2030, you have to have a fucking electric car. They're not going to let you have combustible cars after 2030. You can't buy new ones. I don't know when they're going to phase out gas stations. 2035 in California. The entire government wants to be all electric fleet by 2035. But here's the thing. All electric vehicles means Air Force One's got to be electric. Do you think they're going to be electric? No, that's under the Air Force. We can burn as much fossil fuels as we want. Yeah. What about all those yachts being made? Do you think they're going to be able to recondition the yachts to be all sailors because there is no batteries to power it? I mean, look at this. I said it recently. A guy tested a fifth wheel trailer towing it. Towing like the big beast of a fifth wheel on an electric truck. It got 80 miles. 80. And then they said supposedly without the trailer, it went another 40 miles, 120 miles on a charge. I mean, literally, the guy said the best way of doing things is gas or diesel. Problem is if cars are getting really shitty gas miles, they had one guy say that they tested out a semi truck. This semi truck literally only got like 200 miles towing what is it, a 50 or 55-foot container? I mean, literally 200 miles. That means if you want to go from across the country, it would take 2 to 3 weeks minimum. And then they said, well, when we update our power grid, which Pete Buttigieg wants, he wants us to upgrade the power grid, but what's he also want to do? He wants to fucking turn around and basically electrify the entire rails. So you, the consumer, gets basically.
We'll do it.
Will be a clear settle by contact. He's going to try to keep it down.
1930 speed.
So basically, when it comes to the government basically doing what they're doing, the government, they tested, they want to electrify everything. So it comes on the consumer. Say, for example, oil runs out, your house is all gas. Now you have to change to electric. That's more of a burden on the grid. So they're basically saying, oh, well, and so when it comes to the trains, they would be electrifying those because all trains got to be electrified too, because they don't want Burlington Northern running diesel. Again, they want everything to be freaking electric. And if they don't have electric powered yachts, which the batteries won't go far, you could probably, the thing is they don't even have tests to see how far a battery will go for yachts. Now, I'll tell you one thing. You remember the old diesel subs? They basically had their surface every 3 or 4 days for air, charging their batteries. And they ran out of batteries, but the batteries were so toxic that they had to surface to charge them by running a couple days on the surface and being vulnerable. So, well, okay. Look, you might be right about the nuclear, but I don't have any facts to back it, okay, Mr. Mike? I can tell you literally what I know from my own intel in the community who works with the government. They said, and I quote, the war is mostly about grain and food, not about nuclear. So nuclear is, the thing I heard recently was someone saying we're going to go to war, but that was like July 4th. It was going to be starting in 6 days, and it doesn't happen. So me and Higgins are like, when's it going to happen? And then the inflation went down. When's that going to happen? When's we're going to see inflation, or not inflation, or recession? I mean, literally everything I'm watching, I'm just telling who listens and watches my channels the facts that I have. And I don't sleep much, so I suck up all the information I can to get everything out there for people. But it's like future moderator Maccabree was saying the other day, that people like me have the facts, and yet there's people out there in the world saying that inflation's going to take over, the shit's going to hit the fan, the government's going to do this, we need to prep, we need to have guns, we need to do this, we need to do that, we need to basically do all this, get land, blah, 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 and they're making millions of dollars on YouTube preaching this shit, where I'm saying, look, let's wait and see what happens. I mean, I'm already seeing many times over what's going on. I mean, I predicted the last election, okay? I knew what was coming down the pipe. People around my moderators who are all Trumpers, who loves Trump. Trump's a great guy, in my opinion. He literally basically lost. I even said the good Lord gave me visions. This time around, it looks like there's going to be a blue wave unless the Republicans can pull their head out of their ass. I said, look, there's only 2 cards the Repubs can play right now, the electric car card and guns. Otherwise, every pissed off woman out there thinks they're a third-class citizen and they're going to go to the polls. So to me, I'm just sitting back waiting to see what's happening. In the meantime, every day or every few days or every 10 or 11 days, I call Higgins and we talk about the stuff, and he's like, I'm still waiting. Yeah, Higgins is still waiting. Thing is, we don't know everything. I don't know anything about nuclear what this war is about. I don't even pay attention to Ukraine. The only thing I'm telling my viewers / flock, since I'm a minister of God, is to stockpile as much shit as possible and hope like hell you can ride it out, because we don't know what's going to happen. And that's the thing. I haven't left my house probably in maybe a week. And that was the first time in probably like 10 months. I actually got out, went to the grocery store for once just to see for my own prepping tools how bad the grocery store is. And the damn store is completely packed. So my opinion is that these preppers are saying everything's running out. Everywhere I went is full. Which reminds me, Higgins, I saw something on the news in the last 24 hours. Apparently the Walmart near me, they had a gang shooting. Like 3 gangs got into a shooting with 3 other gangs. Apparently 3 gang members and the security guard got shot. 1 guy turned himself in. 2 are still loose, apparently. Can you believe that? Our own local Walmart. Oh, yeah, I know what you're saying. I mean, literally, oil is dying out. I mean, literally, oil was a cheap alternative. But now that oil is burning out, how do you make a nuclear car that won't explode and cause nuclear radioactivity? How do you make a plane that can run nuclear or something else? I mean, they don't even come up with these ideas. So they're saying if oil runs out, the entire economy collapses. But then you have all these people that are preppers. Oh, we're gonna and before Christmas, the entire world's gonna collapse. I mean, I don't see anything. The good Lord's not telling me either. If he's doing it, he's doing it. But right now, the good Lord's saying not to worry about it. Well, yes, we know oil is 100 years old. Everyone knows this. Oil is outdated. I mean, literally, oil is outdated. I agree completely with what you're saying, Mike. I mean, literally, it is outdated. I don't drive, so to me, it doesn't really affect me. Of course, I live on an island, so I'm wondering how the ferry system is going to be running all electric, because they want to force every vehicle to be electric. January 6th was a display of patriotism. Yes, I know. Unfortunately, the Republican Party is basically trying to defend it, and the Democrats are chewing it out and spitting it out and crippling the entire voting system. We know this. I've been following it tooth and nail. God said there's going to be a fucking blue wave, okay? And when God makes a decision, he's final. Trust me. I argued with him freaking for a week in visions and argued and argued and argued. And guess what? We got Barack Obama. That night that we got him, me and Uncle Donnie got completely shit-faced, I tell you. That was basically... we both did not want that coming down the pipe. Trust me. A lot of liars out there. Even you mean there's a lot of? Are you calling me a liar then? Because basically, what I'm hearing from you is you're calling me a liar. I'm not a liar. I basically know exactly what's going on. Thing is, I don't pay attention to Tesla because I don't drive. Frankly, I don't care about Tesla, and I don't care about Twitter, and I don't care about Facebook and Instagram. Oh, Higgins, you didn't email me, did you? Hold on. So basically, Higgins was saying something that's interesting. Everyone talks about all these power problems, and whatever happened to geothermal? They don't talk about geothermal anymore. Geothermal power. I was talking earlier to Higgins about the old Sim City maps. Where they had the big satellite dish, and there's like a little laser beam or something. And it beams down the energy to the satellite dish, and it collects it for. Um, collects it for power, but once in a while the beam misses and you got a citywide power grid problem because the satellite missed and it damaged one of your buildings or something, something like that. I don't remember. Oh, yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mike, for correcting me. Sometimes I get really pissy when people say something. I had a guy the other day, Mike, literally said I was a man in a dress. I'm actually born both. And then he said, quote unquote, that I'm a piece of shit because I don't know anything. There is going to be civil war, nuclear war, every type of war. And I was full of crap. The thing is, I got the numbers for everything I'm doing. And I basically work around the clock for my thing. I mean, I go through videos that Higgins sends me, like PBS. That's pissing me off about big oil. And then, Sister Pee Wee, moderator Pee Wee sent me stuff on Glenn Beck, and how Biden's sucking China, the Biden family sucking China's dick, and I mean literally on and on and on. I got to analyze all of it and then basically get it put together in a video while talking to you all about everyday things, and this is a big problem. I mean, look what's going on in the world. The world's basically going down the toilet, and we are sitting here saying, "Where's the recession?" I mean, literally, the only thing I can think of is I hope things happen the way it happens, when it comes to the polls. But I haven't told Higgins. I told everyone here when Roe versus Wade, there's only going to be 3 options that's going to play out. Option 1's the one I called. I mean, they're playing this they're playing everything like a fiddle right now. I'm just hoping it dies out long enough that people can realize what the hell's going on. But my problem. Yeah. Sorry, my cousin Dinky messaged about not having dinner tonight. Yeah, well, the point is there's too many Democrats, okay, and they're all lying. I mean, look, you want to hear something that scared the shit out of me the other night, Mr. Mike? I'll tell you something that will scare the shit out of you. However, I just want to say, Mr. Mike, for the record, if you say nothing can scare you, this might. I was listening to this, my favorite hobby, one night, about a week to 2 weeks ago. Higgins is like, "Oh, I love this story." On the radio, 4 guys. Yeah, we're going into the house for a weapons raid. Weapons raid. You can say, "Oh, cool, that's going to be great," right? As they're reading off dozens and dozens of weapons, handguns, rifles, shotguns. You're like, "Oh, this will be interesting, Rita." They're reading the serial numbers off on the air. Then they asked the dispatch to run it through the state database and the federal database, Mr. Mike. Republicans keep saying there is no national database. I sat there glued to that scanner for half the night listening to that weapons raid, thinking, "Oh my God." You know what I said to my father-in-law the other day? I was married, by the way. My husband died. Did you know there's a statewide nation database? Yeah, when you buy a weapon, they do this, this, and this. I knew. Did you know there's a national database? Wouldn't surprise me. It's a good thing. Good thing. That's the Republicans claim there is none. It would be against the Second Amendment, but they literally blurted it out on the fucking radio. Well, I'm glad they did. You learned something new. Let me go to the bathroom. I think Mike left, by the way, Higgins. So, you want to hear something else? Welcome back, Anthony. A national database. Yeah, plain and simple. Government lied. Who the fuck is this? Something else I was gonna say, but I just can't remember what it was. Oh yeah, I know what it was. So, my hobby is listening to the police radio. Hold on a sec. Listening to the police radio, right? That's my hobby. Anyways, listening to the police radio. Then the other day, I was talking to someone, and the government got $250 billion. The government, through the DHS special program, to basically, I know Mike left because he would have commented by that. The DHS, $250 billion to make it so everything is digital on the scanner, but encrypted. Some counties don't want to pay that price to be fully encrypted. So, there you have it. I wanted to share that with you all. Hmm. Uh, Well, everyone, it's almost 8 hours in, so I think when it hits 8 hours even, I'm out. I need to take a bath and get some dinner. Thing is conversation's petering out. Mm-hmm. Man, that is a doornail in here now. Wow. Dude, this might be an interesting one to listen to. Let me listen to this for a second. Hold on a second. I want to hear it. This is lame. This guy was lame. Literally, lame as lame can. Lame. Lame as lame can be, people. Alright, what is Higgins saying this time? It actually ate a hole in it? Damn, I thought Aaron's shipfire sauce was the only thing that you get a hole in it. I'm gonna look that up real quick just to see what he's fucking talking about. Okay. Well, that's it. Red Habanos. I mean, come on, Higgs. I mean, literally. Anywho. No, it's Mike. Oh yeah, Mike does. Okay, I thought it was Miles for a minute. I'm not reading carefully. So, anyways, Higgins emailed me. I bet again. Oh, okay. Yeah, it makes sense, Higgins. You had to talk about that again. Interesting. Higgins is always giving me theories, by email. So we don't have Higgins commenting. Anthony is here, maybe. Mike does whatever, you know. Wheel working there. Well, you know, that's all gravy in my opinion. Anyways, we got 3 people and only Higgins commenting. So, anyways, everyone, Higgins, you go watch some TV or eat some better cheddars. For the rest of you out there, I've been up for 8 hours doing this. It's time for me to take a bath and get some dinner. So maybe you'll stay tuned for tomorrow's edition if there's a Sunday's edition, depending on Zoe. Yeah. Otherwise, I've wasted 8 hours. I could have played my game for 8 hours. So, with that said, everyone, please add and subscribe. Please post comments. Please leave feedback, suggestions. Hit the like, subscribe button. So funny for your family, including your dogs, cats, bunnies, service dogs, service bunnies. Hit that bell notification bell. Hit that like button. It helps with the YouTube algorithm. Hit the subscribe button if you wish for new content. Thanks for watching, everyone, and God bless you and everything you do.